I was asked to say that. All right, showtime. Good morning, hello. Thank you for coming, and for those of you tuning in from internet land, thank you for tuning in. My name is Sam Kuznets. This is the Q class. If you are here to learn about woodworking, you are in the wrong place. We're going to talk about QLab for 3 days. Today is the first of those days, and just so that, how I like to begin so that we are all sort of at least dimly aware of starting from a common place. How I like to begin is telling you just a very small amount about where I come from, and then asking you a very small amount about where you come from, and then explaining how we're physically set up, and then we're off to the races. Does that sound good? All right. The first thing is, I am a New Yorker, Italian-American, Jewish-American. I speak quickly and fast and with a tiny bit of Yiddish and a lot of hand gestures. At any time, I encourage you to please ask me to slow down or repeat myself or maybe use less descriptive language and maybe a more exact word, maybe a word that maybe more people know, if I should accidentally slip into a little of my own colloquialisms. So please just go ahead and say so right away. I also come from a Montessori education background, not really by design. I went to a Montessori preschool, elementary school, middle and high school, and university. If I guess you can call Brown University a little bit of a Montessori education because student-directed learning, right? There's no mandatory classes. And there's no mandatory grading. You can take any class for a letter grade or for SNC, as we call it, satisfactory or not completed. Having gone to all this Montessori-inspired education, I am more of a free-form person, despite my own sort of personal tendencies towards structure, which means I encourage you to ask questions when they occur to you, rather than waiting for some imaginary moment when this chatterbox stops on his own. Just go ahead and raise your hand, and I may just call on you right away, or I may be like, yeah, I see you. Hang on one sec. And then we'll get to it, all right? I come to QLab theater first. I started working in theater when I was a kid. In middle school, kind of got enthralled in it. Very, very early, it seemed like fun. I was on stage, that was okay. And then I learned about working backstage, and I was like, oh, this is a thing you can do. That seems nice. And the first time I worked backstage, it immediately felt like home. It felt like where I belonged. It felt like where I could use the maximum amount of my energy and focus and apply it to the maximum surface area of the production. Whereas as an actor, I was having a good time, but it kind of felt like what I was best at was not being used as an actor. And then I, from there, discovered almost accidentally, I discovered sound design as the discipline that I wish to focus in on. So I am primarily a sound designer. I'm also a projection designer, and then much less so a stage manager, a production manager, a lighting designer, and I have dabbled in scenic design. Don't mess with no costumes. Cloth is a mystery that I want nothing to do with. I'm impressed by it, and that's the relationship. So I come to QLab as a sound designer first. And when I'm not working with Figure 53, teaching this class, or as a designer in the company, which we can talk about some other time if you like, I'm working in the theater. I live in New York, just north of the city. I work in New York City, off-Broadway and Broadway, primarily as an associate designer, which means sitting next to the designer and doing all the QLab stuff. It doesn't mean that exactly, it means that in part. Anyway, that's where I come to this class from. That is from where I come to this class. Prepositions. Okay, my question for you all is, by show of hands, is how many of you would consider yourselves to be a complete beginner or close to a complete beginner at QLab? Oh, that is such a great, wonderful thing. That's great. That's several of you, which is wonderful. I love it when there are folks in this class who know comparatively little about QLab. Your questions end up being sort of the ones that drive the most conversation. And it's also fun to be reminded, as someone who's done this a great deal, that there was a beginning and that it's an exciting time. So awesome. Who here considers themselves to be in the middle? We've done it, we've used it, we understand it, we don't really know how to go all the way deep. Great, great. About another third. And anyone here who feels like they've been at QLab a good long time and they're hoping that this class will show them something, but they're secretly afraid that they already know it. Great, 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 good, good, good. I have been that person in a class. I've been like, I hope I'm going to learn something here. For you, the start is going to be a little sluggy, just a little. I'm going to go from the very beginning, which I would do even if there were very few or even no one, very few people or even no one raising their hand and saying, I've never done this before. Because I have discovered in teaching this class that when I go to basics, I'm always going to show someone something they haven't seen or something they haven't really thought about. It's never clear in advance what that thing is going to be. So it's a little surprise every single time. But also, today we will be working with QLab 5.5, which is relatively new and which has made a few changes in some basic places. So it's good to revisit the basics for that reason alone, if not, I beg your pardon, if not for the refresher, and if, of course, all the way down to folks on the stream, folks watching this later, and folks in the room are starting from the beginning. Historically, a very good place to start, as it's said. So that's what we're going to do. Any starting questions, thesis statements? OK, great. Ready to rock? Here I go. I do a lot of that. It's like, OK, good, right, great, good. If I get a little bit of feedback, then I know I haven't said something completely mystical, and then I know what I'm doing is working. The setup here, we have 2 video projectors in the back of the room. This one is showing you my screen so that you can see exactly what I'm doing, and I don't have to keep going like this, which will make me seasick. This screen is the output of QLab, my slides or whatever. And we'll talk about, in the next few days, we'll talk about video and setting up and how I set this screen up. But for now, it's just showing you the output of QLab. This is my demo material. When I move the mouse around, there's a bright green circle. And when I click with a left click, it sort of goes in to indicate clicking, and it turns purple because company color. And then when I right click, it goes in, and it's red. Red starts with R, and right starts with R. It is a mnemonic. I thought about using a left mnemonic color, lime, I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Also, when I press keys on my keyboard, they appear in the lower left corner of the screen. Of course, that's behind my head, so that's going to be tricky. I tried putting it on the right, but then they go in a strange order. I tried putting it in the top, but then they're in the way. So hopefully this will not be too much of an imposition. And if I do a keyboard shortcut and it goes past you, say, wait, stop, what was that? You did something clever with buttons. We're running this show on an M4 Mac inside this groovy case that Alec designed. Alec is our technical director here at the Voxel. Video is coming out using a Blackmagic Ultra Studio. We'll talk about video outputs later. I'm using a GoBox Prime, which is a MIDI device for controlling QLab that I make and sell. And here's a little remote button for it that makes me feel like I'm, in mission control somewhere. And what? I'm wearing a lav so that you can hear me, so that the stream can hear me. And then later on, we'll put that lav through QLab and do wild things with it. And we have room mics here so that you can be heard on the stream when you ask questions, or also so that I don't feel quite so self-conscious. If I say something witty and then you chuckle, then it won't just be like falling flat on the street. I don't know. I had this experience during COVID pandemic closures where I was teaching classes online, and I'm like, oh, you animated, that's what I'm like. And on Zoom, you know, even the most engaged Zoom watchers, like, so it was actually really difficult to tell if the class was any good. And I did with the stagehands from the Sydney Opera House, and I was talking continuously for about 6 hours. And the time zone change was weird, so I got up at stupid o'clock and was all bleary-eyed, and they were all chipper and had just had their coffee. And I was talking and talking and saying things. I thought I was being funny. I thought I was being engaging, and it's as though they couldn't hear me. And then at the end of the 6 hours, they were like, "That was the most wonderful class. It was so engaging." And I was like, "You could have at any time indicated that." That would have been okay with me. Anyway, I'm a approval seeker. That's my tendency. So I'll keep going to try to nurse the laugh out. Okay, great. That's the setup. Chris is here. He's our founder, fearless leader. Aaron is here, whose name I've pronounced wrong every single time I've said it. He's running the stream and being generally technically supervisory in the back and putting up a big thumbs up whenever something is correct or accurate, which is great. And so these three other folks who I've talked about may come into play throughout the class. Okay, that's the setup. Yeah, that's the setup, okay. QLab, here it is. QLab is, what is QLab? QLab is live media playback, primarily designed initially for theater, but now I think the best way to think about it is that it is media playback and show control for live events. And those live events could come to an audience in a variety of ways. We see QLab used in theater, dance, a little bit in opera. We see QLab used in corporate events. One of my personal favorite uses of QLab is doing the playback for figure skaters in the Olympics. So it's really mostly for the skaters, not so much for the audience there, and I find that fun. It's used for radio broadcasts. It's used for live sporting events. Apparently, Australian football uses QLab often. The gentleman who ran audio for the Red Sox and the New England Patriots used QLab. He left his job, got a new gig. I don't know if his successor used QLab. He was set up to use it, but I can't say for certain. It's used in live concerts for backing tracks. It's used increasingly in broadcast and streaming environments. So all of those events are sort of when stuff happens in a predetermined order for an audience. That's the best I can do, right? So QLab is built around a certain number of assumptions relating to those environments in which it's used. Namely, as I just said, things happen in a predetermined order, mostly, but that the time between things that happens might be flexible. As anyone who's done a comedy knows, if you've got a very excited audience, the show runs long. And if you've got a dead audience, the show runs short. And with a tragedy, it's usually the opposite. And QLab does not make any, by default, any assumptions about the time between events. That's what you, the human, is for. But the order of events is fairly rigid, at least in theater. We will see throughout the class how easy it is to subvert that expectation and how loosely QLab clings to this assumption. And in general, hopefully you will see how much QLab is designed to make as few assumptions as possible about what it is that you're up to and make possible whatever it is that you're thinking about without feeling like you're fighting against it. Obviously, we have to make some assumptions. We have to make some starting point. Otherwise, no one could get anywhere. It'd just be a blank sheet of paper. And then we're using Isadora, which is great, but you have to start from 0. So there we are. What QLab is not is a rigid timeline, a single timeline. QLab is not, a lot of folks use Ableton Live for playback in a live environment, hence its name. QLab is not live. QLab and Live do a lot of the things similarly, or rather can achieve similar things, though they do it quite differently. Some of what Live does, QLab can't do without an enormous fight. And some of what QLab does, Live can't do without an enormous fight. Likewise, Watchout, which is a video playback program for Windows, tragically. Watchout assumes a continuous timeline and then gives you many, many tools to stop the timeline, loop the timeline, restart the timeline, branch out into alternate timelines. But its fundamental metaphor is a timeline that, if nothing else happened, would run from the beginning to the end. QLab has timeline-related tools, but QLab's fundamental paradigm is not a fixed timeline, because live theater is not a fixed timeline. It is true that the play starts and then ends, but that is true of most things. So the timeline of the play, though, is not a fixed linear progression. It speeds and slows. It gives and takes. There's a pause, hold for laughs, hold for applause, hold for crying, hold for intermission, which could be a different amount of time depending on how many people have to go pee. So QLab does not think, all right, we've got 1 hour show, it's going to be 1 hour at the end. Okay. Now let's get into the basic user interface of QLab. This window that I should have asked this. Is anyone here completely new to the Mac itself? Okay, great. I realized once when I was doing this class, someone raised their hand. They were like, I've never used a Mac before, so a lot of the words you're using make no sense. So I realized I should start asking about that. This window, this main window, is called the Workspace window. A QLab document is called a workspace, and your workspace contains all your cues. Hello, welcome. You have missed nothing but the preamble and the introductory get to know you, how are you? So hello and how are you? The workspace is the document of QLab. Workspace contains lists of cues, and queue lists contain cues. A queue is the fundamental unit of action in QLab. The word queue means a lot of different things in theater, right? Your cue for an operator of some backstage stuff, a cue is the thing that you're doing. But it's also the thing the actor says when it's time for you to do that thing. What's my cue? My cue is avast, and then go, right? So your cue is both your signal to go and the thing you do when you get that signal. So that's a little language confusing thing. That's not my fault. But a queue in QLab is one item in this list. And generally speaking, one queue in QLab does one thing. I'm going to subvert that description very, very soon. But one queue in QLab does one thing. You can chain queues together pretty easily so that one go can do many things. But when we break it down into its sort of atomic parts, a queue in QLab is a single discrete event that might take time, or, well, everything takes time, but it might take a noticeable amount of time, or it might be instantaneous, but it is one event. Yeah? Each row in this list is a queue. And by default, when a queue is started, the next queue is now ready. And then it goes, and the next queue is now ready. And then it goes, and the next queue is now ready. QLab will not progress through queues on its own. It waits for you to tell it, now go, now go, now go again. That's the basic form. The workspace window is full of stuff, right? And if you are new to it, it can seem intimidating. Even if you're not new to it, it can seem intimidating. I know a veteran QLab user who every time he sits down, he's like, oh, this again. All right, got a lot to look at. And there's a lot of things here to take in, and you're going to take them in over these next 3 days. But what I want you to start with is the idea that if your needs are simple, you can ignore most of what you see. If all I want to do is this, this, and this, then all you have to learn is this, this, and this. And all the other stuff you can just out of sight, out of mind it. I know folks don't use any of this stuff. What is this stuff? What are these guys? I don't care, I don't want to know, and they do fine, right? So you can start from that place. The design concept here in software is called progressive disclosure, in which you, as you work your way through the software, progressively learn more things about it, and then more things are disclosed to you. Oh, I've learned this, now I can do this. Oh, I've learned this, now I can do that. But until you learn those things, until you want to do those things, you can forget about them. We're going to take a tour of this window and go step by step. This is my next invitation to come in and ask clarifying questions or anything you want, ask me to repeat, whatever you like, okay? We're going to start with this upper rectangle section here. I'm going to, above this slidey thing that I'm sliding, and that's its official name, of course, slidey thing. This upper left section, the masthead, it contains the Go button, the standing by indicator, notes, and the toolbar. What are all these things? I'm so glad that you asked. The Go button, labeled Go, when you click this button, the queue that is standing by will start playing, and then the next queue in the list will stand by. You can tell which queue is standing by because it's listed here on the right. 80, and then a bullet, and then QClass. 80 is the queue's number, which you can also see down here in this column. QClass is the queue's name, which you can also see here in this column. And then the white triangle-ish shaped pointer here, very light gray, to be honest, that is what we call the playhead. That is also pointing at the queue that is standing by. So you have several clues, the pointer and the name and number up here. If I were to be over here, I've clicked in this leftmost column. I've moved the standby, the playhead, to stand by this queue. So now queue 83, the masthead, is standing by. And when I press go, that queue goes, and the playhead moves down automatically to the next queue. Yeah? By default, the keyboard shortcut for the Go button is the space bar. When you press the space bar, the Go button is pressed. I also have a MIDI message coming from this device, triggered by this button, which also is Go, so that I can gesticulate and wander a little bit and still press Go. Yeah. That's the Go button. When the Go button is surrounded by this sort of green little border, that means QLab's ready to go, and something will happen when you press Go. If you take the last queue in your list, now there is no green border. You can click Go, but nothing will happen because there is no queue that's standing by. You also know that because here it says no queue on standby. Yeah? If there is a red border around the Go button, it means that the Go button is temporarily disabled. You can set QLab to block goes within a window of time. So if you have a trigger-happy operator or a malfunctioning button, you can say, you can tell QLab to reject 2 goes within a period of time up to you. You can make that anytime you like. I like around 1/4 of a second, but that's just a personal taste issue. I was working in a high school with a very jumpy, very eager student and a mouse. The old Apple mouse that was just like one big lozenge where the whole body of the mouse was a button. And the spring in that mouse was very old. The spring had gotten weak. And he had a little tiny mouse pad. It was like half the size of this. And so he was moving his mouse across the screen, but then he had to pick it up and put it down to move more. He kept picking up and putting down the mouse. And every time he put the mouse down, it would bounce and click the button. And so, of course, because the world is what it is, he would pick it up and put it down on the Go button every time. And then we'd just have like loud music out of nowhere. And I'd be like, dude, you got to wait for the stage manager. He's like, I really didn't do anything on purpose. And then we discovered the flimsy spring. So we increased that duration a lot. Anyway, digression. So no ring, no action. Red ring, no action. But then the red ring will go away, and I'll show you how to do it. Green ring means something's going to happen when you press this button, and that'll be exciting for everybody. Up here, the standing by queue, its name and its number are listed. If the standing by queue has no number, you see just the name, because queue numbers in QLab are optional. We'll talk more about that in just one sec. Below the standby indicator is the notes field, and queues can have notes. Notes are to be used your own way. Some folks like to put the line of dialogue that precedes the queue. Some folks like to put reminders like, hey, when you take this queue, don't forget to also turn off the ringer on the phone in the booth, or whatever. One guy we met once was volunteering for his daughter's high school dance concert and took photographs of the stage every time the dance teacher said, that's your cue. And so he would just take a picture and drop the picture in the notes field and then look at it. And he said, I see dancers look like that, go. Great, nothing wrong with that. Although I want to warn you that that individual was taking uncompressed 25 megabyte TIFFs with his camera and dropping those in. And so his workspace ballooned to an enormous size when he dropped in those uncompressed photos because he had dozens of them. So be advised. If you're excited about it, you can go to the edit menu, to format, to font, and you can style your text in here. Okay, that's exciting, I guess. That's the notes field. Below this is the toolbar. The toolbar is a series of buttons. Each of these buttons represents a type of queue in QLab, and each type of queue in QLab has a unique job. So here is a fundamental QLab truth. Each type of queue has its job. If the thing that you want to do is that job, then that is the type of queue you use. So the audio queue is for playing back audio. The video queue is for playing back video. The fade queue is for adjusting parameters of other queues. While it is true that you could play back audio by making a movie that has no picture, but just audio, and using a video queue to play it back, I encourage you to use an audio queue to play back audio instead. Here is a network queue, a MIDI file queue, and so on. We'll get through these queue types. Salud. We'll get through these queue types as we go through the class. But a reminder that if you don't yet know what a queue is, you don't have to worry about it. It can just sit here and hopefully not bother you while you work with what you do know. Yeah? The icon is designed to help spur your memory. So the audio queue is the little speaker with the little sound waves. That icon appears again down here in the queue list. So we can see that's a memo queue. That's a memo queue. That's a group queue. That's a group queue. Fade queue, fade queue. The icons will vary slightly because queues can have different behavioral modes, and you'll learn about those. But the basic fundamental design of each icon is meant to be recognizable so that you can just sort of have a little clue. What am I looking at here? Does that make sense? OK, great. If you hover your mouse over the toolbar buttons for a short time, you will see little tooltips appear that give you the name of the queue. The toolbar also has a couple of other tools that are hiding. We will get to them over time. They will appear in this space, though. And this whole section, the masthead, can be resized if you want to use more space to see more notes or photographs of dancers in your queue position. It can also be slid up and hidden if you don't need to see any of that and you just want to see as many queues as possible at once. The masthead. Next section we're going to talk about is this area here, the queue list section. Each queue is a row in this list, and the list is ordered top to bottom, starting here and going down as we progress. The columns in the queue list show the most sort of fundamental and basic information about each queue. And then a selected queue will show you the rest of its information down here in the inspector. So there's a lot of detail, but the point of the queue list is to show you just the essentials so that you can run your show without needing to dig for basic information. We'll go left to right. The leftmost column, the status column, shows the playhead on the queue that is standing by. And then it shows one or none, one or no status icons here. Q80 is playing right now, so it's got a little green triangle, meaning it's playing right now. The queue is running. If the queue were paused, I'm going to select it and press pause on my button box. Now we see the yellow paused bars. We'll see a bunch of other status icons as we go through the class. No icon, no news is good news, right? If there's no status icon, it means the queue is just there, it's ready to rock and roll, showtime. The red X, which you will see from time to time, means that a queue is broken, and a broken queue cannot run. A broken queue won't spoil your show, though, right? If I had, if I'm doing a basic comedy and I have a bunch of sound effects and something's wrong with the sound effect that emphasizes the dropped object. Maybe the actor drops an object and I play a big thump. If that cue is broken and you run it, QLab will try to run it, can't, and then just move on, and we won't hear that sound effect. But the next sound effect will go, or the next cue will run just fine. So a broken cue doesn't necessarily ruin your night. But if the broken cue is, say, the doorbell preceding the dramatic entrance, the broken cue might certainly throw the actor for a loop, and then then we get a different kind of comedy. So I encourage you to investigate broken cues when you see them, and we'll talk more about them in time. So that's the status icon there. The next icon is the icon of the queue type, which we talked about briefly. The next column is the queue number column. And just to start right away with challenging ideas, queue numbers do not have to be numbers. A queue number in QLab is any text. In computer ease, it's called a string, which is 0 or more characters of some kind. You can have numbers, you can have letters, you can have, yes indeed, salud, emoji. No problem. Gesundheit. The only thing that is true about queue numbers that is inviolable is that queue numbers must be unique within a workspace. If I have Q80 here, I cannot have Q80 anywhere else in any queue list in this whole show. I could, though, because QLab is queue numbers in QLab are text and not numbers, I could have that. So now I have a Q80 and a Q80.0. And anyone who has done any math before knows that those are the same thing. But they are the same amount, 80, but they are not the same text. One of them's got a .0 at the end and the other one doesn't. This can come into play when you are using QLab in a show control environment, i.e. QLab is interacting with another piece of machinery, like a lighting console. But unless you are doing that, you can feel free to number the queues in a way that works best for you. I should also point out, queue numbers don't have to go in order. Upsetting though this may be to some, Q79 now comes after Q80 through 83. I'm sure that there are some people who are sitting there saying, you're going to change that, right? You're going to fix that? Come on, man. And that's actually kind of one of them. So yes, I will. But it could happen. You don't need to worry about it. I've been on shows, perhaps we have all been on shows, where queues got rearranged on the fly, and it's a little game of chicken between me and the stage manager. Which one of us is going to be the first to say, so we're renumbering these queues, right? On a lighting console, you renumber queues, they change order, right? ETC, Grand MA, they need to be in numerical order, non-negotiable. That has its merits, but so does this, right? It's just a label, man. And what are labels? So that's queue number. One thing, yeah? Is that a question or a stretching, right? OK, good. Yes, stretching is good. One thing which is a little nerdy, more than so than this whole class is, if you're going to do any clever tricks with OSC messages to control queues, and if you don't know what that means yet, don't worry. Your queue number cannot contain a space. And in fact, it can't contain a few special characters, question marks, square brackets, curly brackets, parentheses? Forbidden? I don't remember either. Hash sign, forbidden. Asterisk, forbidden in OSC. And certainly no emoji. Well, emoji's Unicode, does it say? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Point is, if you're not doing anything clever or tricky, if it's just meant for humans, you can number queues however you like. The next column, queue name, this is really whatever you like. Queue names are text labels meant for humans only. The machine doesn't care about the queue name really at all. And if you wanted to name all your queues in the show the same thing, you could name them all. If you just wanted to name them after your children, you could do that. It doesn't matter. I name them something descriptive, like telephone ring, door knock, transition music, scene 1 to 2, or stuff like that. But be free and inventive with your queue names, and that's perfectly fine. Queue names do not need to be unique. But queue names, unlike queue numbers, are not optional. If you delete a queue's name from almost any type of queue, QLab will fill in what we call default name. So when I make an audio queue, no, this is a bad example. I'm going to make a fade queue. When I make a fade queue, its name is by default is fade plus the name of the queue that it's fading. If I change the name of the queue that it's fading, the fade queue's name also changes. I can delete that and say, make my own name. But if I delete my own name, it gets back its default name. Did that make sense? This isn't like important. It's just true. And sometimes people wonder why they tried to delete text and text showed back up. Sometimes people manually name the queue fade QClass opening and then delete it. And it gets replaced with the default name, which is fade QClass opening. And then they feel like someone's tricking them. The point is only that queues have a default name which hopefully helps you understand what the queue is. And when you delete your custom name, the default name reappears. We'll see more about this as we go through. The next column is target. And here's another fundamental QLab concept. For all queues, some need a target and some don't. Queues that need a target must have exactly one target. So an audio queue and a video queue need a target, and that target is an audio or a video file on your disk, on your computer's storage. A fade queue needs a target. That target is another queue. A text queue does not need a target. A text queue's job is you type in some text, and when you press go, it displays it as video. That does not need a target because it's not doing anything to anything. The target is the subject of the queue's action. If I'm an audio queue, the target is the file I'm going to play. My action is playing audio, and that's my subject, that audio file. But a text queue has no subject, or its subject is internal, the text that you give it. A MIDI queue has no subject because it just sends a MIDI message, and you put the MIDI message into the queue. It's got it itself. It doesn't need any target. It's self-sufficient. Does this make sense? Great. If the queue's target is another queue, the target column shows that target queue's number. If the target queue doesn't have a number, it shows the queue's name in italics to help let you know that it's the name, not the number, but the number is text, right? Because this could get confusing. if the queue number was text and the queue name is text, those are the same text. Now you see the target is QClass, it's its number. But if I delete that number, it becomes italicized. Now it's its name. It's a bit of a unlikely case, I guess, unless someone's trying to play gotcha, which people do with me all the time. It is also worth pointing out that if I change the queue number, the target updates in the other queue. So you can change a queue number and not have to worry about messing up your fades or your other queues that target, because QLab is clever about it and is actually just using the target number as a human interaction tool. And what it's really doing is latching onto the queue's ID, which is an invisible number unknown to you unless you go digging, that never changes and is for the robots. It's not for us. Yeah.
So when you said, like, I know when you said if it's another queue, it will show the queue number. If you said it's a fade, it does what?
When it's a fade queue, targets other queues.
Okay.
And so it's showing the number or name of its target queue. So here, this fade queue, fade and stop QLast, when I run this fade queue, that's going to fade out and stop, right? That is Q80.
Okay.
So this fade queue is telling me right here, when I go, whatever I do, I'm doing it to Q80. An audio or a video queue plays a file on my disk. And so for an audio or video queue, the target column shows this little button, which is an arrow pointing into the middle, saying something goes in here. When you click that button, you get a window letting you choose the file that you want the queue to target. So queues that get file targets have a button for picking that file. Queues that get queue targets have an empty space for that text to appear. We'll talk about setting targets in great detail in a minute. That's the target column. The next column is sort of 3 columns in one: pre-wait, duration, and post-wait. They're all about time. Pre-wait is an amount of time that elapses before the queue starts doing what it does after you tell it to go. So, as an example, I'm going to put a 3-second pre-wait on this queue, and now I'm going to tell it to go. When I hit go, it starts counting down. 3, 2, 1, action. And then the fade begins. That pre-wait is totally optional. If I take it away, running the queue will immediately begin when I hit go. Yeah? You might want to pre-wait for a lot of different reasons. Simplest one I can think of is, what if I want this fade out to happen together with lights, but I actually want to offset them very slightly, but I don't want to give the stage manager a mouthful. Standby, lights whatever, and video whatever, lights and video go, lights go, video go. I want to take that out of the stage manager's life. Just call us together, lights and video go. And I'll handle the little delay, the little offset. I've worked on shows where we wanted things to happen actually really particularly in time, but all too particularly for the stage manager to worry about. Maybe they've got other things to do at that moment. They've got to call backstage queues or flick queue lights or worry about some other business. We can use the pre-wait to line things up just so. Yeah? Duration is the length of the queue's action. The action is the thing the queue does. So this fade lasts 4 seconds. The action of this queue is 4 seconds. This queue's duration is going and going in a loop. Why? Because that little animation in the upper right corner is playing on a loop. If I stop this queue, which I did by selecting it and typing S, which is the shortcut for stop selected queue. You see up here, the duration is 4.29 seconds. That's the length of one iteration of that loop of that little logo. But there's no way to look at this duration column and see that this queue is going to loop. You just have to start it, and then when the duration gets to the end, if it pops back and starts going again, oh, I guess it's looping. Now, it is true that there's some unknown knowledge here, right? How long is it looping? Is it going to loop forever? Is it going to loop 6 times? What do I know? It's difficult to say, but the important part is that it is the action of the queue is listed here, and if it's 2 loops, sorry, I did this badly, or explained this badly. If I set this queue to loop only twice, it wouldn't show 4.29. It would show double that. Montessori student, bad with arithmetic, right? 8 point almost 6. I don't know. I'm really not good at this. 8 point almost 6. We're going to call it that. And someone on the stream is going like this, and it's my math teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Kendall. But in infinite loop, QLab doesn't know how long it's going to last. It's an infinite loop. It's going to last until you stop it. It's going to last till the end of time. It's going to last till the computer's power supply melts. I don't know. So it just shows the duration as if it doesn't loop infinitely. Listen, this is 1 loop's worth. And then what happens after that is your problem, human. OK? Yeah?
So I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm thinking ahead. So with a fade queue, would adjusting the length of the fade be as simple as adjusting the duration, and it'll automatically, and then can you go and shape the fade differently later down the road?
All good questions. OK, so you asked 2 questions in one. One is, if a fade queue's duration is 4, and I want it to be longer, 8, do I just change the duration numerically here? And the answer is yep. So now I have an 8-second fade. When I hit go, that fade takes twice as long. Not all queues with durations can be edited quite so simply. An audio queue, by default, the duration of an audio queue is the duration of the audio file that the queue plays. So if I have a 2-minute song or sound effect, and I drop that onto the audio queue as its target, then the duration of the audio queue is 2 minutes. We can adjust the audio queue's duration. We can make it longer by making some or all of the sound loop. Or changing the tempo of playback. We'll talk about that shortly. We could make it shorter by trimming the start and end time. We'll talk about that too. But you don't just go into the duration column and edit the duration of an audio queue. You do for fade queues and for other queues that don't target files. And the other question you asked was the shape of the fade, and we'll hold off on that.
Sure.
The last time column, post wait, is meaningless except in conjunction with the very last column over here, which is the continue mode. So by default, as I have said many times already this morning, when you tell a queue in QLab to go, that queue goes, and then QLab waits, standing by on the following queue, awaiting your instruction to go again. But if you know that you want the next queue to go automatically, you can set the first queue to continue. You click here in this column, and you get 2 choices beyond its default: auto continue and auto follow. We'll start with auto continue. When you set a queue to auto continue, that column shows a vertical downward pointing arrow. And what continue means is, when I go, I tell the queue after me, you go. I pass the baton, relay race style, right? So here, since the first queue is set to auto continue, it will go, and then the next queue will immediately also go. So we'll see the queue, and it'll immediately start fading out. But if we would like that to hang out a little bit, but a fixed amount of time, we could instead give it a post wait, let's say 3 seconds. And now when this queue goes, I hit go, the post wait starts counting down, and when the post wait concludes, the continue occurs, and the next queue goes. All the while, the playhead is hanging out on the first queue after the continue. Does that make sense? So the playhead was here. Ordinarily, it would have gone there, but because the continue caused this queue to go, QLab noticed and moved the playhead here for you. If instead of continue, I choose follow, then I don't get just a straight down pointing arrow. I get an arrow with a little flag. Here's a mnemonic for you, I hope. The arrow has a little flag. Flag starts with F, and follow starts with F. Also, ideally, the idea is like you think of a horizontal movement and then a vertical movement. It's following on, I don't know. And when you set a queue to follow, it is effectively saying, set the post wait equal to the duration. Follow means I go, and then when I am done, next queue goes. With a loop, that makes it a little, with an infinite loop, that makes it a little tricky. So follow ignores infinite loops in terms of calculating the time. So when I hit go, after a single loop of that animation, the follow, the torch is passed, and the next queue continues and plays. Yeah?
Does follow defined loops? Does that make sense?
Yes. So if you have non-infinite loops, those count towards the duration, the calculable duration of the queue. So if I, and in fact, actually what's going on here, I think, is that, nope, never mind. Never mind. Forget what I was about to say. Forget what I didn't say. That thing I didn't say it. Do not continue is the default, and that just shows the behavior that we've been seeing so far, which is a queue goes, and then QLab waits on you for the next queue. OK, that's the queue list. We see each queue in its own row. Each queue has its own thing going on. Continue makes queues happen together. When a queue is selected, the inspector, which is this bottom section here, shows all of the details of that queue in a tabbed interface. Each tab shows some set of information about the queue. The Basics tab, the Triggers tab, and so on. Every queue in QLab, every queue type has a Basics tab, and the Basics tab is generally all the same. There's a small difference in certain queues. Every queue has the Triggers tab. And then all the tabs after that are specific to the type of queue. So a fade queue has curve, levels, objects, geometry. But a memo queue has none of those. A light queue has levels and curve. A group queue has mode and sometimes timeline. So we're going to pass over talking about this right now. We'll talk about the Basics tab and the Triggers tab shortly. Well, the Basics tab shortly, and we'll talk about the Triggers tab later. And then the rest of the tabs of the inspector we will learn about as we get to each type of queue. But that's the inspector. The inspector can also be hidden entirely or dragged up and down to make more or less space. That's this section. The sidebar here shows 4 buttons at the top and then 2 tabs, lists and carts and active queues. Going to start with the buttons up top. Reset all, pause all, resume all, and panic all. When at least one queue is running, the pause all button is lit up yellow, which means you could press me and I would pause stuff. All the queues that are currently running get paused by the pause all button. When any queues are paused, the resume all button lights up, meaning click me and I will unpause all the currently paused queues. You could run some queues, pause all, run some more queues, pause all, run some more queues, pause all, then resume all would unpause everybody. Yeah? I used to work on a haunted house, which was super fun. The sort of default state of the haunted house before any patrons walk in is about 40 queues running as background in the various rooms. The busiest time when people are triggering every possible combination of queues by walking through sensors and things like that, we have 100 and change queues running. If I hit pause all before the house opens, then my background queues pause. And then people then come in crew and walk through sensors and trigger different cues, I might have other cues going that aren't my base cues. I hit pause all again, those cues stop. Pause. When I unpause, I get back everything, including the base cues that I paused first, right? There's no stepped resume all. The panic all button, the icon of which is a stop sign with a slope down, causes a panic in QLab. Panic is the feeling we expect that you feel when you need this button. Panic is, oh no, I started cues and I would like them to stop. And panic is a fade out and stop of everything that's running. The idea here is, if you play a piece of music at an inopportune moment, and you are not doing a Eugene Ionesco show, it will feel like an enormous mistake. If you stop it abruptly, and you are not doing a Eugene Ionesco show, it will feel like a second enormous mistake. But if you fade it out, there's a chance that it will feel like a weird design choice instead of an enormous mistake. We're just here to give you that chance. And at minimum, it is easier on the ears. I have found, especially, that the louder the inopportune cue is, the happier I am that it gets faded out and stopped instead of just stopped. And I don't know why that is, but also I, in my current stage of my life, am learning more and more about a thing called misophonia, which has been recently categorized as an actual cognitive issue, which is so great because it means that it's not just me being weird. Misophonia is undue distress due to sound. So some folks have like my aunt, oh my God, my Aunt Barbara. If you rub your hands over the carpet and make that kind of sound, she will look at you with death in her eyes, murder in her heart until you stop. That's just what she's like because the sound bothers her. I mean, like outsized bothers her. And it's called misophonia, and it's a real thing, and it happens at the cognitive level, and it's not her fault. And I have it too, and not carpet though. And so the fade out and stop for some reason like soothes that sensation for me. And this is a little bit far afield, I think, of the design choice in QLab to have it, but I think it is sort of undeniably pleasant that if we're hearing a bunch of stuff and we want to just knock it off, a little fade out and stop feels gentler. And again, it gives you that hope of making a real, true mistake seem maybe like not that big a mistake. More so even with video, right? You play some video and then it just stops dead. Someone's like, oh, someone screwed up. But if it fades out, they're like, why did that happen? Modern art, right? Yeah.
I know the button for panic because, of course, I do. Are there hotkeys for pause all and then play all? Because I do know.
Yeah, let's talk about keyboard shortcuts. That's great. Let me talk about one more thing about panic, which is while cues are panicking, asking for another panic causes what we call a hard stop, right? So if you hit the escape key, that is hardwired to panic. If you hit the escape key twice, you get everything stops dead. Sometimes folks ask, could we disable the escape key? My operator goes and hits it at inopportune times. And my answer is no, absolutely not. We are not going to disable the escape key, asterisk later, because my hope, first of all, there are places where stopping cues can be an actual life or death emergency context, right? If your theater is on fire in a way that the audience cannot tell, and your show is loud, and the fire department comes in, and a firefighter knocks on the door to the booth and says, I do beg your pardon, but we appear to be having an enormous fire in the other room. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to turn off all this loud noise and tell people to leave the theater that way. You hit escape. Panic. Don't panic, folks. You can go out over there. In fact, why don't you do that? In fact, how about right now? Right? If the person in the booth has had a cardiac event, I will want everyone here. I want everyone who's ever used QLab to be able to notice, fire department, huh? No one in the booth. I'll get up there and just hit escape because I know how QLab works, right? That's what I want. So I don't want anyone to go up to someone's booth and hit escape and nothing happens. They're like, gosh, that's odd. Let me figure this out. I'm going to find the show manual. It's under here some. Oh, no manual? OK, great. Well, I don't know. Start unplugging stuff, I guess. Like, I don't like that. Escape, stop. To escape, stop right now. Yeah? We'll talk about how to prevent someone who's excited about using the escape key from ruining your show a little later on. But now we'll talk about other keyboard shortcuts. Pause all and resume all are the left and right brackets, which are on a US keyboard just to the right of the letter P and just to the left of the pipe and backslash key. Bless you. Yeah, the vertical line is called a pipe character. It was really important for a long time in computers, so it's got a really prominent spot on the keyboard. And it is super not important to regular folks. Now, programmers still find it pretty important. Let's call it essential. So when I'm running this cue, the left bracket next to the P pauses all, the right bracket resumes all. And while we're at it, S is panic just for the selected cue. So two S's, beep beep, is hard stop just for the selected cue. And while we're at it, P is pause just for the selected cue. I'm only playing one cue right now, so it's not that exciting, but you get the picture. And P is in fact toggle pause just for the selected cue. Pause, unpause, to my heart's content. Yeah?
So with the S, like to pause or panic, so you click it twice and that's a hard stop, how do you resume play? Is it just like the play button, or would you?
So pause can be unpaused, right? But if I panic a cue with the S key, or with the escape key, which panics everything, or with the button on screen, there is no resuming. I have to go and start it again as though for the first time, right? Friends, let me be a design teacher for a moment and not a QLab teacher. The panic function in QLab is not a design tool. It is not a showtime tool. The panic is something you do during rehearsals when you know you just want to stop things, or if you have an actual emergency. An actual emergency could even just be a late actor. You know what I mean? Like either an art emergency or a real emergency. That is panic. If you are playing cues and you wish to stop playing cues as part of your design, program other cues to stop the ones you want stopped. Don't tell the operator to hit the escape key. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that if you're doing a quote-unquote normal show, your goal should be that the operator never presses anything but go, ever. If they are pressing something other than go all of the time, and it is not a weird show, reconsider your design approach, is my advice. If it is a weird show, weird stuff is going on, and by weird show I mean, okay, if it's Thursday, then scene 6 comes after scene 2. Right, that's a weird show. If you are working with the neo-futurists and we've got 30 plays to do tonight, we're going to roll dice to see which one's next, that's a weird show. Right? It's delightful. I mean, weird is not a derogatory word for me, right? It's an appealing word. But I'm going to distinguish between weird shows that do things oddly on purpose and quote-unquote normal shows, which basically linear, regular, dramatic action scenes progress in order 1, 2, 3, etc. Yeah? Yes?
So that means like say if you're in the middle of the show or rehearsal or whatever, and you need to just create a different cue, you could do that in real time.
Absolutely. And I have done shows. I've done sketch comedy shows as a designer where the show is being improvised. And my workspace looks like this. as the audience walks in. And then I, like a maniac, am making cues as fast as possible and running them. It's not my favorite way to live. I think that maybe is for a younger designer. I don't prefer it, but QLab doesn't mind. QLab's, I'm a computer. I can go very fast. Do whatever you want, man. Says the computer. So it's limited by human interaction speed. But indeed, in rehearsal, I work with a gentleman who, as a sound designer, he goes to rehearsal like an actor. He's there all day, every rehearsal. That's the way he rolls. And so he's constantly, on more interesting shows, constantly making cues, deleting cues, trying stuff, throwing stuff out, playing around. While cues are running, he deletes other cues and makes other cues, and it's fine. It's no problem. QLab doesn't mind. Likewise, if you're doing a show like the Neo-Futurists where you're skipping around at random during the show, QLab doesn't mind either. That's my first cue. I hit go, and now QLab's standing by that cue. But if the stage manager says, hey, we're skipping ahead, I can just go and click down here, and now that cue's next. I can go and click here, and now that cue's next. No problem. You can get yourself in trouble, right? Because if I skip over Q81, which fades out and stops this slide will keep going. So I have to know in the back of my mind, oh, I'm skipping around. I'll come back to you, pal. And then cues, 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 cues. I know that either I need to accept that that video will be up there forever, or I eventually have to make it back there so that I can hit go on that cue to get rid of that cue. But that's a design thing. That's not a program. Like, the machines don't care. No problem. That's an aesthetic choice. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah.
Just review the shortcuts for reset, pause, and resume.
I surely can, but before I do, allow me to teach a stagehand to fish. Let's go to the lower right corner of the Workspace window. There's a gear button there, and that opens the window called Workspace Settings. In Workspace Settings, which is like the backstage area of your cue list, go to Controls, Keyboard, and there you will see all the keyboard shortcuts for the sort of hands-on, immediate editing and playback tools. We haven't gone through nearly all of this, but here it is. I also will take this opportunity to point out the manual, QLab, oh dear, typing, .tips. The QLab manual is here. If you are feeling grumpy, you can go to QLab.wtf. We'll also take you to the manual. In fundamentals, no. In general, keyboard shortcuts. A comprehensive list of every keyboard shortcut in QLab. There are a number of them. The manual, in general, I will say, and this is not talking out of school, I wrote the manual, so I can feel, the manual is not meant to just sit down and read the whole thing, because it is 300 pages long. If you're the kind of person who does that, then more power to you. It certainly can be done that way. But the idea with the manual is it is comprehensive, and it is broken down into little sections. So you can go find the thing you're after. Oh, I need to know about audio. I need to know about the audio map editor. I need to know about the canvas. And boom, here it is. Don't worry about that, those words. Those words will mean something to you very soon. I need to know about networking, MIDI cues, and the settings tab. Okay, there it is. If you want to just read through linearly, by all means, read through linearly, but it doesn't expect you to and doesn't need you to. Yeah? But all of this is to say, you asked to go over the keyboard shortcuts again, and here we are in Workspace Settings, in Controls. And we can see Go is the space bar. V, we'll talk about V in a minute. It's very useful. We'll talk about it in a minute. Panic selected is S. S for selected, or S for stop, but stop gently. P for pause and resume selected. The left and right brackets are pause all and resume all. Not so much mnemonic available for those, but they're next to P for pause, and they're a pair, this and then a that, an A and a B, lefty and a righty. And then the escape key, a single press of the escape key is panic all, and a double press of the escape key is hard stop all. And there's more here. So we've been editing Q numbers and names by double clicking in the Q list and typing. But a selected Q, you can also type Q, the letter Q on the keyboard for editing the name. N for number. E for pre-wait. Do this for a living, folks. D for duration. W for post-wait. And C for continue mode. Yeah? Is good? Onward we go. So these 4 buttons, pause all, resume all, panic all, you will notice I skipped over this leftmost button here, and I did that on purpose because this button frightens me, and I encourage you to also be frightened by it. When you press this button, reset all, every Q in your whole workspace immediately stops. All the playhead in every Q list returns to the first Q in that list, and the first Q in every list is loaded, which we haven't talked about yet, and we will. Reset all, I have found, is really only suitable in one context, and that context is in rehearsal when the director or the stage manager says loudly to the whole room, "All right, folks, we're going to take it from the top," or analogous statement. That is the only time I have ever found myself pressing the reset button. I encourage you to treat it with extreme caution because it's like panic, but more panicky. Yeah? And in this case, panic is not so much the feeling you have already felt, but it's more like the feeling that you will soon feel upon pressing the button at any time other than the context I just described. Yeah? Great. I have grand plans for how to use that space in QLab in the future. It's going to be great. It's going to be a button that's going to be so much calmer. You're going to be very mellow when you use that button. Why did I say that? Okay. Then below that, two tabs, lists and carts and active queues. We're going to talk about active queues first. When nothing's happening in QLab, this space is very dull. But when any queues are running, those queues are listed here. This is a list of queues that are currently active. Active means running or paused, or in the midst of fading out, which is still running, actually. Okay? A queue that is active appears here. By default, the most recently started queues are at the top, and as you add more queues, they appear below. But there's a checkbox in settings to invert that list. The haunted house comes to mind. I've got 40 queues running as my base layer. I don't really care about those. I don't want to scroll through 40 queues to see, hey, how did that scream sound? Right? How's that scream going? No, I would rather have it be upside down and have the most recent queues appear at the top. So I can see just from looking, oh, someone just walked into the washroom. Oh, someone just walked into suite 13, right? So, but by default, most recent appears at the bottom of the list. And in this active queues display, you can do some things. You can pause an individual queue or resume it. You can panic an individual queue. So I'm going to panic the Voxel logo here. Just the Voxel logo disappears. But the background stays and the animation stays. And you can grab this sort of, if you've noticed, when I put my mouse over this progress bar, you see a yellow line on the leading edge. I can stop and drag and scrub in time. Now, because I'm just scrubbing a little loop, it's pretty unexciting scrubbing. But hopefully you can see the effect. Yeah? If this were a movie that was progressing, scrubbing it would be more visibly obvious. We also see the name and number of each queue, and then on the left we see the time counting up, and on the right we see the time counting down towards the end, just for reference. Something I realize now that I skipped over. The pre-wait, duration, and post-wait column, by default, show time counting up towards the end of those times. But by clicking this chevron, pointing it in the other direction, you can switch it to show time counting down, right? If you're calling out times to someone else, all right, stand by in 3, 2, 1, maybe easier to use time counting down. For whatever reason, I always prefer pre-waits counting down. It's a countdown to launch of the queue. That's just a matter of taste. Queues in active queues. Yeah, okay, great. So that's it. That's active queues. Yeah. Yeah.
Would it be possible to, for example, like make a screen go black when you pause and then resume when it goes back to an image or something?
Are you asking as a matter of course or as a design choice?
If it's just possible.
Right now, when you pause video, it appears frozen in time. You could make a dip to black yourself without too much difficulty. You could make a queue that sends the pause all message to QLab, and then immediately following that, you could make a video queue that is black that appears in front of all other video queues. And then you would have to program another resume action that resumes all and then stops your black curtain. And then you would need to assign keyboard shortcuts to those two queues that you just created. You could, in controls, unassign the brackets and assign the brackets to your special pause and resume with blackout curtain cues. So not that hard, but not default. Certainly audio, when you pause it, becomes silent, which is because of how sound works, right? So a lot of things paused sort of appear to stop happening. Video doesn't, light doesn't, right? If you're in the middle of a light queue that's fading and you pause, it just stays where it is. It doesn't go black. That would be dangerous, I guess, if it did that by default. So if you'd like to, we can demo how to make those queues like you just asked, if you like. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I'm skipping ahead, but did you say that you could assign specific cues to keyboard hotkeys?
You are skipping ahead, and I did say that. So I guess I skipped ahead first. The one time that I taught this class, someone asked about the triggers tab early on, and I said something like 12 times, and we'll get to that later, right? And I watched myself back on tape, and I'm like, do not say it that many times. But we will get to that later. You can start counting now. Please don't. OK, active queues. The other tab here is the lists and carts tab, and it shows all the lists and carts. I haven't talked about carts. We'll talk about them in a minute. That are in your workspace. As I said before, any number of you can have any number of queue lists in your workspace that you like. When I do a show, a real show, not a demo of or anything. When I do a show, I have all my queues for the show in one queue list, all my checkout queues in a second queue list. So that's sound check, video check if there's a video queue, if it's a video show or whatever. Then I have a third list for cut queues. When I have a script which I wrote where a queue that is selected, if I type Control-X on the keyboard, that queue gets moved to my cut list. And the reason is I do not like it when on Tuesday, the designer I'm assisting says, you can cut that. And then on Wednesday, the designer says, remember that queue we cut? Let's get it back. That makes me anxious to not be able to do quickly. So I made this move to cut list thing. So that's my cut list. I have a bunch of scripts like the one I just described in a scripts list. And then I have another list for notes because a designer that I work with will sometimes say, take a note, and is it shift question mark? Is it just question mark? Oh, I didn't put it in this workspace. I have a script for popping up a box, type a note, press enter, and it gets stored in the notes list. We'll talk about that if you want to talk about that when we talk about scripting. So those are the lists I use. I got you. I'll be right with you. Other folks, maybe they put Act 1 in one QList and Act 2 in another QList. That makes no sense to me, but if it makes you happy, go in health. I toured a show that had a full version, then a 1-hour matinee version, and then a 20-minute school cafetorium version, God help us. And so I programmed the whole show in the main list, then I copied and pasted into the 1-hour version and cut all the stuff that's not in the 1-hour version of the show. And then I cut and pasted into the 20-minute version, cut everything that's not in the 20-minute version. And then I had those 3 lists so I could just open up the correct list for today's performance. The tricky thing there is if we make a change to the main show, I have to remember to copy that change into my 1-hour version and my 20-minute version. But it was convenient for me for that tour. So that's another way to use lists. However you wish to use lists, use lists. Yeah.
But like, say if I had like, if this is like making a new show or a talk show within this, I could put a template within that, like a template of a script that would end up being a teleprompter, of course. But I could put like the template of a script within the list, like if someone might like lose it or something.
Can you tell me more what you mean by a template of a script?
So pretty much like, say if there's like a host and they're talking and they always have like this, welcome to so-and-so, my name is blah, 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 and do whatever. Like,
And you're displaying that using cues?
no, like just to have it like stored somewhere.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah. That's a new one on me. It's not a use that I'd considered before, but I certainly don't object. Yeah. We'll talk a little bit later about templates and about how to make new workspaces come into being already with all your favorite stuff in them. Right? When I make a new workspace on my Mac, it appears with those cue lists I just talked about, with all my scripts already in it, with my keyboard shortcut changes that I like because I'm a fussy little guy, all that way. So we can talk about how to do that, and we will when we talk about templates. Yeah.
I was just curious if you would be going into like how you make that command to cut from the main list to the cut list.
Yeah, we'll talk about that on Friday. We'll talk about scripting on Friday. And the reason we wait till Friday is because not everyone is excited about scripting. And on Friday is when you're most likely to wish to tune out anyway. So I can be like, hey, you folks who do not find this interesting, go ahead and do that tuning out now. You folks who do find this interesting, hang in there, because here we go. But the short answer is QLab has very rich support for Apple's scripting language called AppleScript, which they pushed really hard in the 90s, and then I think kind of forgot about pretty recently, and have kind of like, well, like recently, like about a decade ago, they started like, yeah, AppleScript exists. Yeah. But there was a while where Apple's, it seemed like there was an internal rule in Apple. If you make an app in Apple for the Mac, it must have robust AppleScript support, stem to stern. And that was the way that they got people to get into it. It's a scripting language, which comes with a lot of pluses and minuses. But we built it into QLab early on, and we've gotten so much use out of it that despite its flaws and quirks, it stays useful. So we stick with it. So we'll get into that later on. Okay, lists and carts. Okay, so in this workspace, each sort of lesson of this class is separated into its own list. So if I'm doing this class, some other time, and the next topic wants to be workflow tools, I can just jump right to my workflow tools, and here they are. Or ETC, remote control. If I did a class at ETC's office in New York, and we talked about how to make QLab and ETC's lighting consoles play together, and this was the first list I jumped to. So it's an organizational tool for the class that I find very convenient. And then carts we'll talk about in due course. That's the sidebar. The very last part of this window is the footer, which on the left has 2 buttons, edit and show, which are kind of like a single slidey button. Edit mode, show mode. And when you go into show mode, QLab has a couple of behaviors that change that I want to emphasize. First of all, the inspector's gone. Because in show mode, you cannot change cues, move cues, add cues, or delete cues. You can change settings, but not cues. The idea with show mode is, what do I want to change during a show or on the day of a show, and what do I not want to change? What I don't want to change is my cues. We've already been through rehearsals. We're done with that. It's a show day. Don't change cues. But settings might need to change, particularly on a tour. If you come with your show and you plug into a new system and the new system has other parameters that you need to accommodate, so you might need to change some settings. Show mode also, here, hang on a second. Show mode optionally also disables Command Tab switching. Oh, Spotify, you can go away forever. It disables mission control, which is Apple's window management, where you they all fly away or they all fly back. You look at windows only for one app. And it also temporarily activates automatically hide and show the dock, which I already have activated because I don't want to look at it all the time. The other thing show mode does is it turns on a thing called latency critical mode, which is something that happens under the covers, which basically tells the Mac OS, hey, Mac OS, I'm doing something time sensitive. If it looks like I'm doing nothing, I am not doing nothing. If it looks like you should prioritize some other program instead of me, you should not do that. I am busy. Leave me alone. AKA how all software worked before computers got so clever. But the truth is that there is so much brain power in modern computers that things like not in latency critical mode are actually really valuable because if this, here's a metaphor. You have a big, huge engine in some vehicle and you keep your foot on the accelerator all the way down all the time. You burn up all the fuel that you've got quickly. If you have a little teeny tiny engine and you keep your foot down on the accelerator all the time, you burn up your fuel slowly. The computer's engines are very, very big. And not having latency critical mode allows the computer to ease off the accelerator. On a laptop, that's really great. Battery lasts forever when it's doing very little. When it's doing more work, the software can say, I'm doing more work now, ramp up please, and the computer wakes up and gets all excited and starts using more electricity. But when the activity stops, the computer can ramp down again. That was not something computers could always do. It was basically always like, I'm working or I'm not working. But the side effect is, the Mac can watch applications and say, oh, you're really busy, I'm gonna let you have resources. Or, oh, you're not really busy, I'm gonna not let you have resources. I'm going to give some available memory to this other program who's busy over here. And you can let me know when you need more. But for us in the theater, not busy is standing by. It is imminently before busy. It is pre-busy. And so the Mac OS doesn't know about that. Mac OS doesn't know about standing by. And we don't want to make you press a button for standing by. That would be ridiculous. So we have this setting, and Apple provides it, latency critical mode, where when you are in show mode, the QLab is telling the Mac, I could be busy at any moment. Don't throttle me. Don't squeeze me out. Don't let someone else have my RAM or anything. Does that make sense? I'm trying to strike a balance about how technical to get in the description because it's very murky. All right. The critical thing is that I want to tell you is be in show mode when it's showtime. It will prevent you from accidentally moving cues. Remember my excitable high school student with the mouse that didn't work? He moved cues by mistake. He didn't mean to, but he dropped the mouse on the mouse pad as he went to drag it. It would double click because it bounced twice because of the floppy little mouse, and then drag a cue with him as he moved it, and made me crazy. So we went into show mode a lot. Okay, that's show mode. What show mode is not is any form of security. Getting out of show mode is as easy as pressing edit. There is no passcode, there's no password, there is no lock, and I am reticent to be in favor of one because my feeling is if you cannot trust the person sitting at the computer, it is not a little passcode on edit mode that's going to change that trust. Someone who wants to make trouble could unplug the Mac. Someone who wants to steal your files could quit QLab and steal your files. So I want you to think about show mode as something that prevents accidents, not something that is a form of security. Back in edit mode, let's look at these other buttons here. This button hides and shows the toolbox, which is a hidden part of the UI that I never remember to talk about until I get to this button. The toolbox is a vestige of QLab from before there was a toolbar. And people liked it. And when we took it away, when we invented the toolbar, they said, we miss it. So we brought it back. And now it's here. Everything you can do here, you can do here. We'll talk about making Q shortly and just how many ways there are to do it. But this button, which has the line on the left, is hide and show the left thing. This button, which has the line on the top, is hide and show the top thing. This button over here is hide and show the inspector, the bottom thing. And this button is hide and show the sidebar on the right. That's all those buttons are for. In the middle, here we see 1,743 Qs in 45 lists and carts. The main function of this number is to brag about how cool you are and all your Qs you made. The second most useful function is when you open up a workspace, if that number is not the number you're expecting, it gives you a moment to say, am I opening the wrong version of this workspace? Did I save a copy yesterday, then make all my changes in the other copy, and I accidentally opened the first copy? Something like that, yeah? Over on the right is an exclamation point in a triangle, a little safety warning triangle. And that only appears when your workspace contains warnings. Warnings are anytime QLab notices something that is or might be a problem. A broken queue is a warning. A broken queue is definitely a problem, assuming the queue belongs in your show. A setting that has an unexpected value maybe is a problem. We call that a non-breaking warning. So for example, QLab has the ability to send video out using a video technology called Siphon. Siphon is a way of getting video out of one program and into another program on the same computer in real time in a way that doesn't use too much power. It's very clever. But if I'm sending out Siphon and this other piece of software is receiving Siphon, the receiving software hollers back and says, got it, thank you, all good. If QLab doesn't hear that got it, thank you, that's a non-breaking warning, saying Siphon is not, no one's listening. And I don't know if that's a problem or not, but I thought I'd tell you, human. That's a non-breaking warning. When this triangle appears, you can click it, and it will open up a window called the Workspace Status window to its first tab called the Warnings tab, which will show you all the warnings. We'll talk more about the Workspace Status window later. For me, for this guy, if it's show day and that triangle is there, I'm very unhappy. So I use that Warnings tab. It says here 28 broken queues and warnings. Best believe I am addressing 28 problems before I leave on the last day of tech rehearsal. Yeah? Okay. The last button, the gear button, opens Workspace Settings, which we already looked at real quick to look at the keyboard shortcut map. The settings of QLab, these settings all belong to the workspace itself. When I open up a new workspace, everything here might be different. And critically, these settings travel with the workspace. If I copy the workspace off of this Mac onto my Mac to go off and do this show somewhere else, those settings come with me, right? So we want that. There are a bunch of them, and we'll go through them in time. But the key point I want to make as we start is, A, they are grouped according to this left-sided list. is the first thing, and that they stay with the show. That's the essentials. Done. Goodbye for now. Okay. It has been an hour and 42 minutes since we began the class, roughly. This seems to me like a natural juncture for a short break. So let's take, 5 to 8 minutes. Get a drink of water, use the restroom, whatever. And when we come back, we will talk about the inspector. And then, we'll talk about the inspector, and then we'll talk about other stuff. Thank you. I'm going to turn my microphone off for a few minutes. Alrighty, folks. Are we all met? Let us resume. Okay. So you've now had a complete tour of the main workspace window and a hint that there are other windows, and there are still other windows yet to come. There are windows upon windows. And pretty soon you will wish for a larger screen. But we're going to dive in a little deeper now. We're going to talk about the Basics tab, which is present for all types of queues, and through it, hopefully, get you start to feel a little more comfortable with the inspector as a premise. From there, we'll go to making and targeting queues, and then from there, we'll jump into audio. Is good? Okay, great. So the Basics tab, as I said, exists for every type of queue and looks almost exactly the same for every type of queue. And fortunately for you, you already know a lot of what's going on in the Basics tab. The queue number is the queue number. Oops. The queue duration is the queue duration. Pre-wait is pre-wait. Post-wait is post-wait. Continue mode is continue mode. Name is name. But now some clues. Here, the name appears in this queue dim, gray, pale, ghostly. Whereas in this queue, it appears robust. This is a name I gave. This is a default name. If I typed fade and stop QClass robust, if I get rid of that name, ghostly, default name. Just a little clue. Notes, we talked about notes already. Target here, this is the part when I said the Basics tab looks more or less the same for every type of queue. This is the more or less I'm talking about. If I select this group queue, target says not applicable because group queues don't have targets. If I select this light queue, and I go to the Basics tab, target not applicable because light queues don't have targets. If I select this video queue, the target shows me the path to the file which the video queue targets. Production, desktop, QClass 5, video, and then this PNG file. Are you folks hip to path as a concept in computers? Is anyone not? It's actually going to matter shortly. Okay, great. This is a Unix concept. Unix is, do you remember what Unix stands for?
No.
Yeah, it's an acronym made by nerds in the 50s. 50s? 60s? A long time ago. It's an acronym that describes a family of operating systems for computers. And things got built on top of Unix, and there are branches, and it's a complicated family tree, and many people feel very, very strongly that this type of Unix is it, and this type of Unix is nonsense. And to the rest of us, we think, how is it possible that that's a topic one could feel strongly about? Apple built Mac OS on top of a flavor of Unix called BSD, the Berkeley Systems Distribution. Berkeley as in UC Berkeley, California, where many groovy, nerdy things come from. Path is a Unix concept, which you're like, why are we getting this computer science history lesson? Path is a Unix concept that matters when you're talking about files on any computer that is built on top of Unix. And basically, the path to a file is the full description of where that file is. I have a computer. In the computer is a disk. In the disk is a folder. In the folder is another folder. In the folder is another folder. And in that folder is another folder. And in that folder is my file. So this shows the path in a sort of graphically appealing way. But if I open a window in the Finder, which is Mac OS's where you are in the Mac OS when you are in no other program. And I go to the View menu and I choose Show Path Bar, which I really encourage you to show because it is a really useful thing to show in the Finder. Again, View menu, Path Bar.
I just learned that the Finder has a View Path Bar.
Isn't that nice down at the bottom there? It's super useful. Whatever.
Glad I came to this class.
What'd I say? Someone always at the, some expert who invented QLab learned something. All right, check. I can go home now, goodbye. The selected file shows its whole path, which is to say the entire journey up the hierarchy of files in the file system, up to production, which is the topmost folder available. So here's, what's actually going on is Macintosh HD, which is vestigial. It's not a hard disk anymore, it's a solid state disk. Macintosh HD is the name of the disk built into this Mac. And then in there is a users folder, which there is. And in the users folder is the user named production. This is the home folder of the person logged into this Mac whose name is production, an imaginary person who we all are when we are using it. By convention, once you are inside your home folder, everything upstream in the file system is just a tilde represents your home folder. So when you see tilde slash something, 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 that just means like, yeah, disk, whatever, users, whatever, your name, now it matters. So production is the user's name. There's no tilde, but when we see production, we say, oh, that's me. And what's upstream of me is meaningless, because that's computer land where my files don't really matter. Because in the world of Unix, your files are in your home folder and nowhere else. Asterisk. Asterisk, not my business. So that's the path. And the reason that that's important is because this, what's called a well, this little rectangle with the rounded corners where the file is also a drop target. So I could go open a folder and find some video, and I could take some other image and drop it in there. And then it would become the file target. I'm not going to do that because I like this just how it is. But it's a droppable space. The little X button next to it lets me unset the target. So if I click that button, it tells the queue, this is no longer your file. It will clear the target, and then the queue will become broken because it has no target. Yeah.
Video into the workspace, it creates the queue and then it gives the name as the file name.
Yeah.
When you do what you just demonstrated, does it change the file? Like, does it change the name of the queue automatically if you change the file?
I will answer your question for you, but gloss over it for you all, and we will get to it very shortly. If you haven't edited the name, yes, it will do that.
If you haven't touched it, it does it automatically.
Yeah, but we'll talk about targeting queues in a second because it's actually a slightly deeper, hairier topic. Yeah.
So if you just import like an audio file from your like desktop into the target line in QLab, does that bring the file into, or does that bring the file you put in the target into the QLab show files media folder?
We'll talk about that also shortly. I wanna sort of focus for now on the using this bit of screen, and then we'll get to the hairy stuff over time. But thank you for queuing that. I'll make sure to hit both those topics. The magnifying glass shows me in the Finder the file in situ. So if you've got files in weird places, where did I put this file? You hit the magnifying glass and there it is. Okay. We already talked about notes. Color. Color is fun. Although QLab doesn't have a ton of it because hopefully all of the color, as in excitement, is happening on stage. And the idea is that QLab should be kind of bland and not too eye-catching because a person running a show has got a lot to take in and we don't want QLab hollering at you. But sometimes it's useful to make a queue distinct in some way. And if you click here, you will get a list of colors which you can use to highlight the queue. So I've set that queue to be yellow, and now that queue is yellow. It doesn't mean anything, it doesn't do anything, it's just yellow. When I'm doing a show with a lot of show control, and I have a lot of queues in QLab that send messages to other computers or other devices, I set my show control queues to be, say, orange. So that as I'm scanning through my queue list, if I see an orange queue, I know this queue does something to that guy's machine, and he's going to care if I run that queue while we're not running the show, right? A problem with show control, a small problem, but a serious problem, is when the stage manager calls hold, it's going to be 10 minutes for the scenery folks to reset the turntable, and 10 minutes? Sound, I'm going to program ahead. Lights, I'm going to program ahead. Video, I'm programming ahead. Sound might try running some queues, but if I've got show control queues that trigger lights and video, and we're in that 10-minute hold, and they're working away on their things, and I accidentally run that show control queue, specifically the lighting person, generally speaking, lighting programmers are kind of fastidious people, and he'll pick his hands up like that and say, I didn't do that. What happened? Something happened. He knows exactly what happened. He knows he could just simply say, hey, Sam, you just sent me a trigger. But no, it's always, hey, I don't know, I'm displeased. So I make them orange so that they hopefully jump out at me a little bit. I don't know if anyone here has worked with a high-intensity lighting programmer, but it's usually someone whom like, can I get you whatever the opposite of coffee is? Can I go, I don't know, can you just take it down a notch? Because actually, everything here is optional. You understand that, right? There's no rocketry happening. No one's being sent to another planet. There's no surgery. This is theater. On the other hand, it's actually hard to do what they do well fast. So I respect that a great deal. And a good lighting programmer is so worth their weight on the show, just for keeping everything on the rails. So that's the color. You can choose any color you like from this list. There are other secret colors which you can scour the internet for learning about. They're just there for fun. The purpose of this list, as it's currently designed, is to accommodate all of the known color vision deficiency forms that exist in humans, with the exception of the one that I don't remember the name of, where you have no cones in your eyes at all, which makes it very, very difficult to use a computer as a sighted person in the first place. So that can't really be accommodated in this list. But if you have any form of color vision deficiency, as far as I'm aware, there are still 3 colors in this list that look different to everybody. And the idea is anyone, my hope is, can use no color and then 3 other colors to have 4 distinct hues. That's the goal of this list. The padlock unlocks a second color menu, which looks exactly like the first one. And the first color, which is called the Q color, and the second one, which is called the second color, this one is the color of a queue before it's run. And this is the color of a queue after it's run. So this was most well illustrated by the guy who used to run audio for the Patriots and the Red Sox, who had a list of advertisements that he was required to play. But the deal was, it didn't matter when you played them, you just had to play them before the 7th inning. So he wanted to make sure that he could be sure, oh, now's a good moment for an ad, pick an ad that I haven't played and play it. He wanted them to change color after he played them. So, second color, red, now every cue that's red has been done. When you reopen the workspace, or use the dreaded reset button, or individually reset a cue, its second color status gets restored. Yeah? So by saying color pink and second color no color, that means it's pink until I run it. By saying color no color, second color pink, it's not pink until I run it. Or I can say make it one color, and then when I play it, change it to another color. Yes?
Does Panic reset it?
Panic does not reset it. Reset resets it, and closing and reopening the workspace resets it. But Panic deliberately doesn't reset it.
Is there, maybe it's probably an individual queue reset?
Yeah, you can reset an individual queue with an OSC message. You can, is there another way to reset an individual queue?
Scripting?
Yeah, you can script it. But again, the idea is this is like a, I guess part of the idea is this is actually a good time to use the big scary reset button, right? All of my colors.
Did you also mention the reset queue?
No, I should do that too. That's good. There is a reset queue right here.
Okay, so that can target an individual.
A reset queue targets a queue, and when you run the reset queue, its target queue is reset, which means any temporary state is reverted to its saved state. Thank you, Chris. Okay, that's color and second color. Next checkbox here is flagged. When you check the flagged checkbox, a flag appears next to the queue. If the queue is inside a group, the group also gets a hollow flag saying one of the queues in me is flagged. A flagged queue is just a flagged queue. It doesn't change any behavior. The only thing a flagged queue does is it will make the queue appear in the list of warnings. Where are we? Up there. But the warning is just flagged. It's not a problem. It doesn't mean anything is wrong. I use flagged every time the designer that I'm working for goes like this. When we play a queue in a run through, right? Flag it. F for flag selected. So as we're working our way through a run, and I just see her go, this is one designer I've worked with for like 12 years, 15 years now. She's great. We have a great working relationship. We've got into this part where it's just like body language is all that's necessary. So when I watch her shoulders slump, I'm like, okay, we're editing that cue tomorrow. It's nice to be able to work with someone in that way. She's a spectacular designer where our skill set overlap is actually small. She's very good at things that I'm not really good at. I'm very good at things that she's not really good at. And so it becomes a really interesting collaboration because she's like, do the thing that you do that I don't know anything about to make that like that. And I'm like, yeah, I know what that means now. But the first time we worked together, I was like, who are you? You know, and it was a good, anyway. QLab facilitated a growth of that by making things like this flag checkbox. Because she'd go like this, and I flagged the thing, and then she'd go like this again, I flagged the thing, and then I flagged 8 queues. Then we're at the end of the run through, and she comes up to me with her notepad. She's like, Sam, we have got a lot of work to do. I'm like, yes, queue 8, 12, 49, 67. And she's like, oh, yes, exactly, yes, very good. Are my shoulders that noticeable? Yes, Leah, they're that noticeable. That's the flag checkbox. The auto load checkbox opens a can of worms that always makes me do this. Okay, here we go. Once upon a time, when QLab 1 roamed the Earth, computers were basically not that fast. Specifically, most computers had a hard disk in them that was not that fast. It spun at 5,400 revolutions per minute, which sounds awfully fast to me, but is actually, it turns out, not that fast when compared to the computer asking the disk, would you please give me this specific piece of information? No, I don't know where it is. You stored it, not me. And the disk is, I'll be with you in a moment. And that was aggravating to people who were like, the director's like, run this queue the instant we see the actor on stage. And the hard disk is like, what do you mean the instant? I gotta find it. So QLab had a thing called loading. When a queue ran, and then the play had landed on the following queue, that following queue loaded itself. And one of the things loading involved was, hey, disk, go get me the first 2 seconds worth of audio of the audio file that I'm targeting, or video, the video file I'm targeting. That was one of the things. But I can generalize it to say, QLab did all the things it could do to prepare the queue to go, other than actually running the queue. There's buffering and thread things and computer science stuff. Okay? Now, as time went on, computers got faster, but while we want QLab to do more sophisticated things these days, the basic action of start queue, play sound, like that's the same as it used to be. And now the computer is exponentially more powerful. It is so much more powerful that Apple several times had to go to Congress and ask Congress to raise the limit on the definition of a supercomputer so that the computers could be sold to other countries. Otherwise, it counted as exporting a weapon. Oh dear. This Mac Mini is a weapon? Well, yeah, if I pick it up and kind of Yeah, okay, no. They're very, very, very fast. They contain solid state disks now. People have heard SSD before. Apple just calls it storage these days. Storage is a nice sort of soft and approachable term. I know what storage is. Yeah, it's my closet. Yeah, no problem. SSD stands for solid state disk, and it's like RAM that doesn't, RAM, which is random access memory, the thing that's so very expensive when you buy a new computer. It's a little chip. It's not a little disk that spins around with a needle that reads data off of it, which is shocking that it ever worked. It's a little computer chip that even when the power goes out, it stays safe. It knows what it knows. When the power goes out, it doesn't change. When the power comes back, it's changeable, reading or writing new information, no problem. The slowest SSD is about 7 times faster than the fastest hard disk. Macs, one of the reasons that they're more expensive than Windows computers generally, again, asterisk, is that Apple doesn't use the slowest SSDs. Even in their low-end Macs, they use pretty impressive SSDs, and in their higher-end Macs, they use, as they say in the New England, wicked fast SSDs. They use outrageously fast SSDs. And for that reason alone, if not others, it is no longer mandatory to load a queue before playing it. If I have a queue that's supposed to happen instantly when the actor appears and the operator presses go, unless the computer is in the middle of doing a lot of other stuff, you will hear that sound immediately in terms of human perception, right? If we could slow down and move at the speed of a computer, trillions of operations per second, the person presses go, and then the mountains rise and fall, and an ice age comes and goes before the actual thing happens, because the computer is very, very fast. But in terms of human perception, we're talking about substantially less than milliseconds, microseconds, nanoseconds, I don't know. Very, 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 very quickly. But if your computer is doing tons of stuff, you find that that immediacy might be reduced. If your computer is in the middle of a lot of operations, if you're running Final Cut in the background and rendering a film, if you are running Blender and producing a 3D environment from scratch while you take a cue, the cue feels a little pokey. And so, maybe more relevantly, if you're running lots of other cues in QLab and then you take a cue, it might not feel super immediate. So we give you the option to load a cue. Optional. If you want a cue to automatically load when the playhead lands on it, you can check that box. And then when the playhead lands on the cue, you see the yellow circle appears, that means loaded. QLab has done all the things it needs to do to prepare to play the cue as quickly as possible when you press go. In this context, because I'm only playing this, the difference between loaded and not loaded is going to be an imperceptibly small amount of time. But if I were playing a large number of 4K resolution videos on a large number of screens, the loading would probably make a difference. Does that make sense? I am begging you to consider this auto load checkbox as a thing to try if and only if you have noticed that when you press go on certain cues, it doesn't happen fast enough. That is the only time that you should think about checking that box. What you should not do is what a certain individual who contacted us for support once a long time ago did, which was just figure, well, I definitely want my cues to happen fast. I'll just check that on all my cues. And here's why. If I'm playing Q1, and Q2 is a sequence of 8 8K videos with effects and blending and crossfades and all kinds of whiz-bang stuff, loading that cue could be so laborious for the computer that it could cause my first cue, which is just one song, to stutter, to skip in its playback, because the computer diverts all of its attention and resources to loading up that huge stack of other stuff. But perhaps I have written my cues in such a way that I know that Q1, the simple song, will be done for several minutes before Q2 needs to play. So auto-loading Q2 actually causes a problem that would not occur if I hadn't checked auto-load. In that case, in that situation I just described, we could use a load cue and target the second cue and make it Q1.5. and ask the stage manager to call it during the gap between queues 1 and 2. Then it would load Q2, and Q2 would then load while nothing else is happening. No one would be the wiser, and then Q2 is ready to play lickety-split. Yeah.
So just like in the situation that you're describing, like let's say I have a jingle, and then I do have 8K videos that I need to play. And maybe I don't want to ask my stage manager to call 8 nothing queues for all of my loading. Is something like to prevent my first video from skipping, is doing something like putting time delays for each of those loading things so that QLab's is not loading 8 things at once. It's loading the first video, and then it's going to reload the second video, and then it's going to reload the third. So it's not getting slammed. And so that's that preload queue is like waiting for 10 seconds to give the first guy a chance to load, and then it's your turn, and then it's the next video.
I like that approach very much.
Yeah, okay.
I would do that. I can count on one hand all the times I've ever really need to think about this in a real show environment. Right? Like I've had to do it for sure, but it's not a lot. It's really not. And you know, with recent model Apple Silicon and audio only shows, just doesn't come up that often. Not never, but not often. Any other questions about loading and auto loading and the checkbox? Do folks believe me about not doing it if you don't have to? Okay, great. I've just started asking that because sometimes I get someone like, I don't know, man. Why do you even have that checkbox? Okay, here we go. The next checkbox is armed, and by default it is checked. A queue that is armed will happen when it's triggered. A queue that is armed is saying, yeah, my action is available to you. When a queue becomes disarmed, it is drawn with safety stripe diagonal lines. And when you run a queue that is disarmed, its action does not occur. You can think of disarming as sort of like muting, but it's not just audio mute. It's like everything mute. It's like action mute. However, a disarmed queue still takes up space in the queue list. So the playhead lands on it, and you have to hit go or move the playhead away from it by hand if you want to move onward. That's the default behavior of disarmed queues. And the reason for that is we want you to be able to disarm a queue without interrupting the workflow of the operator. Maybe you have a list of queues that have continues and follows. A disarmed queue should not disrupt the time frame of those continues and follows. It should allow that to continue and follow as it did before, unaffected. But sometimes you would like a disarmed queue to be as though it is not even there. And so this is our first new in QLab 5.5 thing that we've talked about today. Skip if disarmed is another checkbox. If that checkbox is checked, the disarmed queue is shown with some wavy lines. And a skip if disarmed queue, if a queue is set to skip if disarmed, is then disarmed, it is as though that queue doesn't exist. When I hit go on this queue, the playhead skips over. Skip if disarmed. It is exactly as if I deleted the queue. It's just still showing there. So this might be my new default instead of my cut script, right? I actually don't think it will be because the operator still sees it. And the stage manager will call sound 80, go, sound 82, go, and my operator will be like, I got an 81 here. Oh, it skips. Okay, great. Like, whatever. It also shows the word skip in the duration with some down arrows, trying to make it as obvious as possible to you what's going to happen. And the wavy lines are meant to sort of make you think of like something's going past, I don't know, it's Wayne's World, right? Deedly-doo, deedly-doo, deedly-doo. I'm not here, I'm moving somewhere else. I don't know. It's just, I tried to make a pattern that looked very different from the safety stripes. So that's skip if disarmed. And a skip if disarmed queue, when armed, behaves just like any other queue. So this checkbox here does nothing unless this checkbox is unchecked. It's a little weird. It's a deliberate double negative. Questions here? Make sense? Doubts and fears? Okay, great. That's the whole Basics tab. Oh, no, the target. We didn't talk about targets that target other queues. So when we looked at the video queue, we saw the file well here that let us show the whole path to the target queue. But when you select a queue whose target is other queues, you see the queue number and name. And you can change the target here. I'm sorry, I typed something invalid. You can change it here, just the same way as you can go in here and change it. Right? The magnifying glass jumps the selection to the target queue. Go select my target so that you can do stuff to it. Some queues have the ability to target not just queues, but settings as well. Fade queues and reset queues can adjust settings in the workspace. So while I have, say, a start queue, which can only target queues, this fade queue could be asked to target queues, patches, or maps. And we'll talk about that and why you might do that later on, but for now I just want to point out that it is possible. And that's the Basics tab of the inspector. The Triggers tab is a lesson unto itself, and we've gone so long without actually making queues, and I appreciate your patience. It's been 2 hours of class, and we haven't made any queues yet. It is called QLab, right? It's not called Settings Lab. So, making and targeting queues. There are a sort of surprising number of ways to make a queue. I'm going to make an audio queue in every way that is possible, except for scripting and automation, and to make my point. To make an audio queue, I can go in the toolbar and click once. I can go in the toolbar and click, hold, and drag. I can go to the Queues menu and choose Audio. If I look in the Queues menu, I see that the first 10 types of queues have a command and number key equivalent. So I can type command 1, and that also makes an audio queue because that's listed here as command 1. I can open the toolbox and double-click an audio queue. I can also go to the toolbox, click, drag an audio queue in. And now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 audio queues I just created using 6 different approaches. Finally, I can go into my workspace, go into the Finder, look on my computer for a piece of audio, drag it in to QLab, and drop it, and I will now have a 7th audio queue, but this one already has a piece of audio attached to it. It has its target preset because I started with the target itself. Yeah? For all these other 6 queues, they have a red X, they're broken, they have no target, they don't know what to do with themselves. So we have to give them a target. 6 different ways to make an audio queue. All the other queues get made the same way. There's 2 clever bits. Clever bit number 1 is, let's say here, command 9, which makes a MIDI queue. Let's say I'm doing a show and I don't use any MIDI queues at all, but I use tons and tons of timecode queues because I am full of self-loathing and want to use timecode. I can move timecode up in this list to occupy the 9th spot. Well, the 10th, because 0 is the first. And now command 9 makes timecode queues. Beware your finger memory. I work with a guy for whom command 0 is audio. And when I sit at his computer, it's like trying to play the piano with mittens on. It's like something's happened to my brain. I was like, have I added fingers? What's happening? Who are you? Is this an English keyboard? So I beg you, beware. If you want to reorder this list and that makes more sense to you, that's great. But then if you have a friend come and sit down at your Mac, you should be like, hey, QLab's not going to do what you think, right? I'm going to put timecode back where it belongs, under MIDI file, belongs. This reordering stays with the workspace and travels with the workspace. So that's the first clever, tricky thing, reordering in the toolbox. The second clever, tricky thing is that any type of queue which can target another queue can be brought into existence with a target pre-assigned through cleverness. Here is the cleverness. Here's an audio queue. If I want to create a fade that targets that audio cue, I could create the fade, then take the audio cue and drag and drop it onto the target section of the fade cue. Undo. I could take the fade and drag and drop it onto the target section of the audio cue. Undo. I could double-click in the target field and type 202, which is the cue number of the bell. Undo. I could go to the Basics tab in the fade queue and type 202 here. Oops. Okay, undo. Or, faster than any of those, I could select the bell first when I create the fade. And then, when I create the fade, QLab will say, oh, look, a fadeable thing is selected. I will make this new fade queue targeting that fadeable thing. It's a little tiny time saver. This is my advice to you as someone who programs QLab a lot. Look for the ways to save 2 to 5 seconds on things that you do a million times a day. And that is how to make your life easier. Don't look to save time on the things you rarely do. But don't worry if you're only going to save a tiny amount of time on the things you often do. Because by doing them often, if this saves me 2 seconds, and I create 5,000 fade queues in a day, I will have saved 10,000 seconds. And that is nothing to sneeze at. If I have, oh, I'm sorry, and that works with any type of queue that targets another queue. Gesundheit. A start queue targets another queue, so it comes into existence pre-targeting the queue that is selected. Now, to get even cleverer, if I have 2 targeted queues, targetable queues selected, and I create a fade queue, QLab asks me what to do here. Should I, Sam, create 2 fade queues, each targeting one of those 2 queues you selected, and put them after the last selected queue? Should I create 2 fade queues and intersperse them so that each fade queue comes directly after the queue it targets? Or did you not really mean to have these things selected and you just want 1 fade queue with no target and I'm sorry? You can click a button, you can hit enter to hit the blue button, or you can type a number, 1, 2, or 3, to hit the corresponding button. And then, whatever action you do this time, that will be the blue button next time. It will figure that's what you like to do, so you can just hit enter. So for me, I like this first option. So now I have 2 fade queues, one targets 202 and one targets 203. But if I prefer to have them interspersed, I could type 2 or click that button. And now I have 1 fade queue after each audio queue, targeting each. If I had a mixture of audio and video queues or anything that's fadeable, those fade queues will target all of those targetable queues. It doesn't matter that they're both audio queues. Does that make sense? Great. Again, just a little tiny time saver. But it makes a big difference. It adds up. Start, stop, pause, load, reset queues all do basically exactly what it sounds like. Start, stop, and pause should be as clear as can be. Reset we've already talked about. Load's a little trickier because it can do some clever things on top of just loading. But we did talk about the majority use case of loading, right? Which is when there's a heavy workload. We'll talk about more of these other queues in time. Yeah.
Target other queues. I'm assuming like if you wanted to pause a bunch or stop a bunch of queues, I assume do you need a queue for each individual queue you are affecting? Or I guess if you have them as a group, could you affect the group?
Yeah, you have led me very nicely to the next topic, which is group queues. This is an experiment. There's no right time to put group queues in this class, I have determined. The series of events in this class, group queues can't come too soon, except if they come too soon and the ideas that they're meant to ease haven't been introduced yet. So I'm going to experimentally do group queues now. I was thinking about this the other day. They usually come after audio cues, but I think I'm going to try them now and see if it feels better. No, you won't know because you haven't taken the class before, but I'll know and then I'll tell you, oh, that felt better, or that didn't feel better. But it certainly won't feel worse, because worse is, I've already skipped over the worst time to put group queues, which happened before. And I know that from a class I did several years ago. The question was, if I've got like 6 queues I want to stop, do I have to make 6 stop queues, 1 for each? And you certainly could make 6 stop queues, 1 for each, because you're adhering to the principle that each queue that takes a target takes 1 target. But group queues, their reason for existing is to contain other queues, several, presumably. So a stop queue which targets a group queue stops all of the queues inside the group. So you could just make 1 stop queue and say, hey, you group, stop. And when the group stops, all of its children, as we call them, also stop. So let's talk about group queues.
Sam, just to do a little callback to the beginning of the class, we happen to have the former technical director of the Neo-Futurists in the live chat.
Yo!
So, and they were saying that the way that they managed their weird show order was using lots of group queues and lots of color coding as their primary tool.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the call out, technical director, mystery person. And bravo, because your weird show is extraordinary and well done. We'll talk about group. That's perfect. Yeah, perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay, group queues. We have them. They're great. You should use them. If there is anything that you walk away from this class learning from me, it is make things faster by a few seconds if you do them all the time. But if there are 2 things that you walk away from this class knowing, the other one is you should use group queues. Group queues come in several flavors, modes, okay, but flavors are more fun. There are 5 different ways a group queue can behave, and we will talk about all of them. The first default form of group queue is the timeline group queue. For QLab old timers, it was previously called the start all group, or even older, it was called the fire all group. But fire all is ambiguous, right? It could mean all of you, you're fired, get out. Or it could mean all of you queues, you're fired, start. You know, fire as in like putting a match to a cannon, I don't know. Okay, so the timeline group queue starts all of its children simultaneously. It's drawn as a green rectangle in the queue list, and there's this little caret, this little triangle with missing 1 leg. And when you click it, it unfolds the group and shows the children. I've put wait queues inside this group. The purpose of a wait queue is to take up time and do nothing else. And I'm using wait queues in this demonstration because I only want to show time elapsing. I don't actually want to do anything. So the wait queue you can think of as a placeholder for something that would actually take time, like audio or video. Yeah? But it's just a demo material. The timeline group starts all of its children at once. But of course, those children can have pre-waits. So when I hit go on this timeline group, all 4 queues start at once, but these 3 queues have pre-waits. So those pre-waits elapse before the duration starts counting down, before the action begins. What that means is, do you recall the beginning of the day when I said that QLab is not a timeline-based playback program? What the timeline group means is, for 1 group at a time, QLab can be a timeline-based media playback program. Because in the inspector, on the 4th tab, when a group is in timeline mode, is the timeline tab. And the timeline tab shows me visually what these numbers show me numerically. Each of the children appear as a row in the timeline view, and the distance left to right is based on the pre-wait. We'll talk more about this in detail later, But I'm going to run this queue again with you seeing the timeline so that you can see this yellow now line. It's called the playback wiper in a lot of things, and I guess that's true, but it just sort of phonetically does not please me. I don't, windshield wiper, sure. But the point of the windshield wiper is to get away something I don't want. Whereas the point of the playback wiper is to move through something I do want. So I don't know. I'm working on it in my head. One day, you'll hear me use a different word. Okay. That's the timeline group. The next mode of the group queue is the playlist mode. A playlist queue is drawn, a playlist group queue is drawn as an orange rectangle, and it plays each of its children one at a time in order with options. Newly, in QLab 5.5, there is a mini playhead. I mean, it's actually not mini, it's the same size, isn't it? But there is a just for me playhead inside a playlist group queue drawn as part of the orange border, which shows which child of the playlist is next. So when I start this playlist, according to the playlist tab, this group queue will automatically loop through these children with crossfades, looping until I stop the playlist. There's a couple of things going on here which are different from what we've seen so far, and I want to point them out one at a time. To start with, these queues are shown as being as continues, but I can't change it. It's not changeable because the continuing of these queues is driven by the playlist. Next, the last one has a U-turn arrow. That shows me that the playlist is set to loop. If I turned off loop and I turned off crossfade, the playlist would run slide 1 for its duration, then slide 2 for its duration, and then slide 3 for its duration, and then it would stop. So pre-show music, or when you go to the movies and there's the slides even before, you go to the movies and there's like the movie you're there to see, and before that are half an hour of trailers, which I love, but then before that it's like a weird kind of ad roll that's like, don't talk during the movie and buy our popcorn and thanks to, I don't know, there's that. But then even before that, if you get there really early, there's just like your local bowling alley is taking out an ad and it's up on the screen for a few, and then a concession stand reminder, and then another, Bob's Discount Furniture, or whatever. There's this like rotating slideshow of ads. A lot of, particularly LORT theaters, will use the pre-show opportunity to show slides of their sponsors in that way. And it's like a really kind of soul-sucking thing because, it would be nice to not show ads before a play. But then it's double soul-sucking because programming the slideshow for the slides is like, I got a degree in this. I gotta make slides for ads. Come on. So no, just put them in a playlist group and then walk away. Pre-show music is great, right? Anytime you want QLab to behave like Spotify and say, play this thing, and when it's done, play the next thing, and when it's done, play the next thing, and keep going until you're out of a list. Great. Playlist is your guy. It's got some options. We can auto shuffle. Every time you start the playlist, randomize the order, and then play it. Loop until stopped, which is what you saw. It'll just keep going and going like your walk-in slideshow, soul-sucking. It can crossfade, which technically means it's not only playing one of its children at a time, technically, because when they're crossfading, they're both playing, right? But whatever. And with crossfade, it's got a completely customizable crossfade curve. So you can adjust and tweak and make the overlap of your crossfade really weird. And we haven't talked about fade curves yet, but you can go wild here. And when we do talk about fade curves, you can think back to this moment and say, that's how I could go wild. And that's the playlist group. The start first and enter into group, it's not the rolls off the tongue quite so easily. Start first and enter. Start first and enter is drawn in sort of a purpley indigo-y kind of a color with rounded corners. And this type of group has no options, no details, and actually no behavior. When you run that group, its first child is started, but then the playhead goes into the group and sits on the second queue in the group. And then you run that manually. Then you keep running queues manually in the group until you move out of the group. Unlike the timeline and playlist, it never went in. The purpose of this type of group is nebulous. What do we do? If it does nothing, what do we do? What do we use this for? And the answer is our neo-futurist friend could put all of the queues for each show into one of these groups and then reorder them at will without having any adverse effects. We had a customer who wrote to us many years ago, who I think about all the time, who did a vaudeville show. And this guy would sit there during pre-show, and there's walk-in music playing, and then the MC would pop in the booth right before going out on stage to welcome the audience and say, okay, tonight we've got the juggler up first, then next is the card magician, after that's the lady with the funny cats, after that is the guy who balances the thing on his chin, then we'll have an intermission, then comes, and while the MC was saying that, our guy was just rearranging start first and enter groups into tonight's show order. Worked a charm. Go see those cats, the Savitsky cats. They're very impressive. Cat acrobats, come on. I was thinking about it and I was like, this tongue is not gonna manage that correctly and I'm gonna say something untoward. But they're very, very amazing cats. One does a high dive, two of them do a little, I don't know, parallel bars. You ever seen a cat on parallel bars? It's amazing. Yeah?
Why would you want to do that instead of creating a queue list?
So to move between queue lists is something you have to do manually, right? So if I'm doing this guy's vaudeville show, we want the show to flow continuously from act to act. I don't want to take the time and run the risk of mousing wrong. But if my acts are separated with the MC coming out and having a little spiel, then I think it would be no problem to put them in different queue lists. And in a sense, every queue list is just a start first and enter group. And actually, every queue list is a start first and enter group. They're just listed over here, and you can't change them. So you can just make queue lists. The answer is yeah. The next mode of the group queue is the start first group. It's drawn in that kind of indigo color with square corners. When you hit go on a start first group, the first child goes and the playhead moves below the group to the next queue. And then whatever happens inside the group happens based on follows and continues. You'll notice here, this last queue, this fourth queue, won't ever play because the third queue doesn't have continue or follow set. In some sense, that's an error, but in other senses, that's a great way to have a queue that you're not sure you want to use or not. All right? I know a designer, I assisted this designer, who uses a start first group and fills it with different possibilities for the sound cue he wants to play. Oh, you want a barking dog? Here are my 3 favorite barking dogs. Every time we rehearse, I'll just slide another one of them to the top, and no one gets a continue. We'll only ever hear one of them, and as soon as I find the one I like, I get rid of the others and clean it up. Not my move, but it's a very expedient way for him to work. I'd also like to point out that the programming in the timeline group queue using pre-waits and the programming in the start first group queue using post-waits can be thought of as identical. They achieve the same timing through different mechanisms. I worked with a choreographer who sometimes would describe what she wanted in terms of all of the events being relative to the top of the act, or sometimes she would talk about all the events relative to one another, and I just programmed the cues based on the way that she talked. It seemed a little strange at first, but as I've said before, I think, when she hired me, she said, I am a nonlinear communicator, and your job as my stage manager is going to be to translate what I say into something that other people can do. And boy, oh boy, was she right. The last type of group queue is a start random group. It has got a purple rectangular enclosure, and And when you hit go on a start random group, a random child is selected and started. That time it happened to be the first one. That time it happened to be the second one. This is pretty surprising. Hey, I think something's wrong with the start random group, Chris.
There it goes. Now it's still random.
Nope. I just hit that. I just hit that one time where the first 2 times I ran through the group, it ran 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's random.
So there was an argument at figure 53 HQ when we programmed the random group queue because it's not truly random. So the argument was the name. Because here's the 2 things the start random group does that are not random. First, it won't restart a queue that's currently running. So there's 4 queues in here. If I hit go on the random group twice, whichever queue gets run first, if it's still going when I hit again, it only chooses from the remaining 3. So that's not really random. And then the other thing is, the start randomness is actually sort of, you can think of it as a preordained order of all the children that is randomized. So every queue in a start random group gets started once before any queue gets started a second time. So when I select the queue and I'm going to hit V, which is preview, which means go but don't move the playhead. I'm going to hit it 4 times real quick. 3, 2, 4, 1. Now 1, 2, 4, 3. Now 4, 2, 1, 3. It's a random order of 4 queues every time. So it's not truly random. Each individual go is not truly random. It's like random within a set of parameters. And if that stresses you out, then I'm sorry. Start random group can be useful when you are doing a more interactive form of theater, one where the actor is meant to respond to what they hear in the sound cues differently, right? So it works great for improv, right? When someone picks up a mime object and goes to put it down, a start random group full of a wide variety of heavy things being dropped that all make different noises can really get those improv muscles flexed, right? Pick up the mime object and it's a rubber duck squeak. And then like the next time you pick up the mime object and drop it, it's a sack of flour or whatever. Start random is, I think, a less useful tool for something like randomizing music. I think for that you should use the playlist group queue with auto shuffle. Yeah?
When you select auto shuffle, does it shuffle in the box, or is it just like, okay, so it actually does.
It actually shuffles and it puts them in italics. And under the tools menu, there's a shuffle button to shuffle again if you don't like what you see for whatever reason.
Is there an unshuffle? I want it
When
back to the original?
When you uncheck auto shuffle, it restores and de-italicizes. Yeah?
When it starts to loop again, does it shuffle it again, or does it only shuffle once?
It shuffles once on go. So if you're looking to randomize your walk-in slides, right, you randomize your advertisements or something, you need to stop and restart the playlist. We get asked about that pretty often, and it seems like something that we might want to consider adding. Oh, I talked about different things that you'd see in the status column as things we might talk about over time. This odd X is an attempt at drawing a crossfade. So this is a crossfading icon saying this queue is crossfading right now. I'm mixed on how well I did with this particular icon, and I think I can do better. So I'm looking forward to re-exploring it. Okay. Also, I want to point out that each group type has its own icon here. They've all got the 4 corners. So the group, the generic group icon of just 4 corners is filled with 3 rectangles or a list or an arrow or 2 arrows or a question mark to demonstrate or at least reinforce the type of the mode of the group queue. Yeah.
So when I've been writing or like creating group queues, I'll have like a queue list and then I'll highlight them and select group queue, or I'll drag and drop in. I've noticed that, and this is before update, that I would lose my selecting a type ahead of time?
So the the timeline and the playlist group queue both have opinions about follow and continue mode, i.e. they're forbidden. So if you have queues that have follows and continues and you put them into a timeline group, the follow and continue is obliterated. A start first and enter, or a start first or a random, I think. Is that true? Yeah. These three, the ones with cool colors, the blues and purples, they all accept follow and continue. But green and orange do not. And so that's what's happening.
And
Because
drag it and then change the type that it is. Will it repopulate, or do I have to?
no, it's gone forever.
Okay.
Yeah. The idea here is that both timeline and playlist have their own mechanism to assert the movement of cues in time. And so a continue or a follow or whatever can't work. So they get erased. It used to be back in earlier versions of QLab that like the timeline group would allow you to have follows and continues. They just got ignored. And that ultimately was more confusing than getting rid of it. Okay. This person mentioned something which I want to talk about now, which is just analogous to how when you select cues and then create a fade, the fade comes into being pre-targeted. You can create a set of cues and then select them and then make a group, and poof, all those cues appear in that group. They are ingroupified, right? There's a limit of 2. So if I have a single cue selected and I create a group, that single cue won't go into the group. I have to have at least 2 cues selected to ingroupify. People ask a lot of the time whether you can put groups in groups, and the answer is you certainly can. We have had some odd support questions from people who have deeply nested groups, and it's difficult to suss out, and I'm not sure. All the folks who write to us with problems that could be related to nesting cues in groups and groups and groups and groups are also people who are like, oh, I've got 3,800 cues. Oh yes, and most of them run at once, or stuff like that. What's going on? It's a parade. And some of the cues are triggered by a beam break sensor and others are triggered by a cannon. I'm like, okay, buddy, right? So who knows what's going on with their workspace? But I do know that some of the time we have found in these wackadoo workspaces, it seems like going more than 4 groups deep can sometimes cause timing challenges. I don't know for sure what's going on, and I don't know for sure that the groups are the problem. It's a very, very difficult to suss out thing. But what I can say confidently is we don't know for sure that there's any problem, and I can tell you for sure that nesting 3 to 4 levels deep has never caused a problem that I've observed. And let's leave it at that. Nesting more than 4 levels deep, I wonder whether you're actually helping yourself or not. That seems like a level of hierarchy that is difficult to navigate visually in a hurry when you're troubleshooting your cues, when cannons are going off. Okay, so I did group cues after making and targeting, and I think that worked pretty well. Now we're going to go to audio cues. It's noon, and he finally starts to play a sound. Nice work, Sam. All right, we're going to do audio cues and fading audio, and then take lunch at, say, 1. Lunch for like an hour, come back at 2, go till 5, and that's the day. Does that sound good? Okay, great. Audio cues. QLab plays audio. The end. An audio cue, which is the little speaker icon here, has in the inspector a set of tabs, the triggers and basics tab like everyone else, the I/O tab, the time and loops tab, levels tab, objects tab, trim tab, and audio effects tab. We're going to work our way through bit by bit, but now is a good time to point out the physical layout of audio playback in the theater briefly, just so that you can tie with your eyes into what you're hearing with your ears. We have in this theater 4 speakers in the corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then speakers on center line on this axis, and then speakers in thirds on that axis. So I'm calling them left, center, right, right side 1, right side 2, right rear, center rear, left side 2, left side 1, right? It's your left and right, house left and right, which is the one true way to talk about speakers in the audience. And in this imaginary show, of course, this is the proscenium because I'm on stage and you're in the audience, right? So even though these speakers are technically behind me, they're the house system. So we use house directions for them. When you create an audio cue, it needs to have a target. You can click the target button to select an audio file, or you can drag an audio file in onto that target button. If you drag over somewhere else on the row, you see the dotted line that surrounds the target field? That dotted line is trying to tell you, hey pal, come on over here if you want to drop that. The drop zone, which is the word for where you can let go of the mouse button and the thing you want to happen will happen. The drop zone is just the target field. It is not any other part of the cue row. Can you see the blue line that is appearing wherever my mouse goes? That's showing me where a new audio cue will appear if I should let go of the mouse in this location. So when I've moused over the row and I let go, if it's not over the target field, it will create a new audio cue, either above or below the selected audio cue. And the reason that it's like that is because we've had many folks in the past who were trying to to create a new audio cue and accidentally retargeted an existing audio cue. And so we made the target field the only droppable area for that. It's a little more fiddly, but it's actually a little more fiddly on purpose so that you do not retarget a cue and not notice. Does that make sense? Okay. If you're in the middle of a drag and you want to get rid of it, you want to stop dragging it, on macOS you can always drag up to the menu bar and let go. Letting go of a drag in progress on the menu bar cancels the drag. And that's been true, I'm pretty sure, since 1984. Okay, so we've talked about targeting now. In the I/O tab, we see everything about the cue that pertains to sound coming in and sound going out. So on the top, we see the file target, which we've also seen in the Basics tab here, but it's the whole path with the Get Rid of It button and the Go Find It button. Below that, we see the format of the currently targeted audio file. In this case, linear PCM, 2 channels, stereo left-right at 48,000 hertz. So now we have to get technical for a minute, and so I'm going to sit down. PCM, which stands for Pulse Code Modulation, is the basic fundamental way that audio is encoded in computer files. AIFF files and WAV files and core audio format files are all PCM audio. PCM means uncompressed. It means pristine, as much as is possible, quality of the audio that was originally encoded. QLab supports any type of audio file that is generally supported by the macOS, AIFF, WAV, core audio, MP3, MP4, AAC, which is really MP4, M4A, which is also really MP4. Those are, and ALAC, Apple Lossless Audio Codec. Those are the basic formats. There may be others too. Crucially, no OGG support. If you know what OGG is, I'm sorry that QLab doesn't support it. If you do not know what OGG is, I'm confident you can go the rest of your life not knowing, and you'll have missed nothing. The one thing that, the one common and popular audio file format that QLab doesn't support because the macOS doesn't default support it is FLAC, which is a lossless compressed audio codec. And we just do what Apple says, and Apple doesn't support it built in because they want ALAC, which is the Apple version of FLAC. which actually is apparently technically slightly superior, so I guess they have a leg to stand on there, but we don't care. Crucially for you all, you can use any mixture of files in your workspace. You can use any mixture of sample rates and bit depths. QLab doesn't care. You don't have to care. The Mac OS magically resamples all audio to match the sample rate of your output hardware live during playback. How nice of it. Especially in the era of these monstrously fast computers, it basically comes for free, so that gives you the opportunity to not think about sample rate and bit depth. We did for a while have a little bug in which that resampling didn't occur or did occur, and this is a Chris story which I will throw to him for.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it's cool, not because it's...
Yeah, no, it's funny. Okay. Okay, I have to get up for this story. So in the this was early days of QLab. Sampling, let me give you some mathematical context. There's a theorem, a mathematical theorem about audio signals and signals in general, that in order to capture the fidelity of the signal accurately, it's called the Nyquist Theorem. If you run into this, raise your hand if you've run into the Nyquist Theorem. Great, there's a few ultra nerds in this room. It's some fancy math that says when you are measuring a continuous audio signal, how many individual samples do you have to take to be able to recreate it accurately, right? So if I have a continuous wavy line and I just like sample it here and sample it here, and I don't have any information between those two samples, I'm not going to be able to recreate what that sound sounds like, because I don't know. It could be it could be doing all kinds of stuff between those two moments that I took the sample.
Let's take the most ridiculous sample rate and say we have a sample rate of 1 minute.
Yeah.
And then we have a song that's 1 minute long. So we'll take a sample at the beginning of the song, a sample at the end of the song, and the result will be no song. So
Yes.
that's not enough sampling.
So it takes quite a lot of samples per second to recreate sound waves. Yes? You'll hear things like 44,100 samples per second, 48,000 samples per second are common sample rates. And the Nyquist theorem tells us how many samples do you need to take to accurately recreate the frequencies of the original file.
As perceived.
Well, really, any frequency.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
if you have a frequency that's very low frequency, like it's a slow wave, you don't have to sample it as often to recreate it accurately because it's not moving as much. If you have a very high frequency that's moving very quickly, you have to sample it very often in order to recreate that spiky sound. Yeah? Now, getting to the part Sam was saying, human ears can only hear up to a certain frequency. Our ears stop hearing really high frequencies up after a certain point. And I think that's 20
About 20,000 hertz.
About 20,000 hertz. So,
for a young person.
So the Nyquist theorem tells us that we have to sample audio at about twice that to recreate all of the sounds that humans can hear with our ears, which is why audio files don't get sampled at arbitrarily high sample rates. Okay, so that's the context, that's the setup for the story. And there's some arguments in the audiophile world of people who don't believe in math.
Yeah, there's only one true argument, which is that 44,100 samples per second is definitely double plus some the upper limit of human hearing for almost all ears that are in good health.
Yes. And the math tells us that that's all you really have to sample to get the best quality sound that you can hear. So there are folks who would say sample even higher and it'll be better. There's other reasons you might want to sample higher that are legitimate, but in terms of
which we'll talk about.
Which we'll talk about. But in terms of what you can hear, the math and the science says you really can't get a noticeable difference above those sample rates. So here's the bug. Here's the problem. So we, in the early days of QLab, this was version 2 or 3, No, version 2, I think.
Two.
It wasn't past 2. What QLab does is, in order, it asks your audio device, how fast are you running? And it checks your file. What is your sample rate? Now, in the very olden days, you had to match those two things up. If your file wasn't the same sample rate as your device, it would play back either too fast or too slow. Because we can lean on modern computers to do lots of math very quickly, we could say, all right, what's your sample rate of your file? And I will resample it to match the sample rate of the device. So if the file was 44.1 and the device was running 96, we'd say, okay, well, you're running your device very, very fast, so we'll resample it on the fly and run the file very fast or whatever. Or if your file is sampled very, very high, like if your file is sampled at 96 and your device is running at 96, we'll match them, which is what we thought in all earnesty we were doing. There was a very puzzling choice by the Apple engineers to say, when you ask us what the sample rate of the device is running at, we'll tell you what to the outside world it is running at. But the sample rate that we're receiving the data at will always be 44.1 unless you tell us otherwise. So in the code, we would say, hey, device, how fast are you running?
I'm at 48 kilohertz.
I'm at 48. And we'd say, well, our file is at 48, so we're going to play it at 48. Everything's well and good in the world. We found through an extraordinarily strange debugging process, I think there was a loop that wasn't clean, that should have been clean. And my colleague Siobhan, she started building audio files by hand and looping them and measuring them in an output and going at the loop point, like there's a weird wiggle at the loop point that shouldn't be happening. What is going on? We eventually discovered that you had to ask the device, hey device, how fast are you running? The macOS would say, I'm running at 48,000. And then you immediately had to say, now please accept audio at 48,000. Otherwise, I was going to say, I'm assuming you're going to give me 44.1, because everyone does. So I'm just going to, unless you tell me otherwise, I'm going to receive it at 44.1 and convert it. Therefore, what was happening for a number of years was that all of us, ourselves included, thought QLab could play audio at higher than 44.1, and it couldn't. And none of us knew.
It could. It just would immediately convert it to 44.1.
It would immediately convert it to 44.1. So we didn't know. The customers using QLab didn't know. No one in the world knew that QLab. We told everyone it would. If you gave it a file at 48 and your device was at 48, it would play it all at 48. Wasn't true. And no one had any idea.
No one mentioned it once.
So we did. I like to joke that we did the world's largest double-blind test of the Nyquist Theorem, because no one ever noticed.
For years.
For years. Now, if you were really going to test that, you would want different conditions than a theater listening environment. So it wasn't really the world's biggest double-blind.
Because the truth is,
it was fun.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
The truth is, you can hear differences in audio sampled above 44.1, but it's not the audio that you're hearing. You're hearing artifacts, usually of the sound system, right? So if you have those conditions, the high frequency sounds that are getting converted can be detectably different, slightly. More important is what you do when you mess with audio. If you slow it down or speed it up, or resample it for pitch effects, or add effects to it, higher sample rate audio can often result in a nicer sounding resulting signal. Not because you can hear other frequencies in it, but because the chopping up process takes away samples. And your end result has to still be above 44.1 to sound right, to sound perfect. So if you do some destructive process, make a wild effect on a sound, and your sampled audio is at 96 kilohertz, and then you do wacky stuff to it, and then the end result is that at least 44,100 samples per second of your original audio remains intact, you're good. So that's a good reason to use high sample rate audio. A bad reason is for someone to just say, well, I can hear it and it sounds better. And the answer is, in the theater, with the fans from the HVAC going, and the fans from the moving lights, and the Barco 12K that's on this balcony rail just blasting that poor person who spent a fortune on balcony rail center seats, and they've got this industrial fan blowing in their face, that person can hear the difference. What about the patron next to you with the candy wrapper that they're spending all of Act 1 opening really slow in the hopes that it won't be loud, but in fact it's just loud for longer? No, you can't hear it in those conditions. No, you cannot. No one can, right? There are theaters that I work at in New York where people time, they deliberately hold the curtain from 7:30 or 8, whenever they would generally start, because they know that a quiet scene in the play takes place at a certain moment when you can hear the subway passing underneath. So you offset and you're like, well, if we have to hear the subway, let's not hear it in the sad, quiet scene. Let's hear it just after that, please. Certainly, Broadway theaters, many of them share a wall. Many of them share an alley. I just did a show a year ago across the alley from, I was doing a sort of realistic interior, serious play. I was comedic, but heavy a little, and a lot of sort of little two-person revelatory moments, you know, really getting into the heart of their trauma. And across the alley was Hell's Kitchen, you know, which is like kind of loud and kind of very, very loud. And it's marvelous if you're in it. It's a little less marvelous if you're over here having a moment of pathos and you hear the subwoofer sound check, because they opened a half hour later because our show was really long. So 24 minutes into our show, you'd hear the sound check and the subwoofer would do the Dolby to make sure the subwoofers were working properly. And I'm just over here in my theater like, oh, man, this is so loud. And so we would like, okay, well, we'll start at 7:06, and maybe that sound will come during a loud scene change, which it often did. Point is, you cannot hear 96 kilohertz, my friends. And with that, back to QLab. Linear PCM, 2 channels, 48, this one's at 48K. I default to audio at 48 kilohertz for 2 reasons. The first reason, and the most important reason, is when you're working with film, where the default frame rate is 24 frames per second, 48 kilohertz is a nice, even multiple of 24 frames per second, and no weird math is necessary. And as you may have noticed already, and as you will certainly notice throughout the next few days, an enormous amount of my life is really centered around not doing arithmetic. So 48 kilohertz for film audio, it's just easier. The other reason is if I want to pitch it down a little, it sounds nicer if I pitch down 48 kilohertz, because then I don't get below the Nyquist threshold for human hearing. Anyway, quite as quickly. This particular file has 2 channels of audio in it. QLab supports audio files with up to 24 channels. AIFF, WAVE, and Core Audio format files all support multiple channels. QLab supports up to 24 channels. We intend to raise the limit in the future. We have been given compelling arguments for it, but it's not a trivial change. We're going to make the change when it's time, and that time is later. This particular file contains metadata which defines those 2 channels as a stereo pair, left and right. Not every 2-channel file is stereo, my friends. If I take my field recorder with 2 microphones into the park and I put 1 microphone on the swing set and 1 microphone on the merry-go-round, and I record for half an hour, I've got a 2-channel recording of swing set and merry-go-round, but it's not a stereo recording. Stereo means a left and right pair. It means 2 channels which have a spatial relationship. These 2 microphones, are currently producing what's called a spaced stereo pair. If I took the same 2 microphones and put them here and angled them 90 degrees apart and put their capsules as close to on top of each other as possible, it would be a coincident pair, and they would be producing a 2-channel recording that is stereo. But my 2 microphones on 2 different things in the playground, not stereo. Yes? Great. People get grumpy about stereo, and I just want to like head that off of the past. Yes?
So you said that it could support up to 24 channels. Are you talking about maybe like if it's a session file?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can make multi-track, you can export multi-track files from Logic, Pro Tools, Ableton, whatever. I will often make multi-channel files. I composed a piece of music for a show in which the layering of the music wanted to be adjusted throughout a scene. And so I recorded an output, a 6-channel audio file that I had, I think, piano, bass, guitar, and then 3 different percussion tracks as 6 channels in one file. And I played that one file in one audio cue, and then I used fade cues to vary the levels of the 6 instruments by varying the levels of the 6 channels throughout the scene. Very effective, very straightforward to do. Folks who use QLab in a live broadcast scenario, for whatever reason, the culture in live television broadcast is to receive unmixed stems and mix them live when you're broadcasting. I think that it comes from the fact that broadcast mixers are accustomed to working with live orchestras, and so when they get a pre-tape, oftentimes they feel as though someone has removed power and removed flexibility, and removed the ability to be like, I need less violin right now because we've got a high squeaky actor on stage. Okay, now I'll put the violin back. Oh, now I need less oboe because we've got a kind of buzzy, groany kind of actor on stage, or whatever. And that's fine. I'm not trying to knock anyone's style of working. I just don't fully understand it. So when people use QLab in a broadcast environment with pre-recorded audio, they often bring in large multitracks with the orchestra stemmed out so they can mix live. Go in health. This file is 2 channels, stereo. Okay. Below this line is audio output and format, and that tells you audio output is where you choose the audio output patch in QLab. Patch, right, in general, patch is a theater word meaning how something hooks to something else. In QLab, we use the word patch to mean a group of settings that go together that are all about output. So a QLab workspace can contain however many audio output patches you want. And each audio output patch is a set of output settings that describe the total situation for going out of QLab to the world for that audio device. So I've got one audio patch here that's called main audio patch. I named it that. And it's plugged into Dante Virtual Sound Card, which is a piece of software that runs on this computer. It appears to Mac OS as though it's a sound card, but it is in fact encoding audio and passing it over the network to other devices which can receive Dante and decode it back into audio. Dante's great, big fan. But let's say I had an audio interface here. I plug that in. I could make a patch for that audio interface. And that audio interface has 4 outputs. Okay, great. Now I have another audio interface over here, and I plug that in, and that one's got 12 outputs. Okay, great. I can create an audio output patch for each device, and then any cue can be sent to any patch. But the essential thing, the whole point of talking about it right now, is the cue, once it's hooked to a patch, behaves exactly the same as if it were hooked to another patch. And you, the person who made the cue and who's editing the cue, don't need to worry about how the patch works or what the patch is doing. But once, set it up and then forget about it. And then, if you need to move your show to another device, right? If I'm working on this show here with my main audio patch sent to Dante, Gesundheit, and then I get to a new theater and they run an AVB infrastructure and no Dante, all I need to do is take my main audio patch and hook it up to AVB and make sure that each output's going to the right output. And then all my cues don't have to get touched. They don't have to get reprogrammed. They don't know anything's different. The patch does that work once. The cues go to the patch handles it. Does that make sense sort of conceptually, even if you don't have the details? The details will come when we talk about making patches. But the idea is that it's a buffer of complexity away from cues. And the whole thing is, when you're sitting in the theater in tech rehearsal, programming your cues, you do not want to be thinking about which channel is patched to the what and the where in the patch bay and connected through what thing. Not important. What's important is this the right track? Does this song feel right for this scene? Are those the nastiest sounding birds I've got? Is that a cricket? And are we outdoors? Like, those are the design questions you should be thinking about. We don't want you to be thinking about, is that channel 8 or 9? I don't care. No, it's there. It's over there. That's what you want, right? So, audio output is where you choose from among the available patches. And I've chosen main audio patch. Below that, I see the format of the audio patch. How many outputs at what sample rate? 16 outs, 48 samples per second. The edit button is a shortcut to go edit the patch, which we're not going to do right now. The next tab is the time and loops tab, where we finally see what looks like audio to folks, right? In the time and loops tab, you see the start time and end time and play count of the cue, and then you see a waveform representation. Start time and end time are where we can tell QLab whether the cue should play the whole file or part of the file. So if I don't, like here, I'm going to zoom in by using the scroll wheel on my mouse and slide all the way to the beginning. If I don't want this beginning bit of audio to play, I can drag this handle into there, or I can go into the start time and edit it textually. And then when I hit go on this cue, playback will start there, not there. Yeah? Ditto the end time. I can drag it in from the end, or I can type in a value and only play part of the file. You can also click in a spot. If you find a spot visually and you're like, yeah, I want to start there, Shift-I will set the start time to that moment. I for in. And if you find another spot, Shift-O will set the out point. And in fact, if you drag over a section, you can hold down Shift and type I-O and set the start and the end time to the selection that you dragged really easy. Undo, undo. Play count defaults to 1. Play the file through once and be done with it. If you change that to 2, now the file will play through twice. The cue is playing once. The file is playing twice. And notice in the duration, it's 450.6, but the end time is 225.3. Even I know that 450.6 is double 225.3. Yeah, on top of my misophonia is a thing called dyscalculia, which is like dyslexia for numbers. Recite me your phone number, I'll give it to you backwards. Probably, I don't know. We'll find out when I fail to call you later. And it's really not because I don't like you, it's just because I can't remember numbers. If you click infinite loop, it loops infinitely, and the duration returns to 225.3 because infinite loop is I don't know how long it is. So we talked about that earlier, yeah? Okay, great. When I hit V, which is preview, we're going to hear this cue and watch the yellow line work its way through the file visually. The waveform view is a view that is sort of an approximate sum of all the channels in the file. If I right-click and select only one channel, I'll see the waveform of that channel, or I can select and see the waveform of the other channel. As it happens, this particular track is a pretty thin stereo mix. So the waveforms of the two channels are very similar. But in my multi-track situation, bass, guitar, drums, whatever, the different channels could look quite different. So it can be useful to zero in on a single channel. And that's the time and loop set. There's some clever stuff down here, like rate. So by default, the rate is 1. But if I change that to 1.25, I'm playing the track at 1 1/4 speed. I can also click and drag. Here's where sample rate starts to matter. When you slow it down, the higher your sample rate, the cleaner it sounds as it goes slow, generally. Basically, if I have a file that's recorded at 96 kilohertz, 96,000 samples per second, if I play it at half speed, I'm effectively playing it at 48,000 samples per second, still nice and clean. But if I recorded it at 44.1 and then I play it at half speed, I'm effectively playing it at 22,000.05 kilohertz. And that is below the Nyquist threshold. So it starts to sound artifacty. If I slow it down to 10%, it sounds horrendous. So if you're going to slow something down a great deal, best recorded at high sample rate. If you're going to speed something up a great deal, it doesn't really matter, because samples are already hopefully above 44,100, so speeding it up will just make it faster. The sample rate will be faster. You don't have to worry about it. The preserve pitch checkbox lets you change the rate without changing the pitch. And there's a little audible glitch when you check the box because QLab has to switch to a different rendering path. That grrr sound, that you're hearing the sample rate being too slow. If I only go to 0.5, you start to hear this smeary sound. The smeary sound is the hit of the hi-hat, which is supposed to happen over a short amount of time, happening over a long amount of time, which sounds wrong, right? And preserve pitch makes it sound wronger. The next checkbox is the integrated fade checkbox. The integrated fade envelope lets you vary the volume of the file as playback goes. So volume's going to dive down. Obviously, this exact edit is kind of hard to imagine why you might do something exactly like this, but you could imagine someone wanting to like gently lower it after an intro, then slowly raise back up, or notch one moment out very quietly. Something like that. Especially when I work in dance, I do this all the time, right? If a piece of music is not competing with dialogue, then we start to really zero in on the piece of music and wondering, gosh, is that saxophone entrance exactly the right level, or should we kind of like chill it out a little? Did that saxophonist get a little too excited, or whatever? Did that mix engineer get too excited? The integrated fade curve can be sharp and pointy like that, which we call a linear curve, or it can be soft and gooey, which we call a custom curve. And optionally, it can lock to the start and end time, or it can remain unlocked and stick with the file time. Your call. Yeah?
Are you able to like cut out pieces?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that shortly.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the time and loops tab. We're going to talk about slices, which is related to that and related to more sophisticated looping. We're going to talk about that shortly. Okay, the levels tab. How many folks came to this class specifically because QLab 5.5 added object audio? Yeah. How many folks have never heard of object audio? Okay, great. So QLab 5.5 added a fairly enormous audio component called object audio, which we are going to talk about in detail. But right now, for this little next section, it doesn't exist. Okay, poof, it's gone. This next tab, objects, it is not the object of this discussion. We're going to talk about the levels tab right now. In this little play, the levels tab is the only way that audio leaves the queue. The levels tab is a matrix mixer. A matrix mixer is simply a mixer, which is, to define it just for a moment, a way that some number of signals come in and some number of signals go out, and the signals that come out are the result of mixing of the signals that come in, right? So the simplest mixer, right, or the simplest signal path. I have a person talking to a crowd, no problem. Bigger crowd, need a microphone. Microphone plugs into speaker. I talk, speaker talk loud. Good. Okay, now I have friend. Friend come, to mic, to speaker? Okay, but it doubles the number of speakers I need just because I have two people talking? No, we could use one loudspeaker and take two microphones and plug them into a mixer, mix the signals from the two microphones together, give them to the loudspeaker, and then you'd hear us both out of the same loudspeaker, right? Okay, check. Dope. Now, fast forward several decades, and we've got, in that same show that I just did last year, back to back with the Alicia Keys musical, I had 95 speakers in the audience, downstage of the proscenium, covering the audience area. It was because it was a very deep under balcony area, so I had 2 rows of delay speakers underneath the underbalk. There was a lot of seats in the balcony, so 95 cabinets pointing at the audience with the goal of everyone in the audience can hear every sound at more or less the same loudness and it feels to them as though it's coming from more or less the same location in space. Took a lot of work. But the thing that feeds those speakers is a matrix mixer. Every signal that comes into the mixer has to come out to all or most of those speakers. And each signal has to have its own level to each output. So a matrix is this many inputs, and some many inputs and some many outputs. And every row is an input, and every column is an output. So here are microphones coming in, or playback, or whatever, it doesn't matter. And then here are outputs to amplifiers and speakers. And everywhere that the inputs and outputs cross, everywhere the rows and columns cross each other, is a cross point, a point of crossing. And at each cross point is a volume knob. So every input can go to any output at any loudness. And the level of each signal to each output has no bearing on the level of other signals to each output. Does that make sense? That's a matrix mixer. And anytime you see a matrix in this context, that's all it means. And the reason I spend such energy on it is that I was taught so very badly what a matrix is. Oh, it's a special kind of output from your console. Like, yeah, but that's really not what it is. That's how it's used. What it is just inputs mixing to outputs with volume knobs. So, the Levels tab in QLab is a matrix mixer. The upper left corner, labeled main, is the overall loudness of this cue. Each row is a channel in the target audio file. And these 2 level controls here, which say 0, they're actually faders. They just don't take up a lot of vertical space. And when I click and drag up and down, I'm setting the overall level of the one whole channel in the file. So only my left channel is up at unity level now. My right is at -infinity, silence. I'm going to work my way up. And now both channels are up. Very, very, very briefly. In computer audio, 0 is as loud as it gets, which is not like super intuitive. Negative numbers are quieter. When we measure audio with an SPL meter, sound pressure level meter, we see some number that is a positive number. That is a number of decibels above a reference amount. An actual sound pressure level meter, a dB meter, is measuring how much louder is it than the smallest air movement that's perceivable by the human ear. It's some amount louder than that, right? 60, 70, 80 decibels, right? In a computer, it's a different reference. 0 is what is sample rate, right? I'm sampling my audio. What is sampling? It's writing down a number, often, right? So 44,100 samples per second means 44,100 times per second. I write down how loud is the wave, how much signal is coming in. And then I just write it down many, 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 many times. The size of the number I write down, the biggest number, is represented by 0. The signal is all the way at the top of the scale. Then how low does it get varies depending upon the sensitivity of my device. We'll talk about setting levels in QLab in a little while, but the key thing I want to impress upon you is that when you see a 0 in QLab, all that that means is, as far as this control is concerned, however loud the level of the sound coming in is the same loudness it is going out of this control. So I bring signal into a volume knob, the volume knob set to 0, it's coming in at some loudness, it goes out at the same loudness. So it comes in here at 0, it goes out at 0. Whatever 0 is, doesn't matter. It means 0 change. Then this cross point is row 1, column 1. Column 1 is labeled left. By virtue of the patch, which we'll set up after lunch, we'll talk about how we set it up. It's already set up. By virtue of the patch, this column means that speaker. So input 1 goes to cross point 1, goes to output 1, all at 0. However loud the file says, come in, go across, go out to that speaker as far as whatever this apparatus is concerned. QLab can't know what this stuff is, so it can't know how loud that is, right? If I go up to the amp rack and I crank it, it'll be way louder, but it's still 0 in QLab, because from QLab's perspective, it's just, did I make the file louder or softer? No, I did not. 0 change. Yeah? You with me? Ditto the right channel, 0, cross point 2, row 2, column 2, 0 to 0 to 0, everything's 0. But then the main level control is at minus 20.5. So I've taken it down. As I dial this up, it gets louder. When I dial this up to 0, the loudness that you're hearing now is how loud the file is, amplified by how loud the sound system is, results this. If I took a really quiet recording of a cricket and I played it at 0, it would be really quiet. And if I took a big, loud, thrashy metal song and put it at 0, it would be big, loud, and thrashy. But as far as QLab is concerned, it's just saying the file is whatever it is, and I'm making it louder or softer or not. And this is not, 0's not. Yep? That's the matrix mixer. Each column is an output called a Q output. Outputs from Qs, these columns, get added, all the Qs to the same patch, all get added together, and then come out of the computer into the sound system. So if I'm playing this track at minus 10.8, and then I've got some other sound somewhere, we hear both songs at once, vexingly. But they're being mixed by QLab, just one on top of the other. If I add enough, I can clip my output sound system. I can distort it by giving it too much level. QLab itself, because it's software, has a great deal of headroom. Dante Virtual Sound Card, one of the main reasons to use it is that it's got a great deal of headroom, because it's got no analog components which have pesky physics limiting the total amount of signal it can pass through. It's just software. All that happens after I come through Dante, whatever, somewhere is an actual analog component amplifying digital signals into actual real waves, putting electricity through cables and pushing a magnet glued to the back of a piece of cardboard, in this case an extraordinarily expensive piece of cardboard, which then wiggles and makes sound waves. In the analog realm, QLab has no knowledge, can have no knowledge. Know that and latch on to that. QLab can't know about absolute loudness. It can only know about relative loudness, and only relative to itself. You could, outside of QLab, have some big volume knob somewhere that you can turn up and down. And in fact, most folks do, and it's called a console. And what can QLab do about that? Nothing. Yeah? Okay. If I want to vary the level of a Q, I use a fade Q. And this is sort of the most basic effect, right? Let's start a piece of music, and now let's fade it. With the fade Q selected, I have all the same tabs that the audio cue has, except the I/O tab. In the Levels tab, you see one control here that is yellow. A yellow control in a fade cue is active. It means I'm going to do something. And this fade cue says, I'm going to take my target's main level and slide it down to -infinity. So when I run this fade cue, oh, I stopped it instead of resumed it. When I run this fade cue, the main level will fade from whatever level it's at now to silent over an uselessly brief duration. I should have checked that before confidently doing that demo. Let's make that 5 seconds. Go. Now, this fade cue will fade from wherever the main level is down to silent over 5 seconds. Yeah? The cue remains running silently. This checkbox in the fade cue, stop target when done, is not necessarily checked. And I want to sort of harken back to pre-computer playback days where what you would do to fade out a song is the tape would be rolling, you'd reach over to the console and fade down. And when you got to silence, if you were done with the song, you'd then have to reach over and stop the tape player. QLab uses that, even though it is not commonly done, and so it's not likely that new QLab operators or designers are likely to have tactile experience with that process. It's still a useful metaphor. I'm playing the track, I fade it out to silence, but I might want to keep it going because maybe I'll fade it back up. Maybe the moment that I'm trying to simulate on stage is an actor going to a volume knob and turning it down to turn down the radio so that they can have a conversation with another actor. And then when they turn it back up, you might want to fade the level back up and not have the song restart, but have it as though it were playing silently with the volume knob down. If you do want to fade out and stop the cue, this checkbox, stop target when done, will stop the target cue at the conclusion of the fade. Fade out and stop. Okay. That is the very basics. And for a lot of folks doing good theater, we've now done it. Check, right? And I want to like plant a flag in that moment and say we took a laboriously long time to get here so that we could go in slow detail. But I want to point out that we have now successfully learned everything we need to learn to do the basics of sound playback in the theater. And there is no reason why that should feel like, is that enough? Like, yes, it's enough. If all you need to do is play sound and then change its level, beautiful, congratulations, off you go, make good art. If you need to do more elaborate stuff, we have that too. But I don't want to devalue the simplest use case, which is super valuable. Yeah? Okay. There's some other stuff you can do in the Levels tab, which is worthwhile. And so I'm going to spend a little time here before we go to lunch. The first is you can name your inputs. Now, on a 2-channel file that is stereo, it's not that interesting. But on a multi-channel file that is piano, bass, drums, guitar, percussion, whatever, it could be really useful to name those channels, right? It's just a convenience. It's not an important thing. It's much like a cue name, or it's just for you. It's just for the human. There's also a button here called gangs. This is also an old-fashioned word for a physical mechanism on an old-fashioned mixing console that allowed you to drag one fader and it would drag other faders with it. So if there are 2 levels that you always want to control together, you can give them a matching letter, like playing the game of memory. And then changing one level will change both levels. Maybe you have separate cue outputs for your left and right mains and your left and right balconies. And it might be nice to say like, oh yeah, when I drag down the mains, drag down the balc as well. There's no musts about it. If it works for you, use it. If it doesn't, don't. I have to say, I myself, I use gangs very seldom. Very seldom. But when I do need them, it's a nice thing to have. Every column is a cue output, right? every Q output, we will see later, gets routed in the patch to one or more device outputs. So while this left is just labeled left, and in this theater is just that one speaker, if we were in a large proscenium theater, it might be that speaker, and then it might also be going to the left main for the balcony, or the mezzanine and the balcony, or the left main, mezzanine, balcony, and under balcony side fill, and box seat fill, and dressing room send, and cry room. You know about the cry room? If you're a show, particularly for young children, has a room in the back, it's glassed in, where you can bring the screaming child, soothe them without leaving the theater and still get to see the show, or the child who's overwhelmed by the show can sit in the cry room and the show's piped in with a speaker, they can still see it, but they don't have to be like overstimulated by the other children. It's a really great architectural feature. But the cry room needs a feed, right? So in your patch, you can set it up so that left feeds left in the theater and left in the cry room, etc. We'll talk about that when we get to the patch. The number of Q outputs in a patch is anywhere from 1 to 128, your call. The default number is 12, I think.
I think that's right.
Yeah, we picked a number that seemed, high enough that would pique your interest, but 12, thank you. But not so high that it overwhelms your screen. And an essential detail is if you don't need Q outputs, you can reduce the number of Q outputs, and it will save processing power. Each handle that's yellow is assigned in the in the output patch to some output, but a handle that's gray is unassigned. So special, I had when I did one version of this class, I had a demo speaker on the desk, and it was routed through that output. But I'm not doing that for this class, so this handle is gray. This Q output is not routed anywhere. Gray means nothing, yellow means something. Yeah? I'm playing this sound through left and right. My left and right channel are also routed to right 1 and 2 side, but the handles for the outputs are down. If I bring those up, now you're hearing it in the surrounds, right? So you can create a complicated mix here by adjusting different levels. Every input can go to every output, or any output. And one fade cue can fade any or every control in this levels mixer, right? I'm only fading the main here, but I could fade up in some speaker and down in some other speaker and all kinds of what to do. I don't know, it doesn't matter, right? That's the levels tab. When levels in the levels tab produce output, a little triangle appears here. I'm holding down Option and clicking in a field, and it toggles that field between unity and silence. When the levels tab has no levels that would produce output, the little triangle, the dog ear, goes away. And the dog ear ignores the main level, because a common use case is start a song at silence and then fade it up, or a sound at silence and then fade it up. And the point of the dog ear is, will this cue speak when you fade it up? So the little triangle means sound will come out of this cue through the effects of this tab. We added that in 5.5 because the Objects tab, which doesn't exist yet, might also send audio out of QLab. So you might be looking at a cue and saying, I don't understand why I'm hearing this thing. Is it the Levels tab or the Objects tab, or is it both? The little dog ear tells you. Question?
Yeah, you just mentioned if you lower the number of outputs you're using, you can potentially raise your processing power.
If you lower the number of outputs you're using, you save processing power.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Where would you do that?
It's in the patch setup, which we'll do after lunch.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. That's the Levels tab. I just realized that I was missing something that I'm used to doing in this moment in the class, and it's the visible outputs control, which we cut. And I just, like, from teaching this class so many times, I'm like, I'm not done with this section yet. It's because there was a thing here that we removed because it's not necessary anymore. And my subconscious wants me to teach it. But I'm glad we removed it, and it's great. OK, we're skipping over the Objects tab. Doesn't exist right now. The Trim tab. The Trim tab is an unremote controllable, unfadable final adjustment layer for the queue, which I have used in a real show exactly one time in my life. If I have a queue and I have a whole bunch of fades and I have everything just set just the way I want about that queue, and then the composer gives me a new version of the track for that queue, and the new copy that composer gave me, maybe this composer, for example, is a very good composer whose skill with Pro Tools is, shall we say, beginner level, and maybe this person does that 8 or 9 times a day during a 2-week tech. This is exactly what happened to me. I didn't want to make all my adjustments with the new file. Oh, version 1 of the song was at this loud and I made all my adjustments. And now version 2 is what, 3.4 dB quieter? So what, I'm going to go through every single thing and make it 3.4 dB louder? No. I'm going to the Trim tab and I'm going plus 3.4 there. But I set a limit at 0 on this patch, so this is a bad example. Okay, he sent me a file that's 2 dB hotter, and so now I need to come 2 dB quieter here, so I can just come 2 dB quieter, and now there's a overarching 2 dB cut to the whole queue always and forever with the Trim tab. That's what this is. We also have mute and solo buttons here, which let you mute or solo individual queue outputs as far as this one queue is concerned. So if I'm routing this queue to a zillion places, or not a zillion, but several, I can go to the Trim tab and be like, just that one speaker, how's that contributing? Yeah, okay. No, it's a little too quiet. Let's go back to levels. Oh yeah, it is pretty quiet. Up you go. Let's go back to Trim and, yeah, okay, great. That's the Trim tab. Again, that one show, that one example I just gave you, that's the only time I've ever used it, but it's good to have. Here's where I'll make abuse of my position and say that there are those who find that these mute and solo buttons are hidden away in the Trim tab and wish that they were more easily accessible in the Levels tab. And if you are one of those people, you could write to us and say so, and then we would know whether there's more of us than there are of the people who like it the way it is. The last tab, thank you. Moving right along, the last tab is the Audio Effects tab. QLab supports audio unit effects. Audio units are, it's a format of audio effect. You've heard of VSTs maybe if you've done a lot of audio editing. VST is another format for audio effects. Pro Tools uses an effect format called AAX, blah, 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 who cares? Audio units that are installed on the Mac are available for you to plug into queues. So here I've installed the FabFilter Pro R2, and I'm just now remembering I forgot to enter my license, so we're going to give the 30-day evaluation trial period a whirl. And now I've installed, now I've inserted the FabFilter effect on my queue. Go away. And now I can do what I do with this audio effect, and it's as though I've plugged it in as an insert in my mixer. The place that an audio effect is inserted in QLab is there. It's not that obvious, so that's why I pointed out. Some audio effects require a specific number of inputs or outputs, and those you need to be particular with. If, notably, Apple's AU matrix reverb, which is here, all the Apple effects are installed on every Mac, and they are free, and they are fine in a pinch. The EQ is certainly perfectly acceptable. AU Matrix Reverb is an actually pretty okay sounding reverb. It certainly beats Yamaha's like bargain basement reverb, in my opinion, in terms of whether or not it sounds like it's a metal can that you can just decide if it's a big metal can or a little metal can. AU Matrix Reverb is pretty nice, but it has an Achilles heel, which is it must have 2 inputs. If you have a mono track feeding it, no love. So you have to watch certain audio units need an exact number of inputs and outputs. FabFilter's Pro R2, which has become my favorite reverb, bar none. I guess that's not true. I guess Altiverb's great, but I also don't have $1,000 to spend on a reverb. So FabFilter is my favorite reverb. That's not true. FabFilter is my favorite reverb, and Altiverb's very nice too, and it's quite expensive. So I find this one superior. Anyway, it doesn't matter how many channels you have. FabFilter just sort of takes it and outputs. It's very nice. If this plugin is not installed on another computer, and you take your workspace and you go to that other computer, the queue that uses the plugin will be broken. You've asked me for a plugin, the plugin is not present. Quit QLab, install the plugin, reopen your workspace, you're back to work. And that's audio units. You can insert multiple audio units. They will appear in a list. The audio signal path is top to bottom. Compressor then reverb. There's a, what? Pillage then plunder, what a blunder. Plunder then pillage. Never mind. The order matters. And that is a quick tour of all of the tabs in the audio queue and a quick foray into fading, but we'll get more in depth with fading when we come back. I want to ask if there are any questions that haven't come up. I want to ask if there are any questions in the chat that haven't come up. This is our opportunity. Chat's happy. Great. Okay. So we will go have lunch. We'll resume at 2. We'll take a 62-minute lunch break. We'll resume at 2. And, you know, soft, if someone gets delayed coming back from lunch, that's okay. We'll wait a little. We'll talk about fading. We'll talk about looping and slicing audio and cutting out bits of audio as we were asked over here. We'll talk about more about audio effects and patches. And then we'll either go to mic cues next or object audio. I'm not sure exactly which is next. But we'll continue on audio after lunch, and that'll take us through the end of the day. Thank you so much. See you in an hour. Yes. Is this, hey, 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 can I be heard? All right, great. We are back, friends. Thank you. I hope that you had a pleasant lunch. Haha, that's good. Thank you over there. Okay, when last we met our heroes, we had been talking about the inspector for audio cues. So we're going to talk a little bit about fading audio, and then I'm going to try to talk about audio settings a little quickly so that we can do object audio today. If that doesn't work out, no sweat. We will do object audio before this class is over, but I'm going to try to do it this afternoon. And then that's the goal for the afternoon. There's a kind of joke called a way homer, which is a joke that the audience doesn't get during the show, but then when they're on their way home, they start laughing because they suddenly got it. Are there any lunch questions that were your way homers? While you were having lunch, you thought, oh, I really meant to ask this thing. Anything like that come up? Also, anything from the stream, now is a great time to just say something. Yeah?
This is an odd question. Can you display notes in an exterior fashion?
What's
So,
an odd question?
I'm
That's a
thinking,
great
yeah,
question.
right? I'm thinking in like the sense of a teleprompter or something along those lines.
Oh, sure. I see.
Of like, you have an external display of the note of the cue.
Right.
I mean, you can build it as literally an external display and have a dual cue fire, but
Yeah, I'd make text cues and put the notes I wanted in the text cues. I worked on 2 such shows like that. One of them was A Christmas Carol, a one-man Christmas Carol, which is a truly breathtaking adaptation, really fun. The one actor, total powerhouse, went fast. And so our mix engineer, you'd think mixing a one-person show is not really that big a deal, right? Is he on stage? Mic up. But no, there's a lot more to it. And so the sound designer who I was assisting put a 7-inch Delve cam monitor, like a little conductor cam monitor, on a magic arm clamped right in the mix engineer's line of sight. So she could stand here, fingers on faders, look up past that tiny screen right at the stage. And QLab was full of text cues that popped up on that monitor, giving her a clue what was about to happen. Because there was so much playback that invariably there was going to be a good opportunity to just slip in a text note to Max about what was coming up next. And so that was one thing that we saw, but those notes were all custom written for Max. They weren't just notes out of the notes field. And then the other thing I did was I did a show called Red State, Blue State, which was a Colin Quinn stand-up show that got written specifically for theatrical presentation. And Colin usually does stand-up, like regular stand-up, but he wanted something a little more theatrical. This show had a director and a design team, and I was the sound designer for it. And I was like, sound design for a stand-up show? And they're like, well, you'll be wearing a mic, so we need someone to handle that. And I guess there's walk-in music and bow music. And I was like, okay, sign me up, because the cover sheet that the show was produced under, I'd kind of get paid the same way, whether there's a lot of cues or a little cues. Anyway, I had a good time doing it, but then like a minute before we opened, Colin realized that he was having a hard time, because the show was being adjusted a lot, and he had a hard time latching on in time for opening night to the final order of jokes, because they used the preview period to rearrange the show slightly, which was wise. And I think like it was no shortcoming on his part. Any person would have a hard time, and most people would have an extremely hard time latching onto those changes. So what he needed were just tiny little cues to remind him of which bit was next. So it was like 2 to 4 word phrases. And we put a 60-inch TV on the balcony rail and sent cues from QLab that were just like a few words. And those just got peppered in strategically throughout the show. And it was just a text cue that was just like, old car, right? Bad hat. Like, oh, and then he's like, oh yeah, the old car bit. Now I do the old car bit. And it kept him from having to worry about whether he was going to remember the next section or remember the wrong next section, because his memory was fine. It was just about, wait, did we rearrange this or did we keep it? What happened? We tried it both ways. Oh no, is it Thursday? And it just took that edge off for him. So we used text cues for that, and they were enormous, and it was very easy for him. Sorry, I have an inconveniently located itch on my collarbone. Okay. So we talked about audio effects really quick. I want to talk about fading audio. All right, here's a piece of music. We can't hear it at all because it is very, very quiet. It is below the threshold of reasonably audible given the situation in this setup. But if I'm gonna, yeah, I got really excited about how this demo goes, and I started explaining that part, but in fact, that's not the way this demo starts. This demo starts with the cue at a reasonable level. Okay? We've seen the fade cue, which brings the main level down to minus infinity, and we've seen the stop target when done checkbox. Fade and stop, no big deal, right? But now I want to talk about a fade that is, I want to talk about the difference between absolute fades and relative fades, because fade cues have two modes. Here, absolute and relative. Two choices well, one choice you can make here between two options. The default posture of a fade cue is the absolute fade. An absolute fade says, whatever you're currently doing, fade to this level. So here we have a cue playing at minus 14. And here we have an absolute fade, which fades to minus 30. When I run that fade, it fades down to minus 30. But, and now we get to where I jumped in overexcitedly. When we have this really, really quiet, you can't hear it, minus 58.9. But when I run this absolute fade to minus 30, it now fades up to minus 30, right? This is the same level it was when I ran the fade before, only it faded up instead of fading down, which is a point that I wish to drive home. Fading up, fading down, cross-fading, fading in, fading out. I don't draw a distinction between these things, and I encourage you to free yourself from having to draw a distinction. Fading is just fading. It was one level, now it's a new level. That's fading. Cross-fading is it was one level over here and one level over there, and now they're different. I get asked a lot of times, how come there's no crossfade cue in QLab? And I'm like, how come you think crossfade is a special thing? And then that really sets them back on their heels. And they're like, can I help? And then I show them that really a crossfade is just this thing goes down and that thing goes up. A fade is nothing but a change in level over time. And sometimes the change in level is big, and sometimes it is small. And sometimes it is greater than it used to be, and sometimes it is less than it used to be, and sometimes the time is 0, and that's a snap. So that's an absolute fade. When I run it, that main level will be minus 30 come what may, wherever it started, who cares? But we have another option. The relative fade for another ring was made. And this ring fades to plus 30. This is a relative fade of plus 30. It means wherever the level was, make it 30 hotter. So I'm going to start my cue real quiet. And then I'm running this relative fade, and it ends up 30 dB hotter than it was. If I run it again, it'll get 30 more dB hotter. If I run it again, even more. So this is the kind of fade that can really kill the vibe, as it were, or rip a cone out of a speaker enclosure, or get you, good and fired real quick. So I encourage you to use relative fades with extreme prejudice. The only time relative fades are mandatory is when you are fading a group. And the reason is when you set a group cue as the target of a fade, what's happening is the fade says to the group, this is a metaphor, this is not real. The fade says to the group, I don't know what's going on inside there, but will you please tell all of them that I want this change? And that must be relative because each of the children of the group could have a different starting point. Some of the starting points could be different in a way that makes the fade work differently. So we must instead just pass a relative value. Another way to say it is that the absolute fade actually requires knowledge of the starting point. The fade cue starts by saying, hey, where are you at right now? Okay, now do this. It's not just saying keep changing until you get to here. Whereas the relative fade is just like, I don't care where you are, add this many. Does that make sense? Okay, great. So be careful. That's it. That's the whole story there. That is the regular fading of level of audio. Yeah.
Does a relative fade help in situations where the sound designer might change the soundtrack, the level, so many times?
Yeah. Right. So if I've got a cue and then I've got some level changes throughout the scene, and those level changes are important, but then the original underlying cue is replaced with another cue that is a meaningfully different volume, one of the things you might need to do is go change all those fades, because now they're if I have a loud song and then I have a fade, some absolute fades to different levels, and then I have a soft song and then I have absolute fade to different levels, if I don't change anything except the song, all those fades to different levels will be equally loud as they were when I have the other song, right? If the starting volume is supposed to change. Is the goal to bring the whole scene louder or softer? Or is the goal to bring just the initial cue louder or softer? Depending upon which scenario you want, it could be reasonable to say, all right, listen, I'm starting with this song. I don't know how loud it's going to be. Let's make it 2 dB hotter, then 5 dB quieter, then 3 dB hotter, then 8 dB quieter. And then if I change the song, I'm going to keep those relative changes, but if the song is louder, I want all those to be louder as well. Then relative fades could be an easy solution for that. For me, I find it a little hard to feel good about, a little hard to track. I would rather say, when each cue runs, I know definitively exactly what it's going to be. No questions. It makes me feel more at ease and more confident, really. Because as a designer, opening night comes, I'm out. That's the end of my contract. And so I don't really like the idea that if someone accidentally ran a fade cue twice, it would spoil the whole show. It makes me nervous. So I don't do that. Okay. I glossed over something in the Time and Loops tab, slices, which I'm going to now ungloss over. In the Time and Loops tab, you can add what we call a slice to a cue, or you could, to use the verb, slice the cue up. By selecting a moment in the cue and clicking Add Slice, I add a dividing line, which produces 2 regions, one before and one after it, right? We call those regions slices, and we call the dividing lines slice markers. And when you have a sound cue that is sliced or has slices, or in fact a video cue, you can also do that with video cues, you can end up getting making use of some groovy powers of QLab to do things that are a little bit outside the base behavior of QLab, moving closer into the Ableton Live territory, or just doing some things that are a little more dynamic and flexible. So I'm going to talk about them real quick. The first is this type of cue called the Devamp cue. And I want to call your attention to the Settings tab of the Devamp cue, which has just a few settings. We're going to focus on the first default posture of the Devamp cue, which is Devamp currently looping slice. Vamp is a real word. It means to sort of keep going until it's time to stop keeping going, and then you move on. Devamp is a slightly cheeky QLab word, which means to authoritatively tell a vamp to conclude and move on.
Devamp was me sitting in my Baltimore apartment going, I need a name for this thing. I don't know what to call it. This sounds good enough. And now we're stuck with it.
And now we're stuck with it, and it's 20 years later, and it's working just fine. Yeah, clearly, you picked a word that works. So here's this piece of music, and these slices have these numbers at the bottom. What's the story? Individual slices can get their own play count. So when I roll this track, I hear that first slice 2 times because I put a little 2 down here. How did I do that? I just double-clicked on it and typed a number. If you type something that's not a number, you get an infinity sign. The infinity sign means that that slice will loop infinitely until a devamp queue says to devamp. So I'm rolling this queue, and this measure is just going. It's musically appropriate. Why is it musically appropriate? Because I, the human person who wrote the piece of music, know where the next downbeat is, and I put a slice there. Yeah? Whenever I'm ready, really whenever the actors are ready, and the stage manager calls go, I take the devamp cue, and QLab exits the vamp and moves on. But now I have another infinitely looping slice. Well, I've got another devamp. Go, and we exit and move on. Right? So in this way, if you put a slice marker on the downbeat, you can cause QLab to loop musically and then use a devamp cue to exit the musical loop. Yeah.
When was this added to QLab?
Long time. Many moons.
Wow.
QLab 2?
I built like a whole looping show. Like a whole show, and it was so hard.
How'd you do it?
But not with that.
Well,
You found out what the new thing was for the expo.
Yep. Well, you already learned about the path bar. Yeah, no, listen, anyone here know the webcomic XKCD? Yeah, very enjoyable webcomic. They have a great one about, he has a great one about framing the excitement of discovering a person who hasn't seen a movie everyone's seen, and being like, it's your lucky day. Today you get to be the person who sees this awesome movie for the first time. It's your lucky day. Today you get to be the person who learns about this and don't have to do whatever that was that time.
It was like a one-man, no-speech clown show. And so all of the music was like to stuff he was doing. And so like timing it all out was like so hard and weird, and I made it so difficult for them. And
Sounds
if
like a
I
hassle.
known that I had just like a, okay, music keeps going button.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would have been good. I wish I'd known. See, now that's why I'm here.
Now you do, now you do. So that's devamp. We're now gonna make use of these two checkboxes below that menu, which is start next queue and stop target. What this means is the devamp queue is going to say, not only should you get out of that loop, you should also stop exactly when the loop is over. That's this checkbox, stop target when it reaches the end of the current slice. And you, next queue after me, start next queue when target reaches the end of its current slice. So you can think of a devamp queue as a special and very weird auto-continue, right? I'm gonna hit go on this first piece of music, and it's just sitting in this loop. Then this next cue here is the same piece of music starting on a downbeat much, much later in the track. When I hit this devamp, right, maybe this is entrance, right? Someone's entering, put their hand on the door, and they go to close it, and the director says, when the door's shut, hit it, right? Right, and then I do the Miss Piggy bit. This devamp stops the target and starts the following cue on the same moment. So you can use the devamp cue as a way to exit one cue and enter another one, but knowing for sure that it is the cue is called whenever it's called. Even if there's some slop, you want it to go right on that downbeat moment. Or it doesn't have to be musical, it could be crickets, and say right when that one loud cricket goes. That's when I want to get out of this queue and into the next. The interesting thing for me is that it doesn't even require looping. This queue is sliced. Each slice is not looped, but the devamp still does the same thing. Is it time? It's not time. Is it time? Not time. How about now? Now it's time. This one's programmed exactly like the previous. We have a track, it's sliced. We have a devamp which starts the next and stops the target, and the button is just little musical end of the song. The song can keep going, and it feels pre-cut no matter where we go. Right, that's musically appropriate, but we could also wait another repetition. It's not quite as musically appropriate, but it's not terrible. The idea here is that vamping, historically, vamping means looping, but in QLab, vamping just means considering the duration of a slice as an important unit of time and having behavior that comes exactly at the end of the slice. Yeah? Because the queue, the devamp queue, can start the next queue, but doesn't care what kind of queue that is, we can actually do some more interesting things here, right? We can pause on a beat and then resume as desired, because the devamp queue can the devamp queue can trip a pause queue. The pause queue pauses the target track. The devamp queue does not stop its target. It leaves it sitting there paused. And then the resume is just a start queue, which restarts the track. Right? So another thing a devamp queue could do is trigger video cues on downbeats or on specific moments. It needn't be a loop, it needn't be music, it needn't be a musical event. To the question earlier about skipping bits of the song or the audio, friend with smart water, I don't know your name.
Sarah.
Hello. You asked before about trimming out a piece of a track. So here's a piece of music that's got this sort of very sluggy tempo. It is, maybe we're in rehearsal, maybe this music has been written and the director's like, yeah, that's very, very nice, but I want to get to this exciting bit of the music here. Much sooner, please. That's what I'd like. So I sliced it here and here, and then I entered a 0. A 0 count slice gets skipped in 0 time. QLab will play the first sample of this slice immediately after the last sample of that slice. And if you place your slices cautiously, it will be a completely seamless edit. That's fairly new in QLab, so earlier users of QLab do not despair. Yeah?
Is there any kind of gridlocking for placing the slices, or is it just kind of...
There is no grid. QLab knows nothing of bars and beats. QLab has no notion of tempo, with the exception of MIDI file queues, which we'll talk about tomorrow, which like threes of people worldwide use. But those folks love them. We hear about it whenever it does something wrong or whenever they wish it did something different. And it costs us nothing to keep it going, so we keep it going. No, QLab doesn't know about tempo. It doesn't know about bars or beats. It knows nothing. The only reason any of these demos worked from a musical perspective is because I made them work from a musical perspective. I use Logic as my composition tool, and Logic has this lovely thing. Any marker you put in Logic becomes a marker in the exported AIFF or WAV file. Any marker in an AIFF or WAV file that arrives in QLab gets brought in with it as a slice. Ooh. Particularly when you do tempo ramps in Logic, it puts a marker on every tempo change in the ramp. So I do a tempo ramp, I export as AIFF, never MP3, never MP4, not because I'm being a snob about audio quality, although I am, but the reason never MP3 and MP4 in this case is they don't carry their metadata with them. They don't carry the slices. I want the slices to go with. So that when my tempo ramp goes, I can see all my little slices and I can make other stuff in QLab follow along. People who use insane DAWs like Pro Tools have to do a thing where they export the markers as a text file and then use a third-party tool to recombine the marker text file with the exported AIFF or WAV file, and I've already fallen asleep, and who are you and why are we talking? Or use logic, which is wildly cheaper, more stable, easier to use, and nicer. Okay, it's not the standard. Fine. Are you working in Nashville? No? Fine. Then don't use it. Like, who cares? I work by myself in my studio on my own. It doesn't matter to me if I'm using the standard. It matters to me if I'm using a tool that I can get my stuff done. And I don't know about no, really, this is just my like crusade against Pro Tools. Why don't you export the markers like everyone else? Nuendo exports the markers. What are they called? Adobe's thing. Audition exports the markers. They all export the markers except Slow Tools. So why? Okay. And I've seen people do very clever things with Pro Tools. I don't want to be just grumpy. I do enjoy being grumpy, but not only grumpy. Okay, we talked about audio effects briefly. I want to talk about them a little bit more. This is a piece of music that I'm going to be using in these demos. Here we have the audio effect. Oh, that's not true anymore. Here we have the effect. Okay, great. We hear the effect. Here we can see that it's working. Fine, fine, fine. So much more fun, though. Here is the audio cue with the effect, but when I hit edit, notice that the mix knob on the effect is set to 0%. And this helpful tooltip says, the mix knob controls the dry-wet balance of the final reverb sound. If you are using Pro R2 as a send effect, you should set it to 100%, blah, blah, blah. I'm turning help off. Please stop helping so much. Thank you. The mix is at 0. I close this window. This fade cue targets the audio cue. Because the audio cue has an effect on it, in the Effects tab of the fade cue, that effect appears. In the fade cue, I click Edit, and I turn the mix up to, in this case, 75%. Now here's another fade cue in which I've turned the mix knob back down to 0. So now, when I roll this cue, it's got the effect, but the mix is set to 0 reverb. Now the fade cue gets wet, fade it back to dry. So I can, using this technique, cue the moments that an effect comes and goes, or an effect changes parameters. I can have a sound effect follow an actor as they walk across the stage. If they walk from their kitchen, with everything sounding quite normal, out the door into Fantasyland, it can get all reverby and dreamy, and they finish walking through Fantasyland, leave the gate, and then they run into their neighbor and are brought back to reality, and I take the reverb out again, right? And those effects can be cued from the action on stage rather than burned into the track. I have another example here of EQ. This is the sort of stock effect of a scene change music, then lights up on an actor with a radio on stage, you know? And then we fade down to the radio. And they turn it off. All right, and I do that by just adding a graphic EQ effect and taking out all of the frequencies that don't belong in a cheap radio and accentuating a few of them that don't belong anywhere. Any audio unit that is 64-bit, that reports its tail time, as it's called, and that is an audio effect and not a generator, should work in QLab. If you find an audio effect that does not work in QLab and you think that it ought to, please write to us. The good thing about audio units is that it's very easy to make them if you know a little bit about programming. And the bad thing about audio units is that it's very easy to make them even if you only know a little bit about programming. So some of the audio units out there have really wild bugs. There is a reverb I used to recommend as my absolute all-time favorite free reverb. It's the best sounding free reverb for sure. Sadly, I can no longer recommend it because it has this little quirk where every now and then it plays white noise at full level. Don't love that. Don't love that.
Can you just show the radio thing again? It was just a little fast.
Absolutely. Here is the piece of music. It's got an AU graphic EQ plugin inserted on it with everything flat. Here's the fade cue, which targets that audio cue. In the fade cue, I go to the Audio Effects tab of the inspector, and I click on the Edit button for the graphic EQ, and I make a curve that looks like the curve that belongs to a crummy transistor radio. Then the fade and stop cue is just a fade out. So when I hit go on the track, it starts playing, but its EQ curve is flat. When I hit the fade, it converts that fade to this curve. And if I were really going to complete the illusion, right, I'd have a speaker on stage in the radio prop. Ideally, it would be the speaker of the radio prop, wired to like a little automobile amplifier. In which case I wouldn't need the EQ curve because, no, I would, because if I'm in a great big theater, the prop radio is just going to be a motivating speaker. Most of the audience is going to not hear the prop radio, but some will. But my mains, with the EQ curve that matches the prop radio or seems to match the prop radio, that's what most of the house is going to hear. And then for a little extra dressing to do the job really properly, I'm going to delay the mains by between 3 and 5 milliseconds relative to the prop speaker so that the sound, for everyone who can hear the prop speaker, so that the sound from the prop reaches your ears 3 to 5 milliseconds before the mains. And then your brain, thanks to something called the precedence effect, is going to place all of the sound here in your visual field because your brain is easily fooled. And when it hears the exact same thing within a window of, it turns out, about 20 milliseconds based on factors, it will imagine that all of the sound belongs to the earliest arrival. The precedence effect is the tool for localizing audio in theater really well. Level helps, but precedence is the real thing. So we'll talk more about that later. That's audio effects. Okay. I said several times, oh, we'll talk about audio patches later, and it's become later. So everything I've been doing with cues so far, I haven't been worrying about the sound system from a design perspective. I've just been looking at these faders and the names underneath them and sending audio to them, right? Tra-la-la-la. But when I take this setup and I go do this class in a session room at USITT in March, or I'm going to do one probably going to do one in New York in January, there'll be a different room with different speakers with a different audio interface. And I don't want to reprogram every audio cue in my whole show. So I need something that separates the cues from the output hardware, and that's the patch, as we've already discussed. If I visit Workspace Settings and then Audio, I am visited with 3 tabs. 3 tabs, Scrooge. The first tab, Audio Outputs, is my audio output patches. Every cue in QLab which produces audio to go out must select one of these patches as the patch that it's going to use to do that sending out. And then whatever the patch says about what outputs are available and what they're named and how they're routed, that's what happens to the audio from that cue. Are you with me? Okay, great. Before we get into the details, I want to say a couple of things here. The first is, to use more than 2 outputs of an audio device, you must have an audio license. If you have QLab for free, first of all, great, keep using it. Go do shows for free, we are thrilled. Ask us for help, even if you're using QLab for free, we will help you, no problem. It's easy for us to scale the amount of effort we put into folks who are using the free version of QLab because you have access to fewer features, and the ones you have access to are easier to troubleshoot. So it's actually, easier to support someone doing that, so it's not a big deal, and it's important to us to support QLab fully for all users of QLab. But if you want to use more than 2 outputs, you need a license. If you want to edit your your audio output patch to make it do different things, you need a license. Just putting that out there. To make a new output patch, click that button, or type Command N while this screen is active. And I want to point out that unlike earlier versions of QLab, in QLab 5 you can have as many audio output patches as you like. I myself have not found practical reason to use more than 3 or 4 patches, but I could imagine it. Another thing that's different in QLab 5 from previous versions of QLab is that 2 patches, which use the same audio output hardware, can have completely different setups. That was not true in QLab 4. In QLab 4, if I have my Mac, my audio interface, I could create a patch which routed stuff to the interface and had effects on certain outputs and not on others, whatever. If I made another patch and routed it to the same interface, those 2 patches were identical. No way around it. But in QLab 5, that is not so. Each patch has its own unique relationship with the audio interface. Naming audio output patches, name them any way you like. We'll talk more about the flexibility of patches tomorrow. It's not important to audio. We want to get into editing an audio patch. So this menu, this drop-down menu, shows you which audio device the patch is assigned to use. The top of this menu is no device. You can make a patch that's not assigned to any device. Needless to say, if you send cues to that patch, you will not hear any sound. The next one is labeled system output, and that is the audio output device that is selected in System Settings, Sound, Output, Mac Mini Speakers. So system output is whatever output the macOS system is in use. If I change this from Mac Mini Speakers to NDI audio, then the system output in QLab will also change to NDI audio. So you can create a patch that follows the system setting if there's any reason you want to do that. There might be. In a rehearsal space, if you have a Mac set up in a rehearsal space that sometimes uses the built-in speakers in the Mac, but sometimes someone plugs into the headphone jack, you'll want to follow the system output. Because when you plug in headphones into the headphone jack, or anything into the headphone jack, the macOS does something clever and says, hey, now you've got headphones, I bet you want to use that as your system output. So now QLab can follow along. Below the system output are all the devices that are available to the Mac right now. We've got a decimator, which is this video Toolbox device here, which can pass audio. We've got 3 Blackmagic Thunderbolt video devices built into this little case here, hooked up permanently to this Mac in this groovy little media server that Alec built, which he can tell you all about, and you should ask him. We've got Dante Virtual Sound Card, which is running on this computer. We've got the Mac Mini Speakers built in. We've got the NDI audio output, which is available on this Mac because NDI tools are installed. If I had an audio interface and plugged it in, that would be on this list. What we don't have is the Scarlett 4i4 USB, which is listed as disconnected. That is an audio interface which this workspace once knew, but is not available today. And so it remembers it and says, once I had a Scarlett, but now it is lost to me. If the Scarlett came back and I plugged it in, it would move from this bottom part up into this upper part, and all would be well again, because it would recognize it. Hey, you, Scarlett, I remember you. Yeah? So this is sort of a history of audio devices of the past in the workspace. If I were to unassign all patches that once used the Scarlett, save, close, and reopen, the Scarlett would be gone from that list. It's not like all devices that were ever attached to this workspace. It's just all devices that were ever attached and we still have a reason to know about. The reason that that is useful is if you are working on a show and then you unplug from the show system, get on the tour bus, and on the way to the next town, you're like, I should make a couple of edits to a couple of cues. It knows about the disconnected device, so no one freaks out. The cues were broken because their patch is broken, but you can edit away inaudibly. And then when you plug it back into the system, it's like, hey, there's my interface. I remember you. Yeah? Is good? Okay. The edit button opens up the audio patch editor, which is complicated enough that I'm actually going to close other windows to reduce the visual noise. The audio patch editor is a window with 3 tabs and a little bit of information above and below. Up here is the name of the patch. It can be anything you like, but if you're going to do clever things with OSC and spaces, the number of Q outputs you want, which is a variable number set by you, 1 to 128. And then another place to choose the audio device. I chose 24 Q outputs, but notice my Dante Virtual Sound Card only has 16 outputs. Those are 2 different sorts of outputs. I've chosen 24 Q outputs. The Dante Virtual Sound Card has 16 device outputs. While the device has 16 outputs, I'm going to send sound to those 16 outputs, but I'm also going to send sound to some of those outputs more than one time using some other tricks. So I want extra Q outputs to do those tricks with, even though they're not going to unique different speakers or outputs in my sound system. Does that roughly make sense? Okay. The first tab lists my Q outputs. So there's 24 rows here because I put 24 here. If I typed a larger number there, I'd have more rows. Each row, Q output number 1, gets a name. By default, it's just a number, 1, 2, 3, and so on. But I've named it left, right, center, and so forth, so that that appears in the matrix mixer in the Levels tab. Next, I can optionally add an audio effect to a Q output, like inserting an effect on a bus on a mixing console. So for example, my sub Q output has an AU low pass, which tails off everything above about, what is it, about 180 hertz. Some audio effects behave specifically when they get sent to channels. They are stereo audio effects. And so for the purposes of audio effect sending only, you can gang together Q outputs, 1 channel, 2 channels, so that you can feed an audio effect in stereo. This has no effect anywhere else in QLab except right here for this sound effect. Does that make sense? They're still 2 mono sends. They just feed an AU together. I'm going to skip over the middle tab for a sec, and I'm going to go to the last tab, Device Outputs, which looks awfully similar. Same exact behavior, except you can't rename them because they don't belong to QLab, they belong to the device. In this case, it's Dante Virtual Sound Card, which is not a real device. It's an imaginary device in software, but we can still say it's a device. And you can also add effects to your device outputs. So if you want to do full system EQ on a show that has no processor, no console, which I've done, little theater, Mac to audio interface to speakers, direct, whole sound system, there you heard it. But I want to do a little, system EQ, I can do it in here. If I've got a small system, but it still needs delay speakers, I could add my delay in QLab right here. I've done it many times. Or if I've got an inexpensive console or a console with limited processing power, maybe I'll put some of my system processing in here instead of in the console. Yeah. So that's Q outputs and device outputs. The middle tab, patch routing, is the relationship between those two. The patch routing tab is a matrix mixer, which you all know everything about, in which the rows are Q outputs coming into this tab, and the columns are device outputs coming out of this tab. So when I send audio from a Q to the left output in this patch, it comes in here, no effect on its level. It comes to the second column and then goes at full volume out the second column. Why second column for my left output? Because the TD of this venue told me with this groovy document that that speaker is Dante channel number 2. So it's 2. I followed my little magic sheet here, which the TD gave me, and I have routed each of my Q outputs, which are in an order that I find logically approachable, Maybe they're not the same as the sound system, but who cares? This is the order that I want them to appear in QLab. And then using this document, I have routed them to the Q outputs of the sound system according to how the sound system is laid out. If I were the person designing the sound system from scratch, mostly you'd see a diagonal line of zeros here, because I would number my outputs in my sound system to match my QLab desires. That's not always true, but it's often true. But it doesn't have to be true. If I have a smaller sound system, you'd probably also see a diagonal line because it's not that hard to remember, oh, that's 2, that's 1, that's 3, the end. But on a complicated sound system like this, you may see Swiss cheese like this. Now, I have 24 Q outputs and only 16 device outputs. You'll also notice I'm not using 12 through 16. That's because this sound system here is 11 outputs. It's 10 speakers around here, and then the 11th output is a subwoofer flown up center. Geographically up center. Altitudinally up? I quit. Here we have left, right. We also have a left-right reverb send. We also have a left-right crunch send. These 3 pairs are all sending to Dante 2 and 3, which are, according to this map, that speaker and that speaker. Back in Q outputs, I have left-right with no effects, left verb and right verb with a reverb, left crunch and right crunch with a distortion effect. So now, here's a piece of music. If I want, I can add I can add reverb in here as we've done. But I also now have this reverb bus, which I've created in QLab. Gives me another way to mix to it. Alternately, I've got this crunch bus. And I can mix to taste, right? Bit at a time. It's just different ways of approaching the same problem or the same way of approaching different problems. We'll talk more about why these buses are useful in just a sec. And I'm going to reset this demo for the next time I do this class by clearing those out so that I do not surprise myself unpleasantly. That's the patch routing tab. I want to call your attention to this menu down at the bottom. Oh, that's too low for you all to see nicely. Put it up here. Set from other patch or defaults. You can grab Q output names, effects, device routing, device output effects, or the map, which I'm not going to talk about right now, which actually doesn't belong here, does it anymore, Chris?
It does not.
Yeah. That's good to know.
Yeah.
It's still there with a submenu item. So if I have a patch and then I make a new patch and I want to copy all the names from my first patch, I can go to Q output names and say, oh yeah, make it the same as this other patch. It's just a shortcut instead of doing a lot of typing yourself. Just calling your attention to that. Yeah.
Question for processing wise. If you have effects on your Q output tab, is it using processing power at all times or only when you're sending it to that specific output of that specific patch?
At all times. Now, there's 2 reasons why that's a good thing. Altiverb, which I mentioned before and then sort of started saying mean things about, but really the truth is that it's very cool. Altiverb has a quirk. When you wake up a plugin, a copy of Altiverb, the first thing it does is scan your whole disk for Altiverb plugins, or for Altiverb settings. If you've got a 4 terabyte disk, it's going to take a moment. When does a plugin wake up? When it's assigned to a queue, it's when the queue loads, or when the queue starts. So if Altiverb is on a plugin on a queue, and you've got a large internal disk, and you don't preload the queue, there could be a delay while Altiverb does its thing. Something I should have said earlier, but I will say now, is when queues get started, QLab always prioritizes accuracy over expedience. If I've got 8 queues that are supposed to start together, and QLab needs to take a moment to make sure that all 8 queues are ready to go, it will wait and then start them perfectly together late, rather than starting on time but wrong. So that Altiverb plugin is going to slow you down. Maybe. Spinning up a copy of Altiverb is computationally expensive. But if you have Altiverb on a pair of QLab, of Q outputs, it's always awake. It's always ready. Any queues can feed it. So it's lightweight. If I expect to be using a ton of reverb on an arbitrary number of queues at once, it is better for my computer to make Q outputs with those reverbs and just send individual queues to those Q outputs. Because then if I have 4 queues at once, they're all using one reverb rather than each queue using its own reverb. If instead I'm going to use a little reverb here, a little reverb there, I'm not really sure, it's going to have different settings every time, then it's best to use it on a queue by queue basis. Yeah? Okay. I passed this area for a moment to go straight to patch editing, but I want to talk about it now. Volume limits maximum and minimum, which is, I kind of think, one of the most important parts of this whole lesson. The maximum and minimum levels here are the maximum and minimum levels that QLab will produce, sort of understanding that the actual maximum and minimum level is determined by things outside of QLab, i.e. the loudness of the sound in the file matters, the amount of gain on your amplifier matters. This is just QLab's internal understanding. When you hook a computer up to a sound system, how do you know that silent in QLab is going to be silent in the room? This is a big question, an important one. I'm going to teach you how to do it right now. It's one of the few times where I say, seriously, just do it exactly like this. Okay? Very, very few times. I try not to do that. Montessori upbringing. But trust me, this is a non-Montessori moment. Step 1, set your minimum volume as low as it will go, which it turns out in QLab is -180. The difference between -180 dB and 0 dB is significantly greater than the total dynamic range of human hearing. So that's a sufficiently low number. Do you know what I mean when I say dynamic range? It's just the difference between the biggest and the smallest, or the loudest and the softest, or the most and the least. So the dynamic range of a concert is not how loud the concert was. It was, what is the difference in loudness between the quietest moment of the concert and the loudest moment of the concert, right? That little flute solo was this loud. But when they brought out the metal guitarist with the stacks of Marshalls to go with the flute, that was louder. The dynamic range is the gap, the distance between the two. The dynamic range of human hearing is very impressive. It's something like 150-ish dB. But I don't have an exact figure. This is not my area of specialty, and it's murky, and I don't want to misquote. But it's a small 3-digit number. How's that? So QLab, when you set the maximum, the default maximum is +12. Let's start there. The default minimum is like -60, I think, and now I made it -180. So this is the totally maximum amount of dynamic range possible in QLab, period, the end. And it is so much more than the amount of dynamic range that any sound system ever made has ever had. So it's a good outer boundary. So we start here. Then we take a piece of music that is well mastered, i.e. highly compressed, i.e. quite loud. And we put it on infinite loop at a reasonable level. And this intro is actually more dynamic than we want. We really want to be in here. and we slowly drag the level down until we think we can't hear it. Then we walk around the theater and we check. We keep going. I hear it. I'm outside the pattern, so it's hard to say.
I couldn't get tiny. I got a tiny.
A little?
No, I can still hear it. I'm out.
Yeah, okay, no one hears it. Great. So minus 62.3 is silent in this setup. With these exact variables, minus 62.3 is silent. So I go here, I set my minimum to 63, the next integer lower, just because it's a little more humane. Now, QLab says, great, when I get to minus 63, I call that silent. So now, the maximum amount of fader travel is useful to you, right? The loudness of the cue is unaffected. All that's changed is what is the level that the bottom of the fader means? Do I have a fader that travels down to minus 180, minus 100, minus 60, minus 4? That's not a very good sound system. Minus 63 in this case. The maximum, I'll be with you in one sec. The maximum volume limit technically is the same idea, but the goal is different. The goal is not what is silence or what is infinite loudness. No. The goal is how loud could I ever possibly want it to be? So what you do there is you find a piece of material that is the softest source material you think you're going to use at all. Do I have a little tiny cranky cricket in here? A little here? Well, all these winds are big winds. I actually don't have a good example here. What I want is like a little tiny, tiny cicada, you know, little sound, where the sound file itself is recorded very quietly. Drop that into QLab, start playing it, bring it up until it is as loud as you can dream of wanting it, and then set the maximum volume limit slightly higher than that. Or, if all else fails, set it at 0. The maximum volume limit is a backstop against relative fades getting out of control. When the maximum volume is 0, no relative fade will ever exceed 0 in QLab. So I always at least set it to 0 unless I have very, very soft stuff. So sometimes I have these little tiny sounds that I need to crank into the positive range. So then I use it as up to plus 12. But if I'm doing music-only playback, that won't happen. It's only when I've got a varied and wildly varied set of sound effects. And that's volume limits in QLab.
Just so you know, Ethan has fixed that bug you found.
Which one?
The one with the mix and the pop-up menu.
Good man.
Yeah.
He's very speedy. Any questions about volume limits? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you said before.
So is Unity always at the same like visual level on the on like the levels?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Unity is always here.
Okay. So that just means that if you reduce the lower limit, then the increments from that to Unity will be like bigger, I guess?
Yeah. If we drew a label alongside of here, you'd see more clearly what happens. But the fader track is always minus infinity, unity. I'm sorry. Yeah. Minimum volume limit, unity, maximum volume limit.
Okay. And then if the max is already set at 0 dB, would there just not? I see. Okay.
Springy,
Yeah.
bouncy,
Cool.
no-go-y. I worked with a guy once who had a big analog console, and he had a routing thing where an aux, it was possible to route an aux to itself and create a feedback loop. And to prevent that from happening, he put a Avery label on the knob of the aux send on the channel that would cause the feedback. No, Dave, that would not sound cool. Really made me laugh when I saw it. And also I was like, this is like better than a less snarky label, because it really like, it interrupts your, you're mixing, you're moving quick. You're kind of like rocking out with the song, and then you're like, no, that would not sound, okay. It really interrupts your flow and prevents you from being like, yeah, whatever the label is, I'm gonna turn the knob. So this is a no Dave, that would not sound cool rubber band. Okay, great. That is audio settings and audio output settings. And by getting through it so quickly, it allows us to circumnavigate mic cues for a moment, because they're not quite as exciting, and move to object audio. And the way I like to start talking about object audio is asking and answering this question. What is object audio exactly? It is interesting because object audio as a concept is rather old, but it has entered the mainstream of live event sound comparatively recently. And so it was this thing that sort of lived in an academic world and sort of a hypothetical world for a long time, surprisingly, much like stereo in a theater, lived in a hypothetical world for a long time. And then once we sort of clawed our way out of the Stone Age of live sound and moved through the Bronze Age and we're now sort of in the post-industrial era of sound in terms of history of, at the beginning it was just like a monumental effort to get pre-recorded sound to work reliably in the theater, right? Sound in the theater is very old. We had actors and they spoke. That was sound, great. And in fact, we have artifacts from ancient Greece and from East Asia of masks that actors wore that had a structure built around the mouth and nose of the actor that acted as an acoustic amplifier, right? The same way that rolling a tube out of paper, a cone out of paper, creates a kind of natural amplifying effect. There are masks from antiquity that show that same effect in use. Okay, so sound and amplified sound is not that new a concept. But then for like 1,100 years, no advances. And then after that, they started building buildings in a good shape to make sound louder. Okay, great, and that happened for a few hundred years. And then after a while, someone was like, I know, the phonograph. And they invented a record player. And then for a long time, sound designer wasn't a job title. Guy who drops needle on record backstage is assistant electrician. And that's historically why sound belongs to the electrics department in Local 1 on Broadway. Because sound playback for the longest time, it was just like not that exact, right? How exactly can you drop that needle to coincide with that sound effect on stage, or that moment on stage that needs a sound effect? And how accurately can the record reproduce a sound effect exactly the way you want it every night? Eventually, if you have a long-running show, the record wears out. So it's been quite some time just making sound work repeatably. Then we got to, okay, well, we could have a computer that doesn't crash every day. That's great. Maybe it could play back sound for us. And that took us into this century. And all the while, since about the 1960s, someone was like, channels? I don't know. That feels restrictive. Maybe we could do something else. Maybe we could make sound into objects. So to explain what that means, we're going to talk really briefly about the implications of what came before, which is channel-based audio. Here is a highly sophisticated diagram of the sound system in this theater, drawn meticulously to scale. When I have music in the left speaker, and I want to fade it to the center speaker, we've learned today that all I do is I bring the level down in that speaker while I bring it up in this speaker. And it feels like the sound moves, right? Your brain is doing the work. And because these two speakers are not the same type and not the same inherent loudness for a lot of different reasons that aren't interesting right now, it doesn't feel perfectly smooth, but you could imagine that we could work on it to make it feel perfectly smooth. Down in that channel, up in that channel. The sound doesn't move, but it feels like something moves. because our brains do work for us. To move the sound all the way around the room, no big deal. No big deal, he says, sure. I just make 9 fade cues, right? It starts there, and then as it fades to this speaker, then that speaker, then it's fading its way around the room, 3 seconds apiece, making a journey. Yeah, and it kind of feels like it's moving. We're going to have it land here. Oh, I talked too quick. I didn't do this demo in this room until today, so. Oh yeah, now it fades out and stops. Great, good work. Well done. Okay, great, channel-based audio. But object-based audio, alternative. I want to emphasize what you're going to hear, the result of what you're hearing. No, what am I trying to say? Nothing is happening different sonically. There is no sound difference to what's happening. All that you're going to see now that's different is a different paradigm of controlling the sound. And it's easy to lose sight of this because it's cool, but I want to emphasize that as much as I can. When we use object-based audio instead of channel-based audio, we're changing the way that you, the human working the tool, interact with the tool. Instead of rows and columns in a matrix mixer, we're going to give you objects in a map. This is the monitor window, which shows us, hey, what happened to my map? Hang on a second, this is not part of the demo yet. There we go. That's strange. Oh, doubly strange. All right. The map didn't stay with, the background image didn't stay with when I came across from my computer.
I'll get Ethan working on it.
All right, give me a second. This is not actually part of the demo right now. So just pretend that I'm not doing this at this time. And we will learn about what I just did really quickly and not tell you later. But for now, we're just going to enjoy. OK, and the map, which looks like this, right? That's the idea. What we have here is a map of the theater, which was taken from the Vectorworks drawing of the theater. These little X's are what we call marks in QLab. And each mark, in this case, represents, well, all of these inner marks represent these speakers. Instead of emoji in my extremely detailed drawing, we have this map, which shows audio playing through an object, music.a here. And it appears in this spot on the map because I put it there. To fade it, a fade cue has a path. And when I run that fade cue, the object moves around the room. This is exactly the same thing happening to the sound that happened with the fade cues I made. But this one took me like 8 seconds to build, and the other one took me a few minutes, because this is not 9 fades individually going from speaker to speaker. And even more important, when the director says, can you make that 7/10 of a second longer? I can, by typing one number, instead of dividing 7/10 across 9 cues and changing all their times, yeah? Also, if the director says something like, actually, could it go the other way? Well, I could reorder all my fade cues, or I could just take the path and press the reverse button and get on with my life. So, again, nothing different from the audience's perspective. If they don't see this, and they won't, or they shouldn't, unless you're doing 10 out of 12, if they don't see this, all they know is there was sound in that speaker, now it's in that speaker. Congratulations. But you know, time saved, easier stuff done. Yes?
So is the difference is it truly just operational, or is behind the scenes versus like a channel fade versus the object based, is like any of that computing being done differently? Because I'm looking at this and kind of just imagining it as the path is like an automation line that's just kind of automatically doing those crossfades based on the position.
But what is an automation line? Is nothing but a user interface tool for you. Instead of moving the fader a whole bunch, you tell the robot, hey robot, move that fader for me a whole bunch.
It's just that's what that's.
So why we have robots, right? Why else to have robots but to make them do the dull stuff, right? Now, I will be with you one moment. Many object audio processors, ELIZA, D&B Soundscape, Spat Revolution, Dolby, Atmos, which is also the name of Alaska Airlines' new rewards program, which I found hilarious on the airplane the other day. Many object audio processors also do some other fancy stuff. And because that fancy processing came to market in the product that was marketed as an object audio processor, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that fundamentally object audio is about a user interface change. When you couple it with some other fancy processing, it can feel like it's more than that. But I prefer to tease apart the ideas, right? Meyer Soundscape and QLab, our object audio system is based purely on level calculations. So it's more obvious in our sound systems that object audio is just an interface paradigm. D&B Soundscape, ELIZA, Spat Revolution, they use level and delay calculations. So it's less obvious. It is still true though, because the delay calculations that are built into those tools aren't fundamentally necessary for object audio. Am I making sense? I'm going to be as clear as I can. I do not wish to cast any aspersions on any of these tool sets. I'm going to talk about ours, and I will occasionally compare it to others because I think that it's useful. But I've used and liked every one of those. Well, no, I haven't used the Dolby at all. I've used and liked the others. I've used Soundscape and D&B and Meyer. I've used in shows and will keep using in shows, even though now we have our own in QLab. Because I am who I am, I will prefer QLabs. But that's because I helped make it. So it definitely works the way I like, right? Whereas sometimes I feel like I'm fighting with the others, not because they're wrong, but because it's a complicated problem. You have to take an opinionated choice to make a good product. And they chose something that doesn't work quite the way I work. So to be clear, not displeased with any of them, impressed with all of them. And I'm not trying to talk out of school about any of them, just Pro Tools. Okay. Yes?
Do you ever come across concerns processing power-wise? Does this take more out of your processor than doing a bunch of fades, having this fancy graphical pathway and everything? Or have you never encountered problems?
Well, on the one hand, we only released it like 3 weeks ago.
Okay, well.
So 2 weeks? Recently. So I don't know. But also, I've been beta testing it for about a year. And I have not yet come across any kind of trouble that didn't turn out to actually be something else. There is a weird thing that I noticed the other day in which when I had 2 QLab workspaces open at once, and I ran a fade, the object moved very, very sluggily. Quit and restart QLab worked perfectly. And so I think that what was going on was some artifact of updating my workspace from pre-object audio to object audio, or something else. I don't know, my computer had been running for like 10 days. Who can say? I'm not sure, but a quick quit and restart cleared it up, and I couldn't make it happen again. So to me, it's not yet a problem.
I will also just briefly mention that in order to introduce object audio as a feature, we rebuilt a couple of key pieces of the audio engine, and we did some basic testing to check on performance for that, and from our tests, we found that the new performance was slightly, in the cases we were testing at least, it was slightly better than the old audio engine. So introducing object audio in some ways I think has actually improved performance, because we found some pieces of the audio engine that we needed to put some custom code into to make objects work. We were able to do really highly optimized stuff there and just tune it just exactly right. So we may have actually bought ourselves a little performance by introducing this. Now, your mileage may vary. As Sam said, this was released 3 weeks ago. So, you know, if you find something that you feel is concerning, please let us know, because we want to check it out. But so far, it's been pretty good.
Yeah. The truth of it is that the kind of math the computer has to do to change the levels of audio in different outputs is exactly the sort of math that computers have been getting better at very quickly. Matrix multiplication, which is not very quick for a human person to do, but very quick for a robot to do. And so what's going on here is, under the hood, there was a lot of work to set it up, to make it work properly, to make it do the things we wanted it to do. But the actual calculations that the machine has to make to execute the command of fade this sound around like that is actually pretty, like, this guy's raising his eyebrow and like, that's it? That's the hard work? Come at me, bro, you know? So it took a lot of hard work to make the tool. But then when you use the tool, the computer doesn't have to do all that much very hard work. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Great. So now I've demonstrated what is object audio exactly, and now I have this note. Okay, now we learn it. All right? So I'm going to start with the map editor. We're going to start with a lot of terminology. I'm just going to throw a bunch of words at you. You're going to ask questions. It's going to be great. We're going to go, why are you stuck? Oh, you're really stuck. Okay. No, Apple, do not resize my window, please. Okay. So first, we're just going to look at the Objects tab of the audio queue. The Objects tab of the audio queue is that tab I told you not to worry about before. It doesn't exist. Now it exists. And here in this queue, we see that the Objects tab has the little gray dog ear, because in this queue, the Objects tab is the one producing audio out to the outer world. In the Objects tab, we're going to go upper left to lower right. In the Objects tab, the first thing we do is we choose a map. There are 4 maps in this workspace. I can send this queue to any of them, and I've chosen Voxel Realistic plus Reverb, which is what I named it just because I named it like that. It doesn't mean anything important, significant. It's my name for this map. Then below that is a list of objects. By default, you can have any, well, let me skip by default. You can have any number of objects in a queue that you like. For this piece of music, which is just stereo track, it would make the most sense to have 1 or 2 objects. Objects by default get letter names, but you can name them whatever you like. Right? But I think probably more useful would be something like left and right. Then you get a little matrix mixer here where the rows, again, are channels in the audio file, the target audio file, but columns are not queue outputs. They're objects. So object left, let's go back to the default names though, because that's even clearer for the demo purpose. The first object, object A, I'm going to send the left channel of the audio to object A. The second object, B, I'm going to send the right channel to B. And now when I roll this track, A and B, left and right speakers, this is exactly the same as doing that. Exactly the same, because I set the map up that way. Yeah.
Sorry. How do you use? Okay, maybe this will become clear, but like, do you use both the level and object tabs on the same queue? Or
Just
are
you wait, my
picking
friend.
one or the other?
Just you wait.
Such a good question.
Just you wait. And here's one of the few cases where I'm going to say, I'm pretty confident this is the one thing we definitely do better than all the other guys. Just this one thing.
Okay.
Other things, you take it or leave it. For me, we do this part so much better. The key thing to start with is, if you already feel an expert at the Levels tab, and you don't use objects, you don't want to use objects, go in Health. Keep using the Levels tab. Don't use objects. You don't have to turn anything off. You don't have to select anything. You don't have to make any mode shifts. Just don't use it. Don't go there. No sound will go there. The Levels tab now shows me the triangle because I'm routing to these two guys. But if I get rid of those two outputs, silence those two outputs, now the Levels tab is sending nothing. I go to the Objects tab. Now the Objects tab is speaking. And if I want to move these two around, no problem. Right? But let's say I would really like them to send to the sub, kind of no matter where they are. So they're in the Levels tab. They're sending to the sub regardless of their object position. Because the queue is the queue, right? And the queue has two channels. And over here in the Levels tab, I'm sending it to the sub, forgetting about the object system. And over here in the Objects tab, I'm sending them, well, wherever I'm sending them by dragging them around this map, regardless of what's happening in the Levels tab. The main level is shared. The main level is the main level of the queue, the end. And you'll notice we have put that one fader in exactly the same spot in both pages, because it's the same fader. Yeah?
Is your sub in the map? And if it is in the map, is it just set so that it's ignoring where the object is when you set the level?
My sub's not on the map.
Okay, so what if you, what if the speaker that you wanted to set the level to was in the map? Would you set the level with the object audio sort of ignore that speaker?
You're saying if instead of sending to the sub, I also send it to like center?
Yeah, like if you set it at constantly at the center, and that center is in the map.
Yes.
Does that now ignore that center speaker?
No, it's additive. Is it additive or is it highest takes precedence? Additive, yeah. So it's additive, yeah.
So you won't wait, it'll stay there, but then you put it back.
Right.
That's wild. That's cool.
So the number one frustration for me using object audio systems is when I'm the sound programmer, okay, I'm programming this thing, it's a monstrous system, I've got all my crazy bells and whistles, and the designer's wandering around the theater saying, that sounds great, but when it's over there, I would like it in the speaker a little bit more, please. Well, if I'm using a soundscape, I have to be like, okay, I'm going to open Array Calc, and I'm going to lie to the computer about where that speaker is. Little computer, you don't know it, but that speaker's actually hovering over the audience. Shh, it's true, right? Craziness. Or I have to do a nutty thing with buses, and R1 is a complicated piece of software to use. For us, the Levels tab is just a constant static send to all outputs as there ever was. And if you do a one-to-one setup here where each output here represents a single cabinet in the theater, you can, at any time, goose your queue in one specific cabinet, regardless of what the objects are doing. For me, doing it in the subs is great. Center is great. If you have a theater with box seats, which is just a holdover from French aristocracy culture, right? Like they're the worst seats in the theater, but they're expensive. We need to sound good in them. Can we? No, we cannot. So we put one goofy little speaker there, and we have a static send to that goofy little speaker. And we're like, all right, every sound effect basically at the same level to that goofy little speaker for those two folks who paid a lot of money to be seen in that box seat. Fine. While the objects fly around this, and everyone in the cheap seats gets this whiz-bang show. They're like, oh, it flew all over the place. And the box seat folks are like, what? I don't care. I look nice, right? Some box seats are cool. I don't know. The first complicated object audio show I did, they put the mixer in the second box on one side, and I was like, "You're going to put." They didn't want to pull seats from the main floor, which were better seats, so they put the mixer in the one seat where they were definitely not going to hear the show properly. We made her a little monitor speaker that had a simulated mix of what it sounded like from the middle of the theater, and got it done. Anyway, back to the object tab. So we've got these two objects, we fly it around. We could instead just have one object and send both channels left and right to it. And it would just be a mono sum. That's fine too. If we could have more objects. We could just fly them all over the place. There's no reason not to do this if you want to do this. And each object could even have the same level. And we could have a completely wackadoo arrangement of objects. Maybe this is effective enough with only 3, and I don't have to take up the rest of our day. And it's there, and it's also there, and it's also there. Okay, fine. So that's routing. Over on this side, we have two controls, color and spread. Color is simpler, so I'll talk about it first. Object can be given a color. What is it for? It's not for anything. It's just to keep track of your objects. Because here's the thing. When I click this monitor button, I get this monitor window. And this monitor window shows me everything that's happening on this map at all times. If I've got 12 cues playing, 12 cues objects are all going to be on this map. Which one's which? Well, I can read the text label, but maybe, if you're like me, my thing as a designer is weather. I'm really good at weather. I'm just going to toot my own horn for a minute. You got a show with a lot of weather in it, I'm your guy, okay? Rainstorm, what kind of rainstorm? That's my question. Oh, you're by the seaside? Which seaside? Yeah. What's your latitude? That's the way I like to design a show. You need a show where someone's got an encyclopedic knowledge of, alt rock from the early 90s. I am not your guy. That's not the way I listen to music. It's not the way I experience the world. It's just not true. But I can tell you whether that drip is in the foreground or not and why. So, for me, lights up, Act 1, Scene 1, The Tempest. You best believe my map looks like a Jackson Pollock painting. But if there is one sound effect that is the hero sound effect, maybe it is the sound effect that is associated with an actor, where the audience's attention is meant to be drawn to the actor, you can make the color of that object stand out in the map in a way that helps you, the designer or programmer, key into following that object visually. It's just a tool like colors for cues to help you recognize what's what where. Yeah?
Is there anything in that monitor that like jumps you to a cue if you were like, you have a bunch of them on there and you see one moving, you're like, oh, I want to make a change to that one. Can you like jump to it from the monitor page?
Right now, the monitor is a view-only tool. It's an interesting idea with some like, oh, how fast is it moving? Can you catch it?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
It's a little tricky to know exactly what the most useful next iteration is, but we feel like, and certainly it sounds like you feel like, there's a multitude of possibilities, all of which are worth looking into, and I agree, they really are. I think this tool can become really interesting. I like pause and resume here, like pause motion but keep playback, or solo. I don't know. This is interesting stuff. A way to combine it with active cues somehow. I don't know. Okay, so that's color. Color's great, but it's ultimately not sort of super important. Spread is the apparent size of an object. The default spread is 0. As you increase the spread, the object seems to get larger and larger. the larger an object gets, the more marks its spread encompasses, the more different locations on the map get used to determine where the sound should come from. When we start to talk about maps, you will understand what that means, but for now, that will feel vague. But in short, spread is how big is the object. When you move the object around, you can just click and drag. There's also text fields here which can be clicked and dragged or typed into. And in the lower left, this question mark button pops up a keyboard interaction shortcut list. And I want to take this moment to talk about this little pop-up because you're going to see this question mark in a circle in a few different places in QLab. You're also, when you use the right mouse button or two-finger click on your trackpad, going to see a list, a menu that pops up concluding in the word help. And the help has this little arrow coming out of a box and a button for online documentation, just as this has an arrow coming out of a box and an online documentation button. And I want to call your attention to that. The arrow coming out of the box says, pop out this help and keep it on screen for me, no matter what else is going on. Maybe you want to hang on to that list while you do other stuff and click other places. And then the online documentation button hops you in a web browser to the relevant section of QLab's manual, if your computer is online, that is. If your computer is not online, that online documentation button does not help you because you are not online. Was there a hand up and I missed it? Okay, great. So anywhere that you see that, help, online documentation, trust that you will be brought in a web browser to the relevant section of the online documentation as long as your Mac can reach the internet. And I encourage you to use it. Okay. Here are some zooming buttons, zooming in and zooming out. If you have a trackpad, pinchy squeezy also works. If you have a scroll wheel, scrolling up and down, shift scrolling left and right, option scrolling is zoom in and out. And the option, yeah, there we go. The zoom level of this window doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's just like what's useful for you. You don't have to worry about it being zoomed to the appropriate size for any particular reason. Okay, that's the Objects tab. Now we got to learn how this map got made and what to do with it. So I'm going to close that window. I'm going to go to Workspace Settings, Audio. We learned about the audio outputs. We skipped over audio inputs. It's less exciting. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's useful, but not quite as jazzy. Audio Maps is the next tab. And here are our audio maps. A workspace can have any number of maps. You create a new map by clicking this button or typing Command N when this screen is active. And maps are what facilitate object audio. Yeah? Here I have 4 maps. The default map, stereo, comes pre-created in a new workspace. That way, you don't have to do your first map completely from scratch. You can see an example. Maps exist on their own within a workspace, having nothing to do with an audio cue or an audio output patch. But a map is meaningless without a cue playing into it and an audio output patch for that cue to play through. Does that make sense? So a map needs a patch. But since multiple cues can use the same map, and those multiple cues could have different patches, it's important to understand that the relationship between the map and the patch is fleeting. And you can use the same map on different patches, which you will see in time is actually very useful. I'm going to click the Edit button next to the stereo map, because the stereo map is a nice, simple map that comes for free. They're all, that comes default in every workspace. And it's a nice, non-threatening interface to look at, the map editor. Up in the upper left, we have the name of the map and the width and height of the map. The default shape of maps is 1,000 pixels by 1,000, or actually points, 1,000 points by 1,000 points. Map coordinates are unitless. They don't mean anything specific. They don't mean feet or meters or inches or centimeters or hectares or pixels or decibels. They just mean numbers, some amount by some amount. We start 1,000 by 1,000 because it just felt like a nice amount of space to work in without using decimal numbers quite so often. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is the orientation. If you want it to be rectangular, like I wanted to make a map that represents this theater. So this map is 1,000 wide by 1,296 high. Okay. So it was rectangular. But this is 1,000 by 1,000. But in the end, it's not important. It doesn't really matter. If you decide that you want to make these units mean something, you can decide that. You can say, all right, these are centimeters. So I'm going to do a theater that's 1,000 centimeters by 1,000 centimeters. That's not a very big theater, but you could do that. Or maybe meters, right? It doesn't matter. But if you decide the numbers mean something, as long as you're internally consistent, then they will mean that thing to you. This is the test object, which we're going to skip for a minute. This button opens the monitor window, which we already opened up for the other map. It's the same monitor window. It's just a button up here to get it. This sidebar here has two tabs, Marks and Filters and Map Objects. Marks and Filters are the two basic components that get placed into a map to make up the map, right? A mark, which appears as a little X, a mark is a location on the map that has a set of output levels associated with it. That's all it is, as strange as that sounds. There's a couple of little parameters here, which we'll talk about in a moment, but really, think about a mark as an example of a mix. A mark says, when an object is here, send the sound from that object to these outputs at these levels. And so here we have 128 outputs, the maximum number of Q outputs that are possible in a patch. What this particular mark is saying here is no matter what patch the sound is going to, send audio to the first Q output in that patch when the object is sitting right on top of me. Yeah? And this mark says, no matter what patch I'm going to, when the object is sitting right on top of me, send audio only to the second Q output. So if I select a patch from this menu, let's say main audio patch, now I see the Q outputs for my main audio patch, which I named left, right, center, sub, blah, 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 blah. What this is doing is saying, if a Q is using main audio patch and using this map, then this is what will happen. But I could easily choose some other audio patch here and see the outputs for that patch. Choosing a patch here is not assigning the patch to the map. It's just showing you what will happen when that map and that patch are used at the same time. Did that make sense? Anyone feeling fuzzy on that? Because it took me a great deal of time to feel comfortable with this idea. I was a staunch arguer of not doing it this way until I got comfortable with it, and now I realize it is absolutely the better way, but it took me a long time. So everyone nodding gently or sitting perfectly still makes me feel good about the word choices I made to explain what we're doing here. So I'm going to proceed. In the test object, you can test this map out as though there's a Q playing. I can just select a temporary test file. And it will loop this track. And here's the level for the test object. And now I can move this test object around the map, and lo and behold, when the object is over the left mark, I hear it out of the left speaker. When it's over the right mark, I hear it out of the right speaker. If I took the left mark and I assigned all the speakers on the left side of the theater to it, and then I took the right mark and I assigned all the speakers on the right side of the theater to it, all the right speakers, all the left speakers. Now I could say, actually, I want to kind of shade it a little bit because I still want the attention up front. So let's do like -9 in the rear and -6, -3. Marks are just example mixes. Yeah, okay. Now there's a little bit more to it. Because marks also have two parameters, gravity and shadow. And what those mean is best described in a more complicated map. So let's take a journey to a more complicated map. Resetting the demo for next time. Do not confuse yourself, Sam. Here is the Voxel Realistic plus Reverb. This is a more complicated map. This map, first of all, has a background image, which is this image of the voxel. I clicked this button, the little picture of a picture, and then I assigned an image to the map, and it appears as a background. The reason to use that is to make it easier to use here. If the map is representing real space, the background image is valuable. But the map need not represent real space, right? That stereo left-right, that wasn't really real space. It was just a panning tool. But this map represents real space. I've attempted to approximate the location of these speakers in real actual space. It's not exactly right, but it's close enough. As I move my test object around, when my mouse is grabbing the test object, you see the faders below appear in white. And what they show me is the level of the test object live in each output. So I can get an approximate idea of how QLab interprets the difference between the different marks that I've placed on the map. Right? I have a center. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, when you eventually go and set a path, is that path locked to the map or to marks? Or is it just positions on the map so that you like adjust the position of a mark? Is the path you set?
The path is drawn relative to the map.
Okay.
So if you move the marks in the map, you will change what the path sounds like, but the path will be drawn in the same place because it's in the same place.
Yeah, makes sense.
There are a couple of tools. So we started talking about gravity and shadow, right? And the first tool, the tool that I want to show you that helps understand these is called the Heatmap. This is a little bit of a tricky idea. The Heatmap shows a color rendition over the whole map of the loudness of an object, or the loudness of sound in a given Q output based on an object being anywhere on the map. So I'm going to show the heat map for Q output 1. When I move my mouse around holding down the Option key, it shows those white levels, which is how loud would an object be in each output if it were here. The white is white is unity, and then each color step is a 3 dB step. So the border from, right at the border from white to pink is -3. Right at the border from light pink to medium pink is -6. That's the border is -9, -12, etc. All the way down to -infinity. If I show a different Q output, it shows a different shape because the influence of these marks upon the map dictate how each how each output gets weighted as an object moves around the space. There was one or two hands? Yeah.
Have you told it the dispersion characteristics of your loudspeakers?
So that's the thing. Marks are not speakers.
Okay.
Marks route to outputs, and outputs are not speakers. If this were a proscenium theater with a mezzanine and a balcony, right? Not even a proscenium, sort of, you know, Shakespeare-style rectangle opera tiers. My left main mark, which only goes to my left Q output, that left Q output might go to 4 speakers. So this isn't speakers. This isn't coverage. And our goal with using this unusual color palette, first of all, was to make it color blindness aware. This color palette is drawn from some research on gradations of hues that are easily perceptible no matter what your color blindness is. This doesn't show how loud a sound will be in a specific location. It will show how much level is sent from an object to a Q output when the object is in that location on the map. Who knows what's happening out here? And this comes from a lot of, several of my colleagues and I who work at Figure 53 are working sound designers. We've put our hands on Meyer Soundscape, L-Acoustics ELISA, Meyer Space Map, and D&B Soundscape. And some of those tools model speakers and model dispersion and try to show you exactly what's what, and some don't. The ones that do are the ones that we, as working designers who are in a hurry, time is money, tech rehearsal is limited, the audience is coming, first preview is Thursday. So could we could we go, man? The ones that require you to model the speakers and have the dispersion, those are the ones you lie to. We lie to them all the time. Oh, our mains are actually here. Oh, that's not an E8, that's an E3, right? You just lie and lie and lie. And then you get what sounds right. Now, I admit that in an imaginary world where we had all the time we could have, where you had all the money you could have, you won't have to lie to the machine. You could tell the machine the exact truth and program it accordingly. But go requires lying. So we chose not to go that route. Skip the process of it figuring out which lie to tell and just trust that this thing is not a representation of reality. Never tries to be. Felt a lot better.
Yeah, so just like tying in with what I think what he was asking is like the shape that we're seeing on this heat map is derived from the fact that you have a bunch of other sound points or marks in the map, and as such, if you had a single point, we would just see a circle.
No, if we had a single point, we'd just see white.
So
the only thing that reduces the influence of a mark is another mark or a filter, which I'll get to in a sec. But I want to zero in on one. Your question is best answered by continuing down the demo for a minute, and then you can tell me whether I was right about it answering your question.
Okay. You're on the right track.
Let's look at the center mark. The center mark, yeah, look at the center mark here, or center main mark. It says, go to the output called center at Unity. Now let's look at the left main mark. It says, go to the left Q output at Unity. Notably, about center, it says silence. It's got a shadow of 30, which is degrees. So as we move away from the center mark, we get away from the guy who says be at unity in center, and we move towards the guy who says be at silent in center. And so the influence upon the object as it gets closer and closer to the left mark is be quieter in the center main, until when you pass the left mark, an object here looks backwards towards center and says, the mark nearest me says be silent in the center output, so I will be silent. If I adjust the shadow of the left main from 30 up to 90, I get a flat line of influence. The left main creates a wall saying, I've cast a shadow that is 90 degrees wide. Once you pass me, you can't see the center mark at all. La, 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 no center for you. If I bring the shadow all the way down to 0, and I zoom in here a little bit, there's more influence allowed to wrap around that mark from the center main. Because all the while, this heat map that we're looking at is the heat map for output 3, not the heat map for this mark. It's the heat map for the mark, the output that this mark sends to. The gravity of the mark is the size or the weight of its influence. More gravity, more influence. Less gravity, less influence. Here I've made the gravity of the left main just 0.1. So basically you have to get right up on it for its influence to matter more than this influence. Between gravity and shadow, you can create the shape of the behavior as you come closer to and move farther from individual marks. Does that approach your question?
Yes, I think yeah.
Okay. The reason that this map is where I want to spend time is because most of these marks go to a single Q output, which is fairly straightforward, right? One mark goes to one Q output, and that one Q output in this theater goes to one speaker. So it's a nice one-to-one-to-one relationship. But there are also some things that we don't want to happen. Like, for example, if an object is all the way down here, near you all, I don't want to hear it out of this speaker. It's too far away. It belongs on that side of the theater. That's a design choice that even though mathematically there are no marks in the middle of the space. And so if I move an object all the way down the middle of the space, the center speaker, the mark that feeds this output, has influence all the way down into the middle of the theater. So we have something called filters. A filter has a width and an angle, and the filter says any objects on one side of me are only influenced by those marks on that side of me. Objects on the other side of me are not influenced. I am a filter that filters out influence. So, as an object moves from the center main mark down the center line of the theater towards the center filter, now this filter takes over and filters out the influence of all these marks up there, which means by the time it gets to the other end of the filter, it cannot see this mark. Because I have decided as a design choice, I don't want an object that's down at this end of the theater to be heard in this speaker at all. So mark and its gravity and shadow, and filter and its width and angle can allow me to paint a picture of influence and have only the space that I want the sound, only the space that I want be space that an object occupies and is heard in certain outputs. Yeah?
Is that exclusively both ways? Or could you have a filter that lets sound through one way but didn't let sound through the other way?
Filters are symmetrical, but what you can do is give individual Q outputs a pass through the filter.
Oh.
So I can say, you know what, don't filter the sub. Like, now I'm not using the sub on my map, so it's not a good example, but if I were, I could say, don't filter the sub. Don't only affect other outputs. Don't affect this output. This map has 8 filters, all of which help me define a space where my design goal is, in the center, I want to hear the speakers. When an object is in the middle of the room, I want to hear the speakers. I then have a ring of out marks around here, which send to those reverb buses I made and showed you earlier. So what I want is when an object moves from the middle of the theater out to the periphery, I want to hear the reverb. And then these outer filters say, when I move from the periphery of the theater off of the map, I want it to drop to silence, which is not the default behavior. Instead, marks have influence that extend infinitely in every direction until another mark or a filter affects it. So with all of that put together, as I move out from the center, I move into a territory of reverb. And as I move out to the edge, it fades out to silence. So I can move a sound around the edge, and it stays all reverby. Or move it in here, and it's drier. Move it in here, and it's completely dry. And that's that. Does that make sense? This map is a spatial representation. But let's look at another option. Oh, right, my map background didn't transfer. Give me a second. I think it uses the wrong path.
As you're fixing that one, it's an absolute path, which is Ethan's working on it. Your earlier question about the sub, which is easily solved, of course, by sending signal to the subchannel. You could still, now that we've seen how we make the map, you could do the same thing you were asking about by, instead of sending the signal to the sub output in the Levels tab, you could choose to construct the map so that every example you give anywhere on the map is also sending to sub. So you could have the sub be present in every mark example, and you could effectively have the queue routed to the sub that way. I'm with Sam. I prefer to just sort of stick it in the queue output in that one spot. Then I don't have to manage it. It's just sort of easy and separate. It's one place. But both achieve the same result.
I have another perhaps hard to answer question.
Yeah.
So like in the previous demonstration, you dragged the object out of the room, so to speak, and it went past even like your reverb spots, and then you stated you have a filter, which once dragged past will bring it down to silence. So my question is, like, if you have an object and you have marks, is the volume calculated also by the distance to those marks, or is it just the relative level to each? Like, I don't know if I'm like.
No,
if
I know what you're
take
saying.
an object and drag it like way far away from the room, does the sound get quieter, or does it just adjust the ratio between based exclusively on the sort of geometric distance?
So here's a map with one mark in it. I'm going to show, and that one mark only goes to Q output 1. I'm going to show the heat map for Q output 1. Anywhere on this map I go, including off the edge of the map, this mark has infinite domain. And so the level never changes. It is only when you put a mark that has a different routing of any kind that the domain of that mark is challenged. And this mark can then have a greater shadow angle, or more gravity, or whatever you like.
I understand. Yep, that answers my question.
And if I made this map much, much larger, now it's 10,000 by 10,000, you see it just keeps extending in every direction. The purpose of the size is to give you a boundary of useful space. It's not an actual hard line. It's not a limit. Off the edge of the map, there not be dragons, there be more sound.
Right. Unless you filter it.
Unless you filter it.
Right.
Now we thought, okay, well, what if the edge of the map automatically filters? And then the answer was, what if you don't want that? And so for me, whenever we're trying to make a design choice in QLab, I like to ask myself, if we do it this way, and someone wishes we did it the other way, how easy is it for them to get that behavior? And then whichever way is easier, that's probably the way I'm going to root for. So if we made the edges of the map a silence boundary, it would be very, very difficult for a person to use a map without a silence boundary on the edge. They would have to make a much larger map and pretend that the edges were in the middle. That would be harder. But instead, what we did makes it really easy. For the people who want the edges of the map to be silent, sure, just put a filter on each edge and you're on with it. For the people who prefer no silence boundary, just don't do that and you got it. So it's easier to do both options. Yeah. No, your hand just went up. Okay, great. So let's look at this other example. This is a non-literal map. When I move to the left, I get left. When I move to the right, I get right. When I move up, I get crunch. When I move all the way up, I get just crunch. When I move down, I get reverb. As I move between, I get a mixture. Another possibility is what I have named the mixerator. In the middle is just a nice mix that I decided I like. This is the whole sound system sounding the way I like. If I want to hear it only in the mains, it's only in these two. If I want to hear it only in the sides, those four. The corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, and just the sub. And I can easily just kind of drift around or leave it right in the middle. It's not important what space means in this map or in any map. This is just some spots that I picked on the screen and I assigned those spots with a mix that I want to hear ever, and away you go. You could effectively only ever use objects in a static manner, just assigning your cue to a given mix by holding an object still, and then use fade cues to fade level up and down. That's a perfectly okay way to do it. Or let's put this back on the realistic map. You could fade the music by making a path. And now running the path moves the object around. The path sometimes goes through spaces in the theater where the mix changes subtly. Sometimes it goes through spaces in the theater where the mix changes dramatically. In a sense, this speaker setup is sort of a perfectly designed system for showing you the deficiencies of object audio, because object audio is best heard with speakers that have approaching a 180-degree spread. But these are not those, right? Most of what makes a speaker valuable is coverage pattern control. I want the speaker to throw only where I want it to throw. And while of course that's still true in object audio, what we're trying to generate is sort of a field of sound that an object can move through dreamily. And so the ideal sound setup is more cabinets, smaller, with less precise pattern control. Also, same cabinets all around, right? So this mixture of E12s and E8s doesn't actually help show off the smoothness. But the point of this demo is not to say, look at how smooth it sounds. I'm going to ask you to just trust that if you pass through a series of outputs that are equal, it sounds equal. The point of this demo is to show how it's flexible, right? I want to, oops, that's not the right button at all, Sam. No, Dave, that would not sound cool. I want to talk about how to use object audio in queues, right? Well, actually, I did a lot of this. I talked about choosing a map. I talked about the indicators. I actually talked this through. First time teaching this section. In a fade queue, I want to talk about a few things that you see here, because moving an object around by a fade queue utilizes some tools which you may or may not have used before, but which I think are some of QLab's newer and more groovy and flexible tools. First of all, by default, a fade queue that targets an audio queue which contains objects has nothing going on in the Objects tab. So what you have to do is select the object you want to adjust, and then the tools wake up and become available to you. The position of the object, the current position of the object, is has to be playing or paused to show the current position. The current position of the object that your fade queue is targeting is a circle with a plus sign over it. The home position of an object is a circle with an X over it. So this circle with the little X fins, that's showing me where is the object in the queue that the object belongs to. Where on the map does the queue place that object? The queue places it here. If I use a fade queue to move it over there, and now I make another fade queue, both these fade queues show the home position as being over here because that's where the queue puts it. But when the queue is running, and I fade it from home to this position, now the plus is there, the X is there. This is the home position, this is the live position. Yeah? When I look in this other fade queue here, I see, oh, it's there right now, but that's where home is. I can draw a path using the pencil, either by just clicking many times or drawing continuously. The start of a path is indicated by the green triangle. The end of the path is the red square. And then the yellow circles along the path are control points. Individual points can be selected, deleted, moved, or you can select a group of them and move them as a group. When you have a group of them selected, you can also resize the group. You can reflect the group vertically or horizontally. You can rotate the group in 90-degree increments. You can invert the start and end of the group. We also have a circle drawing tool, which with the Option key held down draws out from the center. Wherever, without the Option key down, it lets you draw a diameter. Wherever you are when you let go of the mouse, that becomes the start and end point of the circle. So you can create things like ballyhoos by making a circle, by making a circle this way. Nope, I'm sorry. By making a circle this way, and then that way. Oh, it's actually, I should invert the first circle. There we go, ballyhoo. If your object, I'll be with you one moment. If you draw a path and the starting point of your object, I demoed this wrong. Let me turn that off. All right. If you draw a path and your object is not where the path starts at the time of starting the fade, what happens? By default, the object jumps from wherever it is to the starting point and then follows the path. But we have a tool here called merge. And when merge is greater than 0%, it lets you say to QLab, what is the maximum amount, what is the maximum amount of pathway by percentage that QLab is allowed to use to merge smoothly the object from where it is to get to the path. Here I've set it to 10%, which means, hey QLab, by the time the fade is 10% done, the object has to be on the path. But here I've set the merge to 45%, and it only is there. That's because even though the merge is set to 45, its most natural movement of the object, the most natural movement of the object gets the path, gets it to meet up with the path at about 20%. So it doesn't use all 45. If the shape of the path were different, it might be less correct for it to use only 45%. So the shape of the path matters. The idea here is that QLab is just making its best guess as to what will seem smooth and natural to merge from wherever the object is to the path as drawn, which is, of course, optional. Yeah, there was a question over here.
Yeah, are you able to copy and paste the path?
Yeah, you can select a path, copy. You could paste it and then move just the copy, but you could also paste it into another queue. Or if you had multiple objects, you could paste it onto the multiple objects, which leads me to the answer to a question that no one asked just now, but was asked of me several times in the last little while. If I have two objects, one for the left channel and one for the right channel, and I want to move them in parallel, how do I link them together as a stereo pair? And the answer is right now you don't. You make a path for your one, select it, copy it, go to the other object, paste it, and move that path to align with the other object. And now you have two parallel fade paths, one for each object. Not perfect, but not so bad, until we add some stereo linking, which makes sense to add, and we probably should do it. The other thing the other thing you can do here is smooth the path, which creates a round edges rather than pointy edges. It may not make a big difference audibly, or it may. It's hard to say. Yeah?
Can you loop a fade? It's like if you set it to like be circling around the room.
You can use a start cue to restart a fade.
Okay.
Gotta get my mic on. The looping fades became so obviously helpful once we added this, so it is very much on our mind that it would be very nice to loop fade. So
Feels like an inevitability. It's just a question of when.
It's definitely something we want to do. Here's a question from the chat.
Oh, yes.
If I had an SPDIF output, could I throw the output around the surround speakers?
The type of output is immaterial. So I'm going to take a guess. So SPDIF, SPDIF, is commonly found on home stereo receivers. And I'm going to take a guess that this person is using something like a home stereo decoder that takes cinema or broadcast video and splits out a Dolby encoded mix into left, right, surround, and subwoofer. And what's generally done on these things, because subs have their own power envelope needs that's different from mains and surrounds, often there's a SPDIF output just for the subwoofer, which has its own amplifier. So I'm going to take a guess that this person has a context at least similar to that. And my answer is, this is entirely distinct and ignorant of the actual physical mechanism of of device output. It's just, if the output appears to QLab in the patch, it's an output that can get routed to the end. Did our SPDIF friend follow up? Not yet. Okay, great. Anything else in the chat while we're there?
Someone was asking in the chat. I answered in the chat, but this would be maybe an interesting question for the room. They were asking, does the fade curve adjust the rate of movement along the path? Which is a wonderful question. I'll let Sam answer though.
Yeah, so something that I gloss past, which I gloss over every single time I teach this class, I don't know why, is the curve tab for fade cues. So really quick, we're going to go to fading audio. Here's the piece of audio we were playing. And here's the fade to -30. The shape of the fade is defined in the fade cue in the curve tab. The default shape is this S-curve shape. This one represents the curve for all levels that are rising. In the case of this particular fade, there are no rising levels. And this curve represents all levels that are falling. You can change that curve however you like. And if you unlock this little lock, you can change the up fade curve and the down fade curve distinctly. There are several curve types built in. But in short, the S curve, I like to say, the S stands for sounds nice. It's just a curve shape that we found pleasing. It's also called an ease in, ease out curve, and for video folks, it's a good default starting point. So this curve also works nicely as a default for video cues, moving things, easing into motion, moving more or less constantly, and then easing out of motion. In object audio, fading a cue, the curve tab exists because a fade cue which fades objects might also fade other things, like levels or audio effects. The curve tab affects the shape of the fade for non-object components, but the objects tab is not affected by the curve. I believe that we must eventually create some kind of rate controls to control the rate of movement of objects along this curve. Right now, it's linear. When you move an object, it moves and then stops. No acceleration, no deceleration. One thing that could be cool is if the curve tab defined the rate of the object moving along the path. On the one hand, it's already there, people already know it, people already use it. On the other hand, it's a little confusing to have to jump back and forth. It's difficult to come here, make an adjustment, go here, run the fade, see if you like it, back and forth, back and forth. And if you want a complex rate change, or a rate change that corresponds exactly with getting to different points in a path, there's no way to do that right now. We could have points in the path appear in this interface somewhere, or we could do something else. We don't know. It's not obvious what to do to make it the easiest that it could be, so we haven't done it yet. But something like that will eventually come into being. The drawing tools of fades is what we had been talking about. But the last thing I want to say is that you can also fade the spread of an object. So though the object starts with a small spread, we could have this fade cue fade the spread up to 200 as it goes. And as you are learning and experimenting, I encourage you to experiment with fading spread. It has a very, very interesting effect, and it makes a big difference, and it can be very cool. Okay, we talked about the drawing tools. We talked about the monitor window. This button resets the path. If you've got a whole bunch of stuff in here and you want to just start again, it's the Etch-a-Sketch, shake, turn upside down, start again button. Stop target when done is still there. Absolute and relative is still there. Let me tell you, absolute and relative fades, as much sense as a relative fade can make, it makes a little bit of tricky sense here, right? So I do that, but object A is down here. So it's a relative movement of object A, slowly creeping farther and farther away. And so my answer is the old joke when the guy goes to the doctor and says, "Doctor, it hurts when I do this." And the doctor says, "Well, don't do this." "Doctor, it's confusing when I use relative fades to move objects around. Feel free to not do that, and then it won't confuse you." But we have it in case you want it, and in case you're someone for whom that is an interesting effect.
One example of that I have seen, which maybe does make sense, is if you have one large path around the room and then you want to have like a little fluttery smaller path wherever it also happens to be. So you have one absolute path taking an object somewhere in some large gesture, and then you have a little relative fade that's doing a little jitter or a little sub-orbit. So wherever the larger path is, there's a little additional orbit happening. Like that would be an example that you might want.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that. Strange as it may seem, that's kind of it. The idea that we worked on for a very, very long time is that object audio should feel natural in QLab, like it belongs, should feel approachable and easy to sort of tinker with, but should feel like I'm not going to break it, right? If I just try some stuff, I won't break it. You won't. And just try some stuff is like highly recommended. The majority of the folks who we sent object audio to as a demo, as a beta test demo, I found that, not the majority, but the majority of the ones who I talked to ended up using it in kind of pedestrian ways and were thrilled about that. I was expecting people to mostly want to use it to do very whiz-bang effects. And they said, actually, no, we used it to do very, very pedestrian things. It was just way, way, way easier and faster than doing it with levels. I just want to put the telephone over there. And so I did. And then that was that, the end of it. And for me, that's the real kind of superpower of object audio, is it actually makes the boring stuff easier and faster. Forget about the exciting stuff, which is exciting, and so you don't care if it's hard. The boring stuff is like, can I just put the telephone there, right?
It's like you put the telephone there, and also all your fills and things are solved at the same time.
Right.
Is the
Right.
trick.
Exactly. Exactly. How much should it come out of the second fill speaker in? I don't know. It doesn't matter. QLab did that for you. Yeah. Questions? Okay, great. Wonderful. Let's take 5. Use the restroom if we have to. Sip of water. I know it's a little late for a 5, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of object audio. Let's take a 5. We'll come back, do mic cues, talk very, very briefly about the rest of the wrap-up of audio, and then we'll be done for the day. 5 minutes. My cousin is a professor of artificial intelligence at NYU, real artificial intelligence, and the printer breaks, all the time, right? Because it's a printer. And his department has a joke that says, "We will have general AI before we have functional AV." Near and dear to my heart. Every time I fix a printer or pretend to fix a printer when in fact there is no fixing a printer, we all know that. It's just heartbreak. Okay. So, any Way Homer questions during the break about object audio? QLab is at the beginning of its object audio journey, and I'm really proud of the work that we did to launch it in a condition that feels like a great first step. We had a bunch of false starts. Okay, it's almost ready. Oh no, it's really not. And I'm proud of us for taking our time and blowing off or changing our schedule and waiting until it was the best version of its current version, if you know what I mean. And I'm also enthusiastic for us and for you all to view it as the beginning of a cool thing QLab can do. I've already used it in ways that have just completely unshackled me creatively, and that's felt very nice, and I'm looking forward to more of that. And I'm really looking forward to feedback from folks who use it about the things that it helped them do, the things that they thought it would help them and it didn't, the things that they were hoping to try to do with it that they couldn't or couldn't figure out how, because improving QLab is, of course, what happens, but also improving the documentation around it, and our educational materials and so forth. So really eager to hear from folks who are using it about their experience and about their opinions. Okay. I'm going to talk about mic cues briefly, and I realize this is a great moment to put Alec on the spot. Did we? Thank you. See, that's how that goes. Okay. All the while we've been playing audio, we've been using pre-recorded audio, which is stored on the disk on this Mac. But QLab can play also audio that is live. And I'm going to do something really quickly and not talk about it for a moment. Oh, did we find it? Now, come on, I wasn't even playing audio this time. We found it again. Nope, it did it. It finally took. All right, great. There used to be a bug in that part of QLab which felt pretty pernicious. It's not really important right now. Here is a mic cue. In the I/O tab of the mic queue, under audio input, instead of a file well, it has a list of audio input patches. And it lets you choose how many inputs you want in the queue and starting at channel what. So I want one input on this queue, and I want it to start at 1 because Alec just said Dante 1. Then here's an audio output patch. I'm using the main audio output patch. Then in the Levels tab, when I run this queue, hey, check, checkity check, check. Hey, all right. Now audio is coming from my mic to the sound system through the mixer that you've been hearing it the whole time, but it's also coming through QLab. So I could make it go places like the side speakers and the rear speakers. Hello, can you hear me back there? It's actually kind of difficult to certainly for the folks on the stream, this is going to be an excruciatingly dull demo. But is it possible for you to mute my mic into the main, but not in general? Yeah, have you done that? Yeah, okay, great. Do you hear me here? Hey. No. Do you? I'm just really quiet.
I hear you bouncing off something.
Hey. Oh, wait. I was so responsible and I set my maximum audio limit really low. checkity, checkity, check, checkity, check. Hey, there it is. So it's just the gain staging is not correctly set to make this work exactly right. So there's a little delay. You can hear it. That's something that is inherent to QLab at the moment, something we wish to reduce. It is something which makes much more of a difference when you can clearly hear the original source of the sound. If we're doing stereophonic and I'm behind a glass wall, and you can only hear me through the sound system and not my live voice, this amount of delay is not enough to make an enormous amount of stress.
It sounds like more delay than I would expect.
I agree.
What's your delay on Dante Virtual Sound Card?
Oh, that's a good question. 4. That's pretty good. So the thing that I started to do and told you not to think about was I went to QLab Preferences, to Hardware, and I set the buffer size for Dante Virtual Sound Card in QLab as low as it would go. And I was expecting that that would create a minimal delay. And I suppose it is minimal, but it is more maximal than I was expecting.
There may be something else in this chain.
There may be something else. So here is an live audio cue with an effect. I have a pitch shift effect on my mic, and it's rendering live. Sometimes something like this can be useful to you, maybe not. The key thing that I want to point out is that a mic cue, while I'm demoing with a mic, needn't be used only for a mic. We could use it for any live source of sound coming into QLab, right? So an instrument or any source of audio that is not inherently in QLab can be brought through QLab and can, of course, be brought through the object system. So we can, we can fly an object around the space if we want, or whatever, right? With a live source of sound. I mostly use mic cues in my design work for things like, for things that are effects rather than amplification. If I'm just amplifying someone, I'll just run it through the console. But if I did a One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and the set designer had a long hallway to leave the day room for the inpatients. And at the end of the hallway was one of those great metal fire doors with the glass panel with the wire in it and the big crash bar. And so Nurse Ratched would come and she would say something awful and make everyone feel dreadful. And the costume designer gave her these awesome, mean lady shoes. And they were the very sort of plain, sensible leather shoes with a slight heel, but the heel was made of wood and the floor was linoleum. And so when she spun around and walked out, it was ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. And every little step was like, screw you, I am in charge. It was very, very good costume design. And then she'd punch the crash bar on the door and slam it behind her. And so I put choir mics in that hallway. And as she left, we faded up the choir mics, and they just sort of gave you a little more foot as she left. So she vanished, but her shoes stayed. And then the door slam was like, bah! Just a little reverb on it, and all in QLab because it was quick and easy. That's how I use mic cues in QLab. Other people have used mic cues, often use mic cues for actual mics like this on a person. Your mileage may vary. The reason there's a little bit more delay right now is hard to say. The sound system in this room is pretty complicated and is often set up for weird things. So the fact that there was a little delay here more than was expected is a little bit of a head scratcher, but honestly, if someone said, oh yeah, the Voxel sound system did something a little peculiar, the answer is this is a research laboratory as much as it is a theater, and sometimes it does something peculiar on purpose so that we can figure out what to do about that peculiar thing. So that's that on mic cues. The key thing to know about a mic cue is that once it's playing, it basically behaves like an audio cue. Just different source of audio. Something that is different in QLab 5 from QLab 4, which I want to point out, is that in QLab 5, you do not need to use the same audio device for input and output. I could use a different device for output, and QLab uses a slick algorithm, which Chris wrote, to make sure that even though the two audio devices might not share a clock, the audio does not drift out of sync. And
the other Chris, actually.
The other Chris wrote that?
The other Chris wrote that.
You did
Oh,
something.
you mean the sync?
The sync.
The sync I wrote.
The sync algorithm you wrote.
That's true.
Yeah. The other Chris wrote the thing that made it possible to send the audio
Yes.
in the first place to a different device, which was very clever as well. And then I got to do this fun thing, which was we said, how is it possible we can test this thing? So I created a very wild setup on my desk where I had one Mac playing cues and another Mac recording the output from two different audio devices plugged into the first Mac. And then I would line them up and see how much adjustment needed doing. And over a 1 hour test, I got a maximum drift of 3 milliseconds and an average drift of like 1.5. So that felt good. So that's mic cues and object audio. And that is my punch list for the day. So thanks. Yeah. And hooray for you. You did it. You sat through the whole day and you listened to all the strange tangents about sample rates and Nyquists and who are these people and what do I care about just playing some cues, please. And we covered essentially everything that the audio side of QLab does. So if you are an audio-only person, you are sitting pretty right now. For your mental planning ahead, I want to go ahead and tell you that the goal tomorrow is to focus on video. Let's see here. What do I have? We're going to focus on video after lunch when the fuel is full. But before lunch, we'll focus on the triggers tab, which I promised we'd get to all day. And then we'll do a little bit of MIDI show control, and OSC, sort of get that going, get that started. Then we'll go to lunch. We'll come back and do video and camera cues. And then on Friday, we have lighting to cover. But then we also get to see which topics did we gloss over or talk a little bit about that you'd like to talk more about, whether that's show control stuff, AppleScript, OSC, MIDI and MIDI show control. And there's a lot of sort of bits and bobs that we can sprinkle in there. So the goal, again, is tomorrow, first half of the day, we'll talk about MIDI and OSC. Second half of the day, we'll talk about video, though I don't know if I'll actually do it in halves. I might reverse that if I think about it carefully tonight. And then on Friday, lighting and potpourri, as it were. Any wrap-up questions or comments that anyone wishes to throw out there before we split for the day? Will I see you all tomorrow? Great. I think one person who already split has to not come tomorrow, but will be back on Friday. Wonderful. And for those of you tuning in on the internet, thank you so much for being with us today. And if you can tune in tomorrow also, wonderful. If you can't tune in tomorrow, or even if you can, or whether or not anything is true, what is true is all 3 of these days worth of class will stay on our YouTube channel indefinitely. And sometime over the course of the next 2 weeks, I will do the slow process of chaptering the class and annotating the video with closed caption, or correcting the automatic closed caption, which doesn't know anything about any of the technical words, and putting in all the chapter markers and making it more sort of accessible piecemeal so that you can come back and use this as a reference. And we will continue to leave this up. So even in the distant future, if years from now when QLab 9 is out, if someone is on an older computer using QLab 5.5, they can return to these days worth of classes and get this moment of QLab class, right? Just as you can go to the class from last year and look at QLab 5.4 the year before, et cetera, right? So that will be true. That is true. And I'll see you all in the morning. And I'm all set, Aaron.